Mahab, the city of the gods. You have seen it, haven't you? Since the day you embarked on this macabre quest of yours, you have seen visions of this city in your sleep. The visions haunt even your waking hours now. Without rest, you are tormented by the sights no man should ever bear witness. The visions would ultimately lead you to the darkness, to the true darkness, the relentless and hopeless kind that drains all the light around it, darkness that makes you suffocate. You struggle just to breathe in the black, yet you must keep on going. No matter the cost, you must do everything in your power to survive. Just how far will you go? This video was a long time coming. There was already a warning at the start of this video, but I'm going to adapt that into audio form. User discretion is advised. I have installed the mod that censors things that will get this video removed from YouTube or demonetized, which will be linked in the description. Either way, this game is extremely disturbing and I will be talking about it in great detail. This video has been in the making for a long time, with multiple productions taking priority over it. It was going to originally be my second long-form video, but my SCP containment breach video took priority over it. And I'm glad it did, because that video was very positively received and this game has taken much more thought and research in order to give it justice. I want to quickly set expectations for this video because yes, the runtime is very real and I am not sorry. This video is going to be covering Fear and Hunger 1 and not Termina, as Termina is yet to receive its final update by the time this video is finished, so please don't comment asking why Termina isn't included in this video. I will be covering Termina in the future though, because it is my favourite of the two games. As for the third game that may happen, I want to cover that too eventually, but only time will tell in that case, since it's no doubt years away from releasing, if it ever does. Before I begin, yes, I am aware this game has been covered to death already. Yes, this has also made me question if I should be covering it as well. But I believe that everyone has their own perspective to games and there is no harm in giving more to the Fear and Hunger community, as well as to those who aren't aware of it. And of course, to my loyal subscribers who are, well, either. This video goes incredibly in depth and I will be covering anything from development, music, gameplay and mechanics, lore, story and other things that I feel are needed to give a comprehensive retrospective. I believe many existing analyses about this game are only on the lore and story, which makes sense because it is the best part about it in my eyes. However, I seek to bridge this gap by talking about that and the gameplay systems in the game. I am aware of certain channels dedicated to Fear and Hunger, and that they cover the technicalities of the game. I am simply seeking to create a very thorough long-form video novella or documentary about the game. Even if you know a lot about Fear and Hunger already, I am confident you will learn at least one new thing about the game from this video. Of course, as I've already mentioned, there is the matter of the length of this video. I've tried my best not to make the video long for the sake of long. In fact, this draft is actually being cut down slightly for pacing sakes. However, I have tried my best to make sure you don't get lost in the sauce here, because the game is incredibly complex. That is something you need to acknowledge before we move forward. This video was incredibly hard to make, but either way, I hope you enjoy and thank you for watching. Fantasy can be used in many ways, and the only true limit is the imagination. No constraints, no real rules, just fantasy. The faculty or activity of imagining impossible or improbable things. The impossible and improbable are, well, many things, and in the case of Fear and Hunger, it is fantasy written with a brutal realism that rivals the most disturbing games ever made. Its occult inspirations are on its sleeve, as the creator of the game, Miro Haverinen, or known under the publisher name Happy Paintings, isn't afraid of showing them. The Yellow King and Lovecraft come to mind, but also more modern media such as Berserk, Amnesia, Soulsborne and Hellraiser. Another perhaps unexpected inspiration is Mortal Kombat, as Miro states that the atmosphere of the early games is quite eerie, which Fear and Hunger reflects. Miro has also gone on to state he is a huge fan of the Soulsborne series, so we know where the stimulus of that inspiration comes from. Focusing on Soulsborne. The way of storytelling in those games is incredibly vague and obtuse, as it doesn't directly tell you the full picture as you progress through the games. Commonly, you are nobody or someone who comes from that state, and the player takes on a similar mindset to the character they play, clueless, aimless, but eventually destiny and a large amount of determination guides them to their goal. Fear and Hunger is quite similar, although I would say it isn't as vague in its storytelling. Each character you play has an established motivation, and the story plays out from their point of view in every run. But the vagueness is in its lore, as per the inspiration just mentioned. The exact span of time Fear and Hunger began development isn't fully known, but what we do know is Miro came up with the idea during his school studies during a conversation with friends. Eventually, it would take the form of a pen and paper RPG set in the dungeons called the Dungeons of Fear and Hunger. Miro played around with game development, specifically in RPG Maker and Game Maker, the former of which is the engine Fear and Hunger was made in, at least in a version of such. After not being able to stick with one project for very long, Miro quit game development, but right after he did, the indie gaming sphere exploded. After gaining skill in art, Miro went back to RPG Maker, as it was the engine he was the most familiar with. The game released on the 11th of December 2018. From here he made early versions of Fear and Hunger, and it only continued to be updated from that point on both itch.io and Steam. This video uses the latest version of the game, being 1.4.1, which has been the latest version of the game since January of 2021. RPG Maker as an engine has a mixed reputation. For consumers, it is sometimes seen as the lolcow of game engines. Thanks to many games created by it being, well, quite lazily made and made due to the ease of the access the engine has, it is very easy to use. I myself have dabbled in it and don't need any coding experience or knowledge to create something at least decent and playable. There are hundreds, no thousands of these games made in the engine with the default assets that fall under people's radars because they all look the same. Fear and Hunger uses a plethora of plugins that can be used in your own game created with this engine. Plugins in this context are features written in JavaScript that are added into RPG Maker. This, of course, doesn't mean that Miro just took other people's works and slapped it into his game. To even make these plugins work, you need to configure and adapt them into your game in ways you want, which Miro massively succeeded at. Fear and Hunger runs in a 4:3 aspect ratio, which is the default for RPG Maker games, but it can be changed in the engine itself to 16:9 if you wish. Despite the latter fact, Miro decided to keep the game in the default aspect ratio. The smaller screen size to me lets more anxiety pour through. You can see less, and that makes the already existing dread the game has even more potent. Miro is an extremely talented artist. He didn't just make the game, he illustrated it as well. Every single character, environment, creature, item, you name it, was made by his hand. Like with the music, he got into graphical art after he got into game development. His art only improved after he temporarily quit game development. On the Fear and Hunger official YouTube channel are even some speed drawings. For most of his illustrations, he seems to use Photoshop. So to get the obvious out the way, at least among those who are familiar with the game already, and those who may remember the disclaimer from the start of the video, Fear and Hunger is an extremely mature game, and I mean that in every single sense of the word. Whilst there are games that are no doubt more disturbing than Fear and Hunger, it is still conventionally more disturbing than most indie games within its own genre. For example, within the first 5 minutes of playing, the player character may get raped by one of the first enemies they encounter. And before people comment down on the video why I censored the word, yes, the video can get age restricted from me simply saying that word. Some YouTubers do get lucky and they are able to say the word without it getting demonetized, but I'm not risking it, I'm sorry. You can be thankful that I'm not going to say graped, because that's cringe and yeah, anyway, moving on. The game will show this happen, unless of course you censor it with a mod. There's nudity and extreme violence, but the inclusion of rape stands out amongst many as a challenge of what is and isn't allowed in games as a medium. There are whole discussions online related to the inclusion of it and whether or not said inclusion could ever be justified, but this isn't the video for that. Discuss amongst yourselves in the comments if you wish. All I will say is the inclusion here is at least justified when it comes to showing just how bad things can get for the characters in the game. It is never glorified, it is always shown as a horrible, traumatic, violent thing. And this is the last time I will mention this, I have a mod installed that censors these things for YouTube's sakes. In the sequel, Termina, the sexual content is toned down a little. Okay, let's talk about the music and sound design. The music of Fear and Hunger is widely known to be extremely fitting for the game. In fact, you might have already listened to it without knowing. Many YouTubers, such as myself, use the music in their videos because it is perfect for a low-key conversation and general dark ambience, not including the few horrifying tracks that blow your ears out, like Pulse and Anxiety. Miro uses a lot of samples in his music creation and in the sound design. Many people will presume that the use of samples means that it was an easy and maybe even a lazy process. But no. Many artists use samples, and by many I mean most, especially indie artists. Miro uses samples very cleverly, using them sparingly and editing them to create unique soundscapes that suit the game and the situation on the screen. The opening track of the game, Eastern Wind, is one of my personal favourites. The haunting and whistling wind, backed by that dreaded string instrument as the entrance to the dungeons fades into view, has always stuck with me. There are a total of 21 tracks in the Fear and Hunger soundtrack, and most of them are dedicated to specific areas or boss fights. Here, take a listen to some of them. As for the sound effects, a large amount of them are sourced from free libraries online, much like the samples and the music. but they all somehow have the same sort of tone, if that makes sense. Every sound effect sounds like it's the same sort of quality, and no sound effect is jarring to the point of not fitting the game, especially in contrast to other sound effects. They're all pretty well balanced as well in terms of audio. RPG Maker mostly commonly supports M4A and OGG files, and their volume must be manually adjusted when they are added to the engine. I found that a lot of the samples used are from the artist Taira Komori, who offers their created sound effects for free. Of course, Miro goes out his way to edit them where needed, and to also balance the audio, as mentioned. Fear and Hunger uses a lot of real-world inspiration for its lore. In general, it is largely inspired by not just European but real-world history. Here is a world map of Fear and Hunger at the time of the first game. This is a fan-made interpretation based off lore notes and, of course, changes by the time Termina, the second game, comes around. Fear and Hunger is based in an alternate Europe, which is instead named Europa, literally Europe in Latin. And whilst there are the mentioned inspirations and similarities to our world, there are many, many differences. A good way of approaching the lore is to talk about the specific territories that are mentioned in Fear and Hunger. The Eastern Sanctuaries is a land to the east of Europa. Its holy city, Jataya, is the focus of trade between East and West Europa. It is the birthplace of Allmir, an ascended god within Fear and Hunger's world. More on that later. Between it, being referred to as the Holy City, beginning with J, and being the birthplace of a divinity of sorts, it is likely a reference to Jerusalem. Of course, Jesus was born in Bethlehem, which is very close to Jerusalem, but either way, the proximity cannot be a coincidence. We will get into more lore about the Eastern Sanctuaries when we talk about a certain character, Nosra, introduced later on. The Kingdom of Rondon was founded after countless tribes who were once at war united. A thoroughly religious kingdom, they faced many trials. The game's dungeons are housed within this kingdom, which is where the Rondon monarchs and lords send their convicted criminals. Rondon also occupied the Eastern Sanctuary's holy city Jataya during the 16th century. An important figure related to Rondon and the series as a whole is Legard, an NPC we meet in the dungeons. The Kingdom of Oldegod is an independent kingdom in the frigid north of the world, likely our world Scandinavia. Its culture is one of barbarism, and they discovered the Western world known as Vinland, which is analogous to the Americas. The Oldegordians excel as not just warriors, but as merchants and sailors too. Oldegord is essentially a representation of the Nordic states in one large union, similar to the Kalmar Union of the real world. One of the playable characters is from this region, RAGNVALDR. There are more countries and regions in this world, but we will go over them when relevant. These ones are just the most important ones in the game. Within this world exist gods of different types. Old gods, ascended gods, and new gods. There are also other entities, but most are either pagan or straight up myth. As Miro, the creator of the game, once said, it is natural for diverse cultures to worship distinct deities and have their own gods. Many gods may be the same with different interpretations too. As for what actually qualifies as a god, well, that is quite open-ended. The existence of gods to us as the player isn't open-ended, however. They are very much a real thing we can encounter in the game. The timeline of this world is extremely similar to our own, at least when it comes to technological development. The game takes place in the 1500s, specifically 1590. This is considered to be part of the Third Age of history. Fear and Hunger's timeline is quite detailed, but it doesn't explain things it doesn't need to. Many stretches of time are left purposely unknown, undefined, or vague because they simply can be. For example, the 5th and 6th century has no detail at all regarding significant historical events. For the sake of mentioning it, Termina, the second game, takes place in the 1900s, around 400 years after the first game. One could consider Fear and Hunger to be alternate history. It does, after all, take place on Earth, at least in its world map structure. I mean, it literally is Earth, but I think it goes beyond alternate history due to the existence of gods and magic. A sort of alternate history fantasy, perhaps. I dig it. Fear and Hunger's world is extremely violent and cruel, sometimes to the point of ridiculousness. The dungeon the game is based in is the pinnacle of such cruelty, but we also get glimpses of the outside world during the game too. Of course, I mentioned the contents of the game at the start of the video, but the game is known to be like this. Some may even outright reject the game for this content, which is fine by the way, everyone has their limits. But the deeper lore is some of the most creative I've ever come across. As we delve deeper into the game, the more lore will open up. The lore I've mentioned so far is simply what you can gather with surface research, or by gathering the few lore items in the first 10 minutes of the game. Trust me though, it gets very interesting. For now, I will quickly mention the 4 playable, or should I say, starting characters in Fear and Hunger. When starting a new game, you are immediately presented with 4 options, all have names and titles. CAHARA, the mercenary, Das, the knight, ENKI, the dark priest, and RAGNVALDR, the outlander. Each of them have their strengths and weaknesses and backstories, but I'll talk about them when we start the game up. The characters you do not pick at the start of the game can be recruited later on through the course of the game one way or another. Some are more easy to convince than others. Fear and Hunger is extremely difficult and oppressive. The methods of saving the game are either rare items or have a risk of sorts. You can be dismembered or infected, and if you lack a means to cure an infection, you may as well perform self-amputation. There are 3, well, technically 4 difficulties in the game. Fear and Hunger difficulty is the intended experience. Terror and starvation makes the game even harder, and through my research it does the following. Reduces chances of escaping from battle. Rotten food is more commonly found, replacing some loot outright. Darkness is more oppressive and is extremely hard to navigate without a torch. Jagged Jaw, a dog enemy at the start of the game, can follow you into the dungeon instead of staying outside, unless you go through a side passage that is also found at the start. Enemies deal more damage and have more health. Failing a coin flip, explained later, in certain places will cause a rat to bite the player, giving them an infection. Unrecruited party members may succumb to the dungeons if not found and recruited. There are new ways to be ambushed, and there are a few new enemies. Hard mode difficulty is unlocked after beating the game at least once, and on top of having everything from terror and starvation difficulty, also does the following. No saving at all is allowed. Some loot drops are straight up removed. The only other party members you can recruit are ones that you summon, such as ghouls and skeletons. Endings A and C become unachievable. But the most important part of hard mode is the ability to get exclusive endings that each character has, also known as special endings. More on those later, where I have entire sections dedicated to them. And finally is the Dungeon Knights difficulty, which is a completely different game mode. Again, more on that later. Get ready for me to say that a lot, by the way. The game is built upon trial and error. Dying isn't just a means to restart the game, it is also a chance to learn what went wrong and try again. Whilst there are elements of randomization in the game, much of the game's core systems, locations and enemies are the same throughout the run, meaning that by tackling danger, you will almost always be able to learn something. Since the game is in RPG Maker, it uses one of the standard turn-based systems introduced in the engine. This does not make it boring though. Combat in Fear and Hunger is mostly quite tactical and thrilling. Well, why is this? Well, you can, on most enemies, target specific limbs or parts of the enemy. Each enemy has a weak point, and destroying parts of a limb results in other limbs being easier to hit. For example, some enemies' heads are easier to chop off if their legs have become sliced, as they lose their balance and cannot dodge your efforts of decapitating them as easily. Or you could go straight for the head and get a lucky one-shot on the enemy. Most enemies cannot function without their heads, after all. This also applies to the party. Every character can lose an arm, leg, or head. Losing a leg is very tragic since it will reduce you to a crawling state. This makes the game extremely tedious to play. Oftentimes, the smartest choice in combat is to slice off the weapon arm of the enemy, which will completely stop them from attacking with the weapon they were holding. Going back to RPG Maker for a second. This engine by default uses an XP system. Fear and Hunger does not. There are absolutely no levels and XP points in the game, with the progression being largely tied to your equipment and hexen. Because of this, fights are often a hindrance to the overall progression, and meta players often avoid those they don't need to fight. Equipment and many other items are mostly found, but sometimes can be crafted depending on if you found the recipe or not. The hexen, though, is an optional but very accessible and useful system that is basically Fear and Hunger skill tree. I will delve more into it when needed, but it essentially gives access to skills in exchange for souls. Each character starts with 7 attributes, with 6 of them viewable in the menu. Some are often bypassed completely or partially and are but leftovers from RPG Maker itself. Attack indicates how much damage weapons do. The formula for calculating the damage is: take the attacker's attack stat and multiply it by 4, take the defender's defense stat and multiply it by 2, and subtract the defense calculation from the attack calculation. The final result has a 20% variance, and the possibility of a critical hit multiplies the damage by 3. Most characters have a regular attack power of 30, but RAGNVALDR, the Outlander, for example, has a starting value of 40 attack. As for defense, well, Fear and Hunger expert and YouTuber Frappalo94 observed in his video Fear and Hunger Defense is a Lie that defense is, well, a lie. This stat actually isn't used by the player character. If an enemy hits the player character, the amount of damage done is a specific amount regardless of the character's defense. Defense isn't completely useless though. Each piece of equipment generally comes with a damage reduction for specific types of damage, but the defense stat doesn't factor into this. Despite this, the regular defense value is 16 on all characters. This damage reduction is the 7th attribute that I will go over. Magic Attack, also known as M Attack, is a stat that should be a part of formulas involving magical damage, but it seems to be entirely unused in Fear and Hunger 1 and is simply a leftover from the RPG Maker engine. The default value is 16. Magic Defense, also known as M Defense, would typically be factored in when defending against certain magical attacks in other, more standard RPG Maker games. Despite being in the menu, it is completely unused, it seems. But again, the default value is 16. Agility starts at 10 for almost all characters in the game, both player characters and enemies. If agility is above 16, it will give the character an extra attack per turn. Player characters most likely get priority on the first attack. It also affects the chances of running away from battles with the run skill. Luck has a low effect on success rates of applying status effects. The formula for this is: subtract the user's luck from the target's luck, multiply the resulting number by 0.001, add 1.0 to the resulting number. This final resulting number is the percentage bonus, being the percentage to apply the status effect. The default luck value for all characters is 32. For enemies, it is instead 10 or 11. Damage resistance, as mentioned, is not visible in the menu like the 6 other attributes, but it mitigates the amount of damage done to the player character based on the attack type, such as slashing, bludgeoning, piercing, otherworldly, or fire. Because defense doesn't traditionally work in this game, damage resistance is the closest thing to it and is what makes armor worth equipping. You can run from most battles, with the chance of succeeding depending on a mix of the character's agility contested with that of the enemy. On screen now is the exact formula the game uses. Each failed attempt at fleeing from battle makes the next attempt more likely to succeed, which is one of the few generosities the game affords you. There is a skill called Escape Plan as well, which largely increases the chances of you being able to flee. Since running from battle is classed as an action in combat, it uses a turn. Should your chances of escaping result in a failure, then the enemy may attack you right after. You may even use specific items or skills on enemies to cause conditions. Fear and Hunger has many of these, or as the game calls them, status effects. most of which are quite debilitating, reducing the effectiveness of those they are affecting. Confused is caused by a spell known as Locust Swarm, but can also be caused by blunt attacks. It can be prevented with certain armors and causes the one affected to not be able to do anything for 2 turns in battle. Fractured is caused by blunt attacks and can be prevented through a few niche means. It reduces the body stat, or the HP stats, of the afflicted by 20%, but slowly progresses it to be only 4%. Bleeding is caused by stabbing attacks. Being hit by a few specific attacks, wearing a certain armor in the game known as penance armor, stepping on specific traps, stepping on rusty nails, or from amputated limbs that haven't been treated yet. It can be treated with a few items. It causes the one afflicted by it to lose 3% of their body per turn. This also applies with movement outside of battle. Poison is caused by various poison-related attacks and enemy deaths, eating certain things and being hit by poison traps. It can be cured with a certain curable or outright prevented with a thorned ring. It is similar to the bleeding condition in that it causes 10% of the afflicted's body to deplete per turn. Toxic is caused by a specific attack from an enemy, and can be treated with the same item as the one that helps with the poison condition. It causes the afflicted to lose 20% of their body per turn. Infected limbs may apply to arms and legs, death occurring if neither are cured with enough time. This time only applies when the player and their party move between areas and not actual time passed. Infected limbs may be amputated with a bone saw, cured with green herbs, or outright prevented with certain equipables. Infected limbs are often sourced from various stabbing, biting, and scratching attacks. Infected arms can also be caused when bitten by rats found in bookshelves on the Terror and Starvation difficulty, whilst infected legs can be caused when the player steps on a rusty nail, which are found in set locations around the game. Blindness is caused when hit by a specific attack, and can be prevented with the Iron Mask, which is a unique headpiece. It causes the afflicted's hit rate to fall by 75%. It also causes the screen to turn black if the player character is infected by it. This is pretty much impossible to play the game with. The critical state is a niche status that is applied by a few enemy skills but can be prevented by healing or ending the current battle. It essentially means you are weakened to the point of reducing your body stat to 1 with every enemy attack or heal. Burning causes you to lose 10% of your body per turn. Water vials are handy when preventing it. Paralyze causes the afflicted to be unable to take turns in battle, meaning they skip their turn indefinitely. It is caused by a paralysis dart from the body snatcher enemy. Parasites are most commonly caused by eating raw food. This can be cured with worm juice, a very helpful curative. It doubles the depletion of hunger. Brain flour reduces hit rate by 50% and also causes the afflicted to attack random allies. Pollen-related enemies cause it, and it can be cured with the aforementioned worm juice. Severe anal bleeding comes from actions that should be obvious, and I will go into further detail of the actions later. It causes the character to pause at random intervals, as well as lose a heavy amount of blood. Curse is caused by a few very powerful enemies. It can only be cured by consuming a certain talisman. The afflicted character will have a countdown starting from 5, falling by 1 at the end of each turn. If it reaches 0, well, instant death. Fear has 5 stages, and the player character will learn the suicide skill. Other effects include becoming panophobic, as well as triggering low mind events, that are explained later. As the name of the game suggests, there is also a hunger system. It is important for your survival, obviously, but the more hungry you get, the weaker you become. The weakness is in the form of stages, known simply as hunger stages. They go from 1 to 5. Most party members have hunger stats that must be maintained. Hunger stage 1, starting at 49 hunger, will reduce the character's physical health, commonly known as body, to 90 instead of 100, whilst also reducing their attack stat by 50%. Hunger stage 2, starting at 69 hunger, will decrease the character's maximum body to 80. Hunger stage 3, starting at 79 hunger, reduces the maximum body to 70 and reduces their attack by 70%. Hunger stage 4, starting at 89 hunger, reduces the maximum body to 50 and will cause the character to collapse, meaning they must crawl. Hunger Stage 5, starting at 94 hunger, reduces the character's body to 30 and causes them to become blind. 1 hunger is added around every 13 seconds across all difficulties of the game. It starts at 0 and goes up to 100, meaning that the higher the number, the more hungry the character gets. An element of randomization from the start of the game are phobias, but I actually want to talk about them once we create a character, as that is when they become apparent. Mind is a very important attribute, almost as important as body. Mind is, as you can guess, tied to the mental state of your character. It is used as the mana bar as well for skills and spells, adding a sort of Lovecraftian element to the magic, which even without this attribute is exactly that. It can be diminished in many ways, but most importantly depletes on its own, with the rate changing depending on the map or area the party is currently in. Some areas outright stop the depletion if you are carrying a light source such as a candle or a torch. However, mind will always deplete in some areas no matter what you do. Some party members randomly assigned phobias will be replaced by panophobia, which is the fear of everything when their mind reaches 0. This results in a minus 50% evasion rate, meaning that they pretty much have their chance to dodge removed. And they will also take 50% more physical damage against every enemy encountered in the game. If a player character does not suffer from phobias in the first place, then they will not suffer from panophobia should their mind reach 0. If the protagonist, being the character that you choose at the start of each run, has their mind depleted below 50, they will learn the skill Suicide, which will result in an immediate game over when used. If your mind gets too low, a low mind event may occur. These are often involving companions or party members the protagonist has acquired along the course of their run, and they typically trigger in certain locations in the dungeon. I will go over them in more detail later on. So you might think to yourself that if the game is so hard, then what is stopping you from looking up a guide and going through the game that way? Well, yes, you can do that, but there is also an element of RNG in important choices you make in Fear and Hunger. Allow me to introduce the coin flip mechanic. The coin flip is a very simple 50-50 heads or tails game. With a lucky coin, a somewhat rare item, you may hold down the shift key to instead flip 2 coins, improving your odds from 50-50 to 75-25. Coin flips may be used to determine whether you avoid traps, whether you get good loot from a container or any at all, and some attacks from enemies also prompt them, with a failed call on the heads or tail resulting in a deadly, often debilitating attack from the enemy that you failed to defend against. Some of these attacks instantly kill you. Another mechanic people often forget is the last stand mechanic. Upon death, many enemies have a 50% chance to do one final action before ending the battle. The only real way of countering this is by keeping your HP high at the end of battles, or by using the guard skill that every party member has, which will reduce incoming damage in the next turn, and prevent limb loss from happening. Sometimes you will win a battle, but the enemy may simply kill you as well in its last stand. Before we get into the game, there is one significant feature the game has: the ability to talk to every single enemy in the game. Of course, you can talk to NPCs outside of combat as well, but talking to them in combat can result in outcomes that wouldn't be possible through ordinary fighting. It is a skill exclusive to the chosen character at the start of the game, being the protagonist or player character. It is automatically acquired at the start of the game. Some items can be used during conversations with enemies to either bribe, inquire, or inflict status effects. As well as doing it in combat, you may also talk to recruited party members outside of combat. Trying to talk to yourself results in the game telling you that talking to yourself, or the voices inside your head, won't save your sanity. Party members often comment on the situation or the area at hand, with some being more open than others. Oftentimes, the characters reflect their feelings to the player, especially Das, the knight, who is afraid 99% of the time, but either way is incredibly brave. More brave than you or I will be, anyway. Some people may describe the characters to be shallow, but that is simply because the ability to talk to party members is largely neglected. The reason for this is because the option to talk is very accessible in combat compared to outside of it, where you have to navigate a few menus before being able to do it. One final thing. Yes, Fear and Hunger does technically have achievements in the code, but they are not activated on Steam itself. Currently on Steam, there is a singular achievement that cannot be accessed with normal means. Maybe in a future patch the achievements will be implemented, but who really knows? Starting a new game, we are greeted by the 4 aforementioned characters. We can choose to name them after picking one, but their canon titles are the default ones, so we will stick with them. As for the other characters that again you can recruit, their names are, well, their names, they aren't changed. We start the game outside the dungeons of Fear and Hunger, and depending on the character we pick out the 4 discussed in the gameplay and discussion section, we get a backstory. Within these backstories are choices to be made, and depending on your choices you will gain starting abilities and items that will be useful in your run, some more useful than others. The player may also just straight up skip this intro, but this isn't recommended as you will be missing out on very helpful items and skills, but the game at least affords you some stuff if you do skip, depending on the chosen character. Let's go through the character backstories one at a time and the possibilities the player has when it comes to the choices and what results from them. Starting a new game with CAHARA results in his backstories and the choices he may have made, of which is completely decided by you. This is told to the player by a narrator, speaking to them as if they were the player character. You are born with the soul of the endless that makes you yearn for freedom and forces you to push your creativity to its limits. You put your creativity to the test in the harshest of environments. You are born and soon abandoned in the capital of the Eastern Sanctuaries, Jataya. You had to choose at a very young age to either become a pickpocket, a burglar, or try to struggle and lead an honest life. Here we pick our first choice. Becoming a pickpocket grants you the steal skill, allowing you to steal from enemies during combat. Becoming a burglar instead grants you lockpicking, giving you the ability to open any simple lock with a lockpick. Choosing either of these options, you are told that your time learning thievery never went to waste, and you learn to live your life in constant fear and danger. The crude streets of Jataya taught you valuable lessons. You can instead choose to lead an honest life, which gives you 30 silver coins, which is a form of currency in the game. You struggled through your early life, but managed to get by as a merchant of sorts. Your skills of haggling and speech improved over the years, and you also managed to gather some savings. However, your endless soul yearned for more. You couldn't just become a family man, grow fat, and make a living as a mere merchant. You were destined for more. As you grew older, you took part in various mercenary armies, and learned the dirtiest tricks to stay alive. You were taken in by a notorious veteran highwayman and joined his little band of criminals and ex-soldiers. During one of your many raids, your brigade got ambushed. The odds were seriously against you, and you could have just abandoned your comrades and kept your life, but you could have also fought to your last breath. You get another choice here. Choosing to abandon your comrades gives you the escape plan skill, massively increasing the chances of running from battle. I mentioned it earlier. Choosing to fight to the last breath, you instead get 30 silver coins. And let me tell you, currency isn't that useful in this game. So in my eyes, choosing the morally worse answer is the correct option. Either way, choosing to fight until your last breath results in you being told that not many survived the ambush, but that just means the mission reward had less takers. You travelled across the land in your raids and eventually settled down in the kingdom of Rondon, where silver was loose as long as you were up for getting your knife dirty. One day you got an ominous task from the officials of the kingdom. You are to be paid well in silver if you are able to get a fabled mercenary captain out of the dungeons of Rondon itself, from the dungeons of Fear and Hunger. The morbid place has been used as a wartime prison by the kingdom, and for some reason they need an outside sword like yourself to infiltrate their very own stronghold. Something is clearly not right about this mission, and you have felt nausea since the moment you agreed on the job. But you are short on silver, and the reward is what matters in the end. You spend your last night at the kingdom. Choosing to go drinking and getting laid at the brothel gives you a wine vial, a bottle of whiskey and an ale, which are useful for curing mind. You are told that after this experience you get an itch in your groin area. Choosing to stock up on food for the mission grants you 3 dried meats, mouldy bread and a piece of cheese. Choosing to stock up on healing items grants a blue vial and 2 cloth fragments, useful healing items. Choosing to instead run straight for the dungeons grants the ability to dash, massively increasing your speed but strangely not your agility. This is an incredibly useful skill and I almost always take it when I can. Trust me, it's almost overpowered in some situations, especially when running away from enemies. So I want to quickly go outside of CAHARA's actual backstory presented to you at the start of the game and delve deeper into him for the sake of context. CAHARA's real reason is because he has a girlfriend from the brothel. She is pregnant and the kid may or may not be his. This is actually expanded on pretty largely in a flashback deeper into the game. The entire reason he accepts the mission is for their sake. He may be a mercenary, but deep down he does care for them, and wishes to spend the silver he gets from the mission on them. CAHARA's best overall starting choices are arguably the following. Become a burglar, abandon your comrades, then run straight for your mission. This gives you lockpicking, escape plan and dash. The latter two making it very easy to avoid optional fights because remember, XP isn't a thing in this game. The only reason you will fight certain optional enemies is for specific items or for their soul stones, explained later. Skipping the intro choices completely simply grants CAHARA with lockpicking and escape plan, which, well, it's not bad. Darcy's backstory and choices are the following. You are born with the soul of domination that makes people around you bend to your will. You are a natural leader, but you might often end up blind to self-criticism. If your birth sign wasn't enough to warrant a future of greatness, you were also born into a wealthy noble family. At an early age, you were sent into training to become a holy knight of the Kingdom of Rondon. Training to become a squire was a harsh school that spared no one, no matter if you were born from a noble origin or not. A practice sparring match between you and a well-seasoned squire took place at the central training grounds. It is said that a fighter shows their true colours in their first fight. This is applied to you too. When you saw the sword coming your way, you decided to. Choosing to step aside to dodge the sword gives you fast attack, also known as fast stance, allowing you to gain an additional turn as it massively boosts agility. However, it must be activated in battle. Choosing to raise your buckler in defense gives you defense stance, a technique taught to all squires in the Rondon military. Upon use, it applies the perfect guard and evasion buff status, which both prevents limb loss and increases the evasion rate by 50%. As time went on, you proved to be a gifted fighter and a valuable asset to the kingdom. However, the Kingdom of Rondon claimed to follow the will of the gods in its pursuits for more power. But all the rewards seemed to fall into the laps of the elite and the noble sitting comfortably behind castle walls. Ruthlessly, the kingdom would expand its reign, reducing the feeble citadels to ashes and bloodstains, enslaving the poor women whilst every man was slain, only to spare a child or two so that its legends may grow. Your devotion was shaken. You were all but ready to retire from the army, but your family insisted. No, they demanded you to stay as a holy knight, or else you'd bring great shame to their noble family. Choosing to break ties with your family and run away eventually gives you the aforementioned dash ability. Doing this, we are told that family were no more important than strangers we met in the dirty streets of Rondon, causing you to cut ties with them without hesitation. But as you were about to flee, things took an unexpected turn. Choosing instead to stay with your family as a holy knight, you gain 20 silver coins, which is a gift from your family, which is not very good. Anyway, the narrator tells you that you swallowed your pride and doubt and stayed as a holy knight. You met a captain of a small mercenary army who seemed to share the same ill will towards the Kingdom of Rondon as you did. The common folk were starting to gather around the charismatic leader Lagarde, who shared humble origins similar to farmers and villagers alike. There was definitely something otherworldly in his stature. Lagarde saw potential in you and with warm words, he almost seduced you to his band of mercenaries. Thanks to your rigorous discipline, you took a high position in his army, in the Knights of the Midnight Sun. Your army was growing fast in both size and influence in the western regions. The Kingdom of Rondon would first use your services to their own benefit, but soon saw you more as a possible threat to their modern reigns. Something changed with Lagarde as well. He kept more to himself and studied ancient texts and occult. He became obsessed with some relics and artifacts that gave you ominous feelings and terrible nightmares. Things would only spiral towards madness even more when Le'garde decided to raid the northern capital of Oldegord. Without warning or negotiations, Le'garde killed everyone who stood in the way between him and this mysterious ancient relic. It was this small overblow that was enough of an excuse for the Kingdom of Rondon to turn common folk against Le'garde and justify his imprisonment. As the troops of the Rondon army marched towards your clearly smaller army, you had to choose which position to take in the coming encounter. Choosing to take the rear and manage defences, you will gain a longsword, an eagle crest shield, plate mail, and leg guards, a powerful set of equipment for what is to come in the dungeon. Choosing to instead spearhead the assault, you will gain an iron spear, some iron armour, and arm guards. The Knights of the Midnight Sun lost the fight. Many of your comrades were slain, but you managed to escape the battlefield. Le'garde was taken as a captive and to be used most likely as propaganda. You knew you didn't have much time before he would be sentenced to death, so you had to act fast. Even if it seemed like a suicide mission, you decided to save Le'garde from the prisons he was held in. Before leaving for your desperate journey, you decided to stock up on equipment and items. Choosing to stock up, you will gain 7 tinderboxes, which are useful for lighting torches, a quill, which are useful in writing certain scrolls, and a blue vial for healing. Stocking up on food nets 3 dried meats, some mouldy bread, and a piece of cheese. You can, though, take the choice to run straight after Le'garde. This adds dash, but only if you chose to break ties with your family earlier. A good set of choices for Darce are to dodge the attack, break ties with your family and run, spearhead the coming assault, and rush straight after Le'garde. This gives Darce a boost in equipment from the start, including arm guards, which prevents your arms from being cut off. Picking arm guards over leg guards is almost always the correct choice, because the amount of enemies that exclusively target your legs is actually pretty rare. Skipping the intro completely gives Darce a longsword, an eagle crest shield, and plate mail. She also gets fast attack and defense stance, so it's actually not a bad idea to skip the choices completely on Darce, in my opinion. ENKI's story is the following. You are born with the soul of the enlightened. You are always seeking restlessly for new knowledge and secrets hidden from the common folk. This trait started to show itself at a very young age, as you were chosen to become a dark priest upon the birth of you and your twin sister. Typical to such occult rites, you were pitted against your sibling with ritual daggers, and challenged to fight each other to the very last breath. Unfortunately for you, you were born with a fragile body, and your sister easily overpowered you and had her dagger on your neck waiting for the final blow. She, however, showed mercy and withdrew her dagger. She stepped away from you as your high priest masters glared gleefully at the event unfolding before their very eyes. Choosing to strike your dagger into her spine while she walks away gives the necromancy skill, allowing the reanimation of ghouls and skeletons as party members, as long as there is space for them, although it may fail. Doing so results in the following. You struck your dagger to the spine of your sister and she collapsed to the ground. The high priest seemed especially pleased with this and prepared you for your ascension ceremony. In the ascension ceremony, you were to resurrect your deceased sister with necromancy and use her as a ghoul. You did this, and the cold corpse of your sister brought a smile to your otherwise emotionless face. After your ascension to dark priesthood, you were to leave the temple grounds and learn occult on your own in your own dark pilgrimage. Should you instead choose to accept defeat, you will gain mastery over insects, a passive spell that allows you to understand and converse with insects and scarabs. This also results in the following. The dark priests have no place for the weak, so you were thrown down to an underground well. There you were meant to quietly wither away. Instead, you fed on insects and other small critters that shared your fate down in the darkness. With time, you learned to understand the language they spoke. With the aid of your new slaves, you eventually grew strong enough to climb up the well. You creeped upstairs to the temple and noticed it was nighttime. Choosing to set the temple on fire and leave grants the pyromancy trick skill, a powerful burning spell that deals large fire damage and may inflict the burning condition to one target. Vengeful in how you had been treated, you set the temple on fire, jammed the exit door so no one could escape, and then ran away. Only muffled screams could be heard from the temple. Or you could run away without revenge, netting the Alchemilla Volume 1 book. This gives you many crafting recipes. You quietly left the temple area thinking that revenge wouldn't solve anything. But in order to make sure you survived on your own, you took some precious books to secure your wealth. Either way, upon leaving the temple grounds, you vow to become a dark priest on your own merits and prove your fate wrong. No matter which path you take, you must choose one of the 4 old gods you dedicate your time to: Grogroth, Sylvian, Olmir, or the god of the depths. You will gain affinity with whatever god you choose. You travelled across the western continent, learning about different gods, deities, blood magic, and all known sciences. Your studies didn't come without their merits. You were acknowledged by the top scholars of the modern times. You were finally granted a pass to the great libraries of the Kingdom of Rondon. You now have the collection of all known history and science at your grasp. You learned of a certain man who was told to begin a new era of mankind. A man meant for greatness. But why would you need to share the spotlight of the gods with any mortal man? Prophecies are only for those who are weak enough to bend to their sorry fates. You need to find this man and learn more. To your current knowledge, he would be imprisoned at the notorious dungeons of fear and hunger. You decided to stock up before your travels. Choosing to stock up on magical items grants a soulstone. Stocking up on some intoxicants grants a pipe and some opium powder, useful tools for curing mind. Stocking up on healing items grants a blue vial and 2 cloth fragments. Rushing after the man meant for greatness grants dash, but only if the option to not take revenge on the temple earlier on was chosen. ENKI is exceptional at magic and has the earliest access to it. However, ENKI is quite frail and cannot use certain weapons and armor. Because of this, it's better to try and have other party members take hits instead of him, to reduce the risk of, well, death, limb loss, etc. He can't wear armor like arm guards, for example. Perhaps the best choices for ENKI are to strike the spine, pray to the god of the depths, and stock up on magical items. This will lock ENKI out of dash, but necromancy balances it out, as Raised Dead will serve as fine meat shields in combat. Praying to the god of the depths is recommended because the god cannot be prayed to at the common ritual circles and statues found in the game, and the god of the depths spells are, well, quite helpful. Skipping the choices and backstory for ENKI entirely simply gains him the necromancy and needleworm skills. Needleworm is a disgusting spell as you carry parasites inside of you in exchange for being able to deal 2 leech damage to 2 random targets 3 times. This in turn restores body by converting the damage. ENKI also seems to start with counter magic by default. I will explain what counter magic does later. It may be obvious, but to get it out the way, this man who is said to begin a new era for mankind is Lagarde, the captured captain of the Knights of the Midnight Sun. Finally, RAGNVALDR's backstory and choices are the following. You are born with the soul of the tormented. You are destined to struggle in every step you take in life. Ultimately, this makes you stronger physically and tempers your iron will that rivals the will of the gods themselves. You had a balanced childhood in the city of Uldegord with both of your parents always present. Your father taught you in the art of war. The very first step was to choose your weapon. You can simply choose a short bow and 5 arrows, or an axe and a wooden buckler. Winters grew colder and summers shorter, which resulted in a great hunger in the north. The fine men of Uldegord set sails to the unknown west in a desperate attempt to find food and riches to feed the people. You had grown into your manhood and boarded the ship. After months of sailing, the sea saw no end, and the crew was struggling. Some laid weak under the deck, while some others embraced the cold, dark sea. As the weak met their fate, the rest indulged in the greatest sin. Choosing to devour your fallen comrades gives you the Devour skill, a barbaric trait that gives the option to eat enemies on the ground to restore hunger. Be careful though, you don't want to eat the wrong things. Choosing to not give in grants Bloodlust, a state of aggression and trance of Uldegordian origin that grants you 50% more attack for 3 to 4 turns, with a chance of being removed if you take damage. It also causes you to attack random targets until the effect is over. Choosing this option, you are told that you lost your mind to the hunger, whilst others feasted on the fallen. You cried on the deck like a raging wolf. As if the trip wasn't gloomy enough, when you finally found land, it was something no one in the civilized world could have ever imagined. From the far reaches of the world, you found the dark continent of Vinland. The continent had never been touched by civilized men. The land was tainted by ancient deities and gods you had never even heard of. The things you witnessed there left a mark in you that could never be washed away. Some of your comrades lost their minds whilst others tried pillaging anything worthwhile before leaving the macabre place. Taking souvenirs from Vinland nets a soulstone, but you're made to do a coin flip. Failing it causes you to be tainted by the relics, debilitating you with panophobia, the aforementioned fear of everything. Choosing instead to not touch anything and flee back to the ship gives you dash later on. An ancient artifact was brought from the Dark Continent. You knew it was a mistake, but the choice wasn't in your hands. You knew something bad would follow sooner or later. The bad omens would soon reveal themselves as sometime after your return during one of your many hunting trips, you came back to your village, only to witness your worst fears come to life. A mercenary army had raided your village. You witnessed your home village burning, your family slain, and the artifact stolen. Those who had survived the raid described the army and its captain. He was the famous captain from the fabled mercenary army, the Knights of the Midnight Sun. You immediately packed and left after him. The man would witness the iron will tempered both in the freezing north and in the dark continent of Vinland. Choosing to stock up on equipment nets 3 arrows and a bear trap, the latter being an item you can drop on the floor to destroy the legs of most enemies and cause them to crawl. An extremely powerful item if used correctly. Be wary though to not step onto your own bear traps. Choosing to stock up on food grants dried meats, mouldy bread, and 3 carrots. Stocking up on healing item grants 4 blue herbs, a white vial, and 2 cloth fragments. Rushing straight after the man grants dash, but only if you chose not to touch anything and flee back to the ship in Vinland. You learned that the man has since been taken into the dungeons of the Kingdom of Rondon, into the notorious dungeons of Fear and Hunger. RAGNVALDR has a pretty limited intro due to the lack of starting equipment and skills. He also has a coin flip in his intro which gives an aspect of RNG to it. Because of this, his higher starting attack value compared to the other characters doesn't make him totally worth it. The best choice for him are to choose bows and arrows, devour fallen comrades, don't touch anything, and flee. Oh, and run after Lagarde, of course. All 4 character stories somehow loop around to this Lagarde figure. All of them go to the dungeon for him. CAHARA's mission is monetary, Das is a rescue mission, ENKI is out of knowledge, and RAGNVALDR's mission is for revenge, as he slaughtered his people and stole an artifact from his village in Aldegård. With your choices made, you begin the game with the choice to make a save slot. This is one of the only spots in the game you can save with nearly or no risk. The rest are at risk of a failed coin flip or through the use of a rare consumable item. The dungeons of Fear and Hunger stand in front of you. Despite the distant wind and the barking of dogs nearby, you push ahead. Opening the menu, you immediately see what phobia you have, being the phobia randomly assigned to you upon starting the game. Phobias are very simple and simply cause you to get -50 evasion rate and 50% physical damage received against whatever enemies you are afraid of. There are a total of 7 phobias in Fear and Hunger. Necrophobia, the fear of the undead. Phasmophobia, the fear of ghosts and ghastly figures. Erotophobia, the fear of sex or related subjects. Rhabdophobia, the fear of magic and otherworldly powers. Terotophobia, the fear of monsters and malformations. Zoophobia, the fear of animals and beasts. And panophobia, the fear of everything. As mentioned, this occurs when your mind hits 0 or you made the wrong choice in RAGNVALDR's story. There are actually a few ways of completely curing phobias, but this is through an extremely disturbing process called marriage. But most people won't come across this in a casual playthrough. We will get to this later. Some recruited characters, typically those that aren't human, do not have phobias at all. This area is the starting point. To your left is a dead horse. Investigating it reveals the horse has been dead for, well, around a week. Here we can also choose to beat the horse, a reoccurring option with a few other corpses in the game, but the fact you can beat a dead horse is one of the few scarce pieces of humour this game affords you. In the starting point are 2 paths, one to the left and one straight north. In this area we also find barrels and boxes that may be looted for various items. Each container found in the game has its own loot table, ranging from dirt, ale, pine cones, yes, they are useful believe it or not, or explosive vials. It is heavily recommended you loot these barrels and boxes whenever you can because the food, even if low quality, is still food, and trust me, you're gonna need a lot of food. Rotten foods such as rotten meat or rotten eggs, even if they restore hunger, applies the poisoned and parasite status. Not worth it at all unless you are extremely desperate. Since there are 2 entrances, some players may take a while to decide where exactly to go, or take too long looting the barrels and boxes. Be wary though, as the jagged jaws in the distance, being the dogs, will ambush you if you take too long. These dogs, at least on Fear and Hunger difficulty, do not follow you inside the dungeon, but if they catch you, you will enter combat with them. For some, they are the first enemies encountered in the game. They can also be encountered in a few scarce locations. Their bites cause bleeding and infection. Some turns into battle, they can do a leaping attack, which prompts a coin flip. A failed call on the flip causes an instant death. Contrary to what you might believe, damaging their legs does not slow them down outside of combat. So your best bet is to quickly dispatch their head, which will instantly kill them, and of course get rid of their bite attack. Using the talk option against them with a stick in your inventory will allow you to distract them for some time. The jagged jaws are based on the real-life Irish wolfhound breed of dogs, one of the largest breeds of dogs. This breed was developed in Ireland over 2,000 years ago for the specific purpose of hunting wolves. Hence their name, and other large game, but as the wolf population in Ireland declined, they turned into gentle companion dogs. Going through the entrance to the north, you will find yourself in the entrance, which is on level 1 of the dungeon. Fear and Hunger's maps are mostly categorized by levels. The higher the number, the deeper you are into the dungeon. The areas that lack these numbers are typically not even in the dungeon. Some areas, or maps as I may call them, have variations. Not random, but selected randomly from a few presets that have been made by Miro. These presets typically have the same characters and events between them, just in different places. For example, the entrance area has 4 possible variations between them. Not all areas have variations, just a handful of them, and because they are handmade, you can still learn from the game on each playthrough, as you will eventually get a variation you are familiar with again. The first thing you will notice is the oppressive darkness. Darkness in Fear and Hunger is directly tied to your mind decreasing, and as mentioned can be pushed back with light sources such as torches. Without a light source you may still see, but either way the view around your character will be quite limited. Tinderboxes can also be used to light up light sources in various locations around the dungeons. The entrance area is quite straightforward, but it is still possible to get lost. Near the entrance you will find the Book of Fears, which is a simple guide of the various phobias your character may get. From the start, the game is aware that you may be worried what these phobias are, as you didn't pick them. This book is one of a few items in the game that have static locations, although it can be found on bookshelves too. In this area is also a large pile of rubble you may destroy with an explosive vial. Behind it is a bed where you may try to save. Again, saving is risky, especially in beds, as they prompt a coin flip which, upon failing, can cause one of the guards to ambush you. You can also tear blankets of beds for a cloth fragment, which cures bleeding. In this area, and many other areas, exist an enemy known as guards. So the guards are one of the most infamous enemies in the entire game, as they are encountered at the very start. These malformed behemoths have been mutated by the darkness of the dungeon, patrolling it endlessly. Their loneliness has given way to an endless lust. Trying to speak to one in combat will reveal a dark motivation, and their appendage between their legs should too, which is censored in this video, of course. They work to protect the dungeons from intruders, but mostly out of the mentioned lust and craving for violence, rather than some sense of duty. With the dash skill, they are quite easy to flee from. There also exists the guard outfit, which you can craft with 2 guard skins. You can skin enemies with an item mentioned in a moment. Putting this on essentially disguises you from the guards, and those that fall under their moniker, because yes, there are different types of guards. This outfit also gives you a little bit of damage resistance. I personally don't bother doing any of this though, I would rather just have the dash skill and run by them. For many players, this is the stopping point. Aiming randomly at the guard in hopes of slowing it down will most of the time not do much. Sometimes the guard will initiate a coin flip attack with its right arm. Failing it will cause the guard to use Mad Rush, dealing damage 5 times to a single character, likely killing them. Every turn, the guard will also try to sever an arm from a party member, also dealing damage in the process of such. Of course, the guard's appendage between its legs, hereby referred to as its stinger, can also be targeted. and the guard will sometimes use the stinger on a target, which deals heavy piercing damage. Because of the mad rush attack as well as the cleaver, aiming for its arms is the most common approach for new players. However, without any arms, the guard will simply use the tackle attack instead, which deals blunt damage on every turn. I often aim for its cleaver arm, its legs, which in turn makes it easy to decapitate its head as it will lose balance. Hope to all Mir though that you don't miss. If you do miss, hope you have arm guards, which makes it so your arms can't be sliced off. Remember that Dars has access to these at the start, if you made the right choice. So the guards are an enemy that may have a special outcome occur, but only when you are defeated by guards in certain areas. There are 3 total outcomes. A regular game over. The main character will have their body thrown into the meat walls of their level 2 blood pit with both legs cut off. The main character will be carried into level 3 prisons, where the guard will use its stinger to paralyze both of the player's legs and inflict the anal bleeding status effect. Yes, you may guess how. Yes, it happens. The 2 outcomes at the end likely result in death or a complete restart, so I won't talk about those respective areas just yet. Moving on from the guards. Venturing through the entrance, you will become familiar with doors. Yes, doors. You know, the thing that's probably in your room right now. Sorry, anyway. Some doors are locked and must be knocked down, or unlocked with an item called a small key. If you wish to knock a door down, you need to, well, enter combat with it. There are 3 types of doors: wooden, iron, and metal. Wooden doors have 300 HP, and iron and metal have 800. You may also come across cursed doors, which must be purified with a spell or with a purifying talisman in order to go through them. Purifying talismans are common drops from dark priests in a later area. It is actually possible to find one of these doors in the entrance area, and hiding behind it is a hexen table. If you do not manage to knock down a door within 1 round of your characters taking their turns, then you fail, and the door will miraculously heal whatever damage you did to it. I guess the darkness just does weird things. Hexen tables are the closest thing to a skill tree in Fear and Hunger, and they involve soul stones. Soul stones are mystical items that can be used on defeated enemies to obtain their, well, soul. Using it on most enemies will result in a lesser soul, which can be used as a hexen table. Some enemies, though, have unique souls, which upon equipping will grant you a special skill or effect. For example, resistance to status effects, giving your regular attacks the ability to poison, etc. Some unique souls unlock entire skill trees at the hexen table, making previously locked skills unlockable with lesser souls. I will mention these when we get to the enemies in question, but just know that some of these unique souls are extremely helpful. The hexen has a clear structure. On the left are skills, on the right are spells. The left side, skills, is composed of 4 skill-based trees. One of them will be available to you from the start, depending on which character you started as. You may remember how the intros for each character mentions their soul. Well, in Fear and Hunger there exist soul types. 28 of them, to be precise, that are spread unevenly throughout the 12 months. It is determined by their birth date and is very similar to the real-world zodiac signs. But they're not real. Yeah, I know, but in Fear and Hunger they are real, okay? On screen now is a birth chart. Souls aren't necessarily what keeps people alive, because one character, expanded on later in the video, lacks a soul yet lives on either way. What they can affect though is someone's personality. For example, those with the Endless Soul may seek to push themselves to their limits. Those with the Domination Soul often attain high positions of power, and Enlightened Souls become scholars, librarians, and users of magic. And someone with the Tormented Soul often goes through, well, a lot of torment. Only a handful of these souls are actually mentioned in Fear and Hunger 1. In Fear and Hunger Termina, the second game, they are massively expanded on. So going back to the hexen. Again, depending on your character, you will get access to one of the 4 skill trees from the start. Some skills may even already be unlocked depending on what choices you made in the backstory section. For example, Dash. To acquire the other skills belonging to the other characters, you must find them and, well, kill them and harvest their soul with a soul stone. Their special souls will give you the ability to spend lesser souls to acquire skills belonging to their skill tree. But you can also defeat certain formidable enemies to also acquire these souls, which is the recommended route in my opinion. Party members are extremely helpful, but the 3 other characters you didn't choose in the character creation process aren't the only recruitable characters. So even if you decide to murder them, you can still get other party members. Each character skill tree encompasses the following. Some have been explained already in the choice section at the start of the game, so I won't go over those ones again. CAHARA, who has the Endless Soul, has access to lockpicking, steal, backstab, also known as on guard, and dash. Backstab allows you to press shift, charging forward outside of combat with a blade, and increasing your speed for a moment. Hitting an enemy during this gives you a free turn at the start of the battle. Das has the Domination Soul, and she has access to the defense stance, the fast stance, a counter, and a leg sweep. Counter applies a status that makes it so if the affected is attacked, they will attack the attacker once with their weapon. Leg sweep instantly destroys the legs of the enemy at the cost of 20 mind. And as a reminder, skills and spells do cost varying amounts of mind. Leg sweep is quite glitchy though, because it can also break doors instantly. This might be because the doors are categorized as legs in the game's code. RAGNVALDR, who has the Tormented Soul, has access to Devour, Warcry, and Marksmanship. Warcry is a skill which redirects all single target attacks onto the skill's user. Basically Provoke from FF14, or any other MMO that has an aggro system. Anyway, Marksmanship grants the ability to press shift outside of battle, and as long as you have a bow and arrow equipped, an arrow will be shot, damaging or killing enemies, which, well, depends on the enemy. ENKI, who has the Enlightenment Soul, has access to counter magic and greater blood magic. ENKI only has 2 options in the skill tree because he has way more options in the spell tree and because his skills are magic related. Counter magic can be used to break magical seals and undo necromancy, allowing you to quickly defeat enemies that depend on necromancy to live, or prevent enemies from using certain spells. It can also be used to get past cursed doors, like the one mentioned already with the hexen behind it in one variation of the entrance dungeon. Greater blood magic simply increases the potency of certain, well, blood magics. Okay, moving on to the spells at the hexen table. There are a total of 13 spells that can be acquired from the hexen table, each of them being from a certain god. Each spell requires a certain affinity with a god as well as a lesser soul. Affinity is essentially the reputation you have with a certain god, and in Fear and Hunger there are 4 of these gods that you can have affinity with. The level of affinity with each god can be measured by the amount of white halos around each god symbol at the hexen. Each of these halos represents 1 level of affinity, and the player will be able to learn every spell within said level at the cost of 1 lesser soul, each that is. These deities also have a different amount of maximum tiers, meaning that some deities take more effort to reach maximum affinity than with others, with Olmir having only 1 tier, Sylvian and the God of the Depths having 2 tiers, and finally Grogoroth with 3 tiers. Fear and Hunger has a hidden prayer counter, which affects the player's affinity with each god. Once the counter reaches a value of 3, the player's affinity with one of the gods will increase by 1 tier. Successfully praying to a deity 3 times will give the player 1 level of affinity with said deity, while other acts will give a similar or greater level of affinity. To pray to a god, you must find a statue in the form of a depiction of said god and pray to it. Praying to any other god will have the affinity to the other gods you have prayed to decrease. Ritual circles are also another place to pray. You can pray to 3 of the 4 gods here, the odd one out being the God of the Depths, meaning that other ways to increase its affinity must be found. Praying on the same ritual circle more than 1 time actually causes a loss of affinity instead. You can also sacrifice certain characters at ritual circles to increase affinity with Grogoroth. Doing so will kill the sacrificed party member and use the circle, consuming it and making it no longer available to pray at. So it's recommended to pray first before performing the sacrifice. I will expand on the gods themselves later when needed, but here are the spells I've not expanded on yet, going from god to god. Under Grogoroth, the god of destruction, there is Pyromancy Trick, Blood Golem, Necromancy, Hurting, and Black Orb. Blood Golem allows you to perform a blood sacrifice on yourself to summon a Blood Golem to fight alongside you. This costs 20 body, not mind. This blood golem is completely controlled by AI and has its own stats, with an incredibly high starting attack of 80 as well as 200 body. It has no phobia either. Unfortunately, it doesn't persist between battles, meaning it will need to be summoned every single time a new battle starts, also meaning you are going to be hurt at the start of every battle. Hurting is an extremely powerful spell, dealing 350 magical damage to one target at the cost of 40 mind. Should you know the aforementioned skill Greater Blood Magic, it will turn into Greater Hurting. This deals the same damage as Hurting, but instead only costs 10 mind. Black Orb is perhaps one of the strongest spells in the entire game. Because of this, it requires the highest amount of affinity possible with Grogroth. This spell deals massive otherworldly damage to one target 3 times at the cost of just 20 mind. Just to get it out of the way, otherworldly damage is simply damage that can also damage ghosts, spectres, etc. Under Sylvian, the god of creation, there is Loving Whispers, Pheromones, and Healing Whispers. Loving Whispers is a healing spell that restores body to a single party member at the cost of 30 mind. Simple but extremely useful. Pheromones can be used on a party member to provoke the enemy into attacking them, which costs 10 mind. Healing Whispers restores a moderate amount of body to all party members at the cost of 30 mind. Allmere, the Ascended one, has access to one singular spell on the Hexen table, Blood Portal. Blood Portal is a unique spell that allows you to create portals on ritual circles and travel between them. There are only a handful of these ritual circles in the game, but it is very helpful as it massively lowers the amount of backtracking needed and opens the world up to you. Finally, the God of the Depths has the Mastery over Insects, Needleworm, Flock of Crows, and Locust Swarm spells. Flock of Crows deals a pretty large amount of piercing damage to one target 3 times, and inflicts blindness at the cost of 30 mind. Very powerful. Locust Swarm deals a tiny bit of magical damage to all targets at the cost of 35 mind. On hit, it applies Confused. There are other spells that can be learned outside the Hexen table, but we'll get to that point. There is also the option to curse equipments at the Hexen by using a Lesser Soul. Doing so will add attack buffs to weapons as well as the ability to harm spectral enemies. Some weapons cost more Lesser Souls to curse than others. Miro has stated that the names for Grogroth and Sylvian originate from his days creating a pen and paper RPG, mentioned in the development section of this video. Other and later gods have had more thought into their names and are inspired by occult texts. Allmere, though, has a more unique origin, as Miro has also stated, quote, "Allmere is my favourite. I don't remember its exact origins, but I thought Allmere was a bit underwhelming. So why not make Allmere instead? It looks more interesting immediately with an additional L. It's a fictional world, so who is to say you cannot put 3 L letters together?" Okay, the Hexen is over and done with. As well as the Hexen here, you may find a furnace. Here you can simply cook raw meat as long as you have the tinder boxes to light it, which I recommend doing because eating raw meat whilst restoring a lot of hunger has a very high chance of giving you parasites. Whilst wandering blindly through the entrance zone though, you may come across a girl in a cage. There seems to be a little girl inside the cage. She is hiding her face from you. To unlock the cage, you must use the lockpicking skill, a small key, or a red vial. Small keys are simple consumables that can open common locks in various locations, whilst red vials are vials of acidic substances that can melt various things. In this case, the lock. It can also cause blindness on an enemy in combat. Freeing the girl from her cage, she remains quiet, but she follows you around. She even joins combat but isn't terribly helpful, even if you give her a small knife that you can find later on. However, you can teach her magic which can make her at least deal a hefty amount of damage. So avoiding or fighting guards, avoiding infectious nails on the ground if you step on them, and eventually finding a path forward, you will come across the courtyard. Just before the entrance to such though, you will encounter an NPC, Isaiah. This self-proclaimed veteran and treasure hunter of these dungeons is an ominous yet somewhat helpful figure. We will come back to him later on. The courtyard is still on the surface, as the sun shines on you as it did in the starting zone. This area has 2 variations, one with a cursed door that must be purified with a hexen table behind it, and one without. There is also a well to the left, but again, we'll get to that later. Lining the path forward are hanging bodies. Interacting with the furthest body on the right side will give you 5 silver coins. Pressing on, you will find yourself in the inner hall. This area has 3 variations and has quite a lot of things in it. Firstly, you may come across a toilet. A bloody toilet hole. The seat is covered in blood, feces and semen. The smell is beyond anything you've ever experienced before. The smell brings an immediate gag reflex. As well as looking at the toilet, you may climb into it. I don't know why you would, but the option is there, I guess. Doing so will cause you to drop into a tiny prison of shit, piss and semen. Because of course, what were you expecting? A treasure? A secret? No, this is fear and hunger. You cannot escape, and the following appears with enough investigation. You are knee-deep in feces. The walls are slippery and slimy. You can't seem to get a grip from anywhere. Was it a mistake jumping down here? It seems the only way out is suicide. And the game is right, you cannot get out no matter what you do. You did something stupid, and now you must face the consequences. Either restart the game, reload a previous save if you have one, or commit suicide if you have the skill, which will just cause your character to end the game. If you have other party members with you, they will just follow you into the toilet. Okay, presuming you didn't jump into the toilet, oh my god. Presuming you didn't jump into the toilet, you can continue venturing through the inner halls. Here you will see a flag of Rondon on the walls, which is identical to the St. George's flag, also known as the English flag. And by the way, just like the bedsheets, these flags can be ripped for cloth fragments. Rondon itself is described as the centre of Western civilization, forged out of many warring nations and tribes to fight under one flag. A common depiction of Rondon is that it is essentially a fusion of France and England, which sounds like a fantastic place to live. More on Rondon itself later. Within the inner hall, you may also come across a sacrificial offering to Olmir, surrounded by dark priests. These priests are polytheists, meaning they worship more than one or perhaps all of the gods, both old and new. Their exact religion and how it works is vague, but we know that ENKI is technically one of these guys, who is on his own dark pilgrimage, a journey of self-discovery. Their presence can be explained thanks to this pilgrimage, it just so happens that they are doing it here. Documents found in-game attest to official orders allowing cultists to conduct their rituals within these dungeons. Reports also recount instances of guards and prisoners falling victim to sacrificial acts carried out by the Dark Priests, as evident. However, it remains uncertain whether these are the same priests as those encountered during the game. The priests will not attack you unless you try talking to them or walk into them. They are focused on sacrificing someone on their altar after all. Even if you are playing as ENKI, they will still attack you, showing that there are factions within their numbers. If you are wearing a priest's robe, they will not be hostile and instead talk to you. They share knowledge of the gods, and the other explains the use of empty scrolls. Empty scrolls are one of the most hilariously powerful items in the game that can be found in various places, and acquired through certain loot tables. As long as you have an empty scroll and a quill, you can wish for many things in the game at will from Olmir, the ascended god, which consumes the scroll after use, but not the quill. Empty scrolls are connected to Olmir and are used by his followers to request skills and items. The way these requests are written appears to reflect the same style of prayer used by worshippers when appealing to him for aid. While the general populace's knowledge of empty scrolls is unclear, dark priests possess a deep understanding of their properties. After activating one of these scrolls in your inventory, you are prompted to 3 prompts that you can write in. The initial verse must be "O Lord" without an H and in capital letters. The second must be either give or teach, depending on whether or not you wish for something physical or not. The final verse must be what you want, but be wary that there are slight variations in wording from the actual name of what you wish. You can grant yourself most things from items, spells, weapons, armor, skills, or even certain summonable party members. The empty scroll can also grant things that otherwise aren't attainable in-game without them, for example, duplicate copies of unique items, and spells that aren't accessible through the hexen table, such as Phase Step, which I will go into way later because, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. So because this is a complete analysis, I will quickly just scroll on the screen now what can be acquired with the spell. I'm not reading it out because there's literally no point. Again, if something is important, it will be talked about in the video either way. If one was to play the game without access to resources online that gave them ideas of what to use the empty scroll on, you can come across them in-game. For example, you can come across a page that simply states, "O Lord, give enlightenment." Opening it reveals the following words. The book radiates light in every colour of the spectrum. You feel like your journey has just begun, as if your existence since this very moment has been like watching someone else entirely. You feel a perspective shift in your surroundings, as if everything was to shrink, or perhaps you were to ascend higher. You gain better understanding of yourself. The link between your mind and body has started its deterioration. From here, you can save the game, which destroys the book in the process. Very helpful. You feel closer to enlightenment. As you finish reading the book, it crumbles into dust before your very eyes. These books can be stolen from dark priests using the steal skill. They can also be found in other areas around the game. As for the gods, the dark priests say the following about them. We serve all the gods. Despite the common folk blaming the dark times on the older gods, we also value their teachings. Grogroth, Sylvian, or Olmir the Ascended One, the original destroyers and creators. Grogroth, he who is followed by death and destruction. Sylvian, the goddess, she is the opposite to Grogroth and brings forth a new life and love. Olmir, the Ascended One, he who died for our sins, he who binds us all together. The new gods, well, roughly 800 years ago, mankind decided to take the reins in their own hands. We had suffered long enough because of the neglect of the older gods. New gods will bring us closer to paradise. Asking them about the dungeons themselves reveals the following. The dungeons are fear and hunger, a nexus for different planes of existence. These dungeons are one of the last places where a man can still meet his creators. Fighting the Dark Priests is very easy because they are extremely fragile and have a small amount of attacks. But one of their attacks is a massive threat. They can use the lantern in their right arm to deal a moderate amount of fire damage with a chance of causing burning. Fair enough, just slice their arm off. But they also have a chanting attack that prompts a coin flip. Failing it will result in an instant death across the entire party. Luckily, this happens a handful of turns into battle. By then, they should be dead. This chanting attack can be interrupted with the counter magic skill. As for the man on the cross, you can complete the sacrifice yourself to gain affinity with Olmir. Within the inner halls, you may also encounter ENKI as long as you aren't playing as him. Remember, every character you didn't pick, being the other three, can be interacted with and eventually recruited. ENKI, though, is quite difficult to recruit in comparison to the other starting characters, which shouldn't be surprising. You are with sane mind still? Please leave me. I'm not here to make acquaintances, and I fail to see what chatting with you would bring. If you ask him what he is doing, he says, "What does it look like? I can see how a brute like yourself wouldn't understand the meaning of libraries." Asking him who he is has him respond with the following, but you are told at the bottom of the screen that he is getting frustrated. "My name is ENKI, a priest of destruction. Did that feed your curiosity?" Continuing to talk to him only rises tensions. "Listen, I am through with this conversation. It brings no benefit to either of us. Leave. You just keep talking to me in hopes of gaining even a smallest advantage in this darkness, do you? Dark priests are generally frowned upon in the suppressed modern societies, but then we suddenly become a valuable asset when you're facing eternal darkness. Well, your survival is none of my concern. In fact, you would most likely be more valuable to me after the horrors of these dungeons have had their way with you. I'm through with you." After this, you are told that you have angered him. Encountering him later on will have him attack you. Of course, you can just choose to attack ENKI as well here, which is something you can do if you want his enlightened soul and access to his skill tree on the hexen table. This is the path you must take if you don't want to get it through harder means. ENKI is very fragile thanks to his efforts being more so focused on magic rather than physical strength. ENKI is weak to fire damage, so you best use it if you want to get rid of him quickly. To defeat ENKI efficiently, start by targeting his left arm, as it can cast hurting. Once the left arm is destroyed, focus on the right arm next. This arm can use Locust Swarm, which can debilitate you, and Needleworm, which deals damage and heals him. After both arms are removed, ENKI's head becomes vulnerable, allowing you to land a headshot. However, be aware that at the end of the second turn, his head will cast Necromancy to summon a skeleton. Since the skeleton dies automatically when ENKI is defeated, it's best to ignore it and continue focusing your attacks on him. Again, if you are smart about who you kill, you will harvest their souls with a soul stone for extra options on the hexen table. Leaving this area and coming back will cause ENKI to go elsewhere. You will encounter him later on. Within the inner halls, you can also come across blood buckets, a means to acquire a blood vial which can be used to create a fetus, as long as your character has read the Creation of Life 1 book. This book teaches you the recipe, which involves a blood vial and a black vial. Throughout the dungeon, you may come across black liquid leaking from the walls, which you can collect with an empty vial. The fetus can be ate for a massive 90 restoration to hunger, or sacrificed to Grogroth, which gives you 1 affinity towards him. Be wary of arrow traps in this area too. With the dash skill, you can avoid them very easily, presuming you are running horizontally after stepping on the pressure plate. Arrow traps deal damage across the entire party and also deal bleeding, so make sure you have cloth fragments or other means of curing it. It's hard to avoid a huge pile of corpses here. This is the human Hydra, a result of the later discussed mechanic called marriage, but for now, these are the remains of some guards who tried to save themselves from the darkness through an act of love. Wonderful. Interacting with the human Hydra will cause them to demand human meat. You can give them the girl you freed if you wish, but you will get absolutely no rewards at all, telling you that sometimes there just aren't rewards for certain efforts. Refusing its demands causes it to act aggressive. Entering combat with it causes it to do nothing but hurl insults or beg at the start of every turn. "What the fuck do you think you're doing? If you don't stop, we're gonna wreck you up badly. Hey, seriously man. Oi, you gotta fucking stop. Can't you see us suffering? You want us to beg or something?" It might seem useless to fight, but if you have a leech spell, being a spell that restores HP to you if you do damage, this is basically free HP. You can do this as many times as you want, because running from the fight with the human Hydra actually causes it to restore HP. Just don't kill it completely if you want to do this. Alongside the girl, you can also give them a creature known as the Demon Kid. The Demon Kid is a summonable creature, akin to skeletons, whose creation method can be learned from the book Creation of Life 2, which can only be crafted with 3 book pages found throughout the game. Upon reading it, you will instantly learn the Demon Seed spell. The Demon Kid can be birthed by using the Sylvian spell on a corpse. Your character will then inject their seed into the corpse. This will give the player a baby demon companion, who will grow at a supernatural pace until the game informs the player that a child is large enough to assist them in combat. You can also name them. The Demon Kid has no phobia, cannot be sacrificed, and can only use the dagger and a skeletal arm, which are found on skeletons, as weapons. They also only start with 5 attack instead of 30. Once the Demon Kid matures, it will no longer be controlled by AI. In the inner halls, you may also come across an elite guard. These guards are guards, but way stronger and with a few new attacks. They lack insta-kill coin flips, but in exchange deal extremely high damage with their blade and Morningstar. The latter can cause a fracture, arm infections and leg infections, whilst the blade, like many in the game, can cause you to get limb loss. Their loot drops are the exact same as the guards, so there is little reason to fight them. My honest advice is to avoid them as much as possible, and never engage in battle with them, which should be easy to do if you have the dash skill. If you do get into a situation where you must fight them, then your best bet is to make sure you have arm guards, which prevents them from being cut off, and of course make sure you have healing items. Next, target the arm with the Morningstar, because even if you have arm guards, they can still be fractured. Afterwards, target their stinger, take out the legs, and aim for the head. Of course, if you have multi-hitting magical attacks, your best bet might be to go instantly for the head. Entering conversation with an elite guard also proves they are less lustful than their subordinates, instead being disgusted with your very presence. If you are defeated by an elite guard, a special outcome may occur, where you will be captured and promptly beat to death. Eventually, you may come across a noble man running from something or someone. He will go and hide in an open cell. This is Buckman, full name Ludwig Buckman. No, wait, you're a sane one, right? Right? I've been lost in these dungeons for what feels like a lifetime. My sense of time has become blurry. It might have been years, months, or I fear even just weeks. I just cannot handle it any longer. I feel my mind giving up already. I just can't. I don't know what business you got here, but if I were you, I'd run out as fast as possible. if escaping the place is even possible anymore, that is. What he is running from is an insane little man called Trauter. You can find him in a small torture chamber nearby, as he is but a sadistic torturer. He was once a noble hero of Rondon, but the dungeons have turned him into a vile creature. It is possible to hide in the room where he tortures these poor souls, ambushing him and killing him if you want to do so. This allows Bookman to live in slight peace, knowing that he isn't going to be hunted by him any longer. A skinning knife can be acquired here as well. This item lets you skin certain dead enemies, with the skin depending on the enemy. Not all enemies can be skinned though. If you have found and read the book Assassin's Handbook 1, you can craft disguises, including the mentioned guard outfit. Sleeping in the cell where Bookman is hiding in an attempt to save the game may also have Trauter ambush the player and Bookman. You will then be captured and tortured to death. As for Bookman, well, he sold you out to ensure his own survival. Trauter rants about how pain can cause pleasure for another being. Of course, that being is him. You cannot escape from this if it happens. However, if you've met Bookman already, you can actually tell Trauter that you have a test subject for him by using the talk command in battle. This test subject is, of course, Bookman. Trauter will listen to you and lower his weapon. From here, Bookman is captured and you are rewarded with 2 light blue vials, great healing items, and a key for a shortcut that leads to the second level. This little man tells you that if you ever get more test subjects for him, he will reward you greatly. You can also ask him a lot of whys and hows. He claims to have been here for years, and that this line of work chose him and not vice versa. He is surprisingly self-aware.
Pain and suffering, it's all I know anymore. It's my purpose in this wicked world. Many ages ago, I was part of the holy army that warred against the eastern sanctuaries to reclaim back the holy grounds of Jataya. I had been trained both in the Royal Army of Rondon and later served as a holy knight for the Vatican City itself. I was rather famed back then, but such fame is meant to be fleeting. I fell at the decisive battle at Jataya. They say I was held by those savages for a few years only, but I do not believe that. It had to be decades. It was such a long time. A long enough time to change a man completely. A long enough time for a man to find pleasure in pain and suffering. They let the famed knight of the past lay in rest from the public eye and found a new purpose for me. My speciality did serve some purpose for the Vatican City. They even formed the infamous Penance Knights, partly thanks to my knowledge and expertise. And until this day, my work for the Holy City of Vatican continues. I am researching different methods and practices for the greater good. Yes, that's enough about me.
It may be surprising to learn that this horrific man was once a level-headed warrior who fought for something he believed in, beyond just violence. You may also come across a book titled Captain's Diary 1, which is written by Captain Rudimir, a seemingly absent captain of the dungeon. Trauter once again went too far with his wicked methods. The prisoner was but a child, but already had to go through so much torture that he shit himself more than he bled. I must say, I'm afraid of Trauter to a certain degree. Sometimes I think I would do this world justice if I just offed him with my blade. Very few know, but Trauter used to be a famed holy knight of Rondon back in the day. He was able to achieve great fame at a very young age, but during our holy campaign against the eastern sanctuaries, he was captured. Everyone presumed him dead. He died as a war hero. He should have died as a war hero. But 5 years later, when we occupied the eastern capital Jataya, we also found what was left of Trauter. He was but a shadow of his former self, a disfigured, hunchback man with barely any resemblance to the great hero so many adored. I am sure during those 5 years he went through every method of torture. He put these methods to use himself. Just to honor the memory of Trauter the White, I let this monster live today, although I see great contradiction in my words here. Rudimir's hesitation, on top of being afraid of Trauter, is perhaps sourced from a dark sense of losing a useful source of fear in the dungeon. Being at the hands of that little man is a fate worse than death, that we know. A final piece of information about him is in the form of a note that he wrote himself.
Prisoner from Cell C1. She had beautiful skin. I carved her curves open. She took the pain surprisingly well. When she asked me to stop, I cut her tongue. Prisoner from C4. Feeling aroused from the earlier inmate, I inserted nails inside his male organs. Prisoner from cell A2. He is not able to take many sessions anymore. Whatever I did, he remained distant. Captain Rudimir took our big war criminal away from my reach. I got a feeling that High Priestess Celine wants to have her way with that beautiful man. Of course, Captain Rudimir is completely oblivious to their true agenda. Not like I make a very trustworthy advisor to him. He doesn't believe anything I say. He's just under the impression I'm a complete savage who lost his mind.
This big war criminal that he is referring to is perhaps Lagarde, a stimulus of motivation for the player characters. The self-awareness Trauter has is apparent from the last paragraph. He knows that he cannot be trustworthy and even acknowledges that maybe people view him as a complete savage. This acknowledgement alone is more than many would do in such a state. I actually wouldn't call him fully insane. Quite insane, yes, but not fully. We will come back to Trauter later, presuming he isn't dead at your hand. However, if you've killed Trauter and tell Buckman, he becomes a little more open, and tells you that it is better to talk in a safer environment. Where is this? Well, firstly, you need to actually go to the area he fled to. So let's just say instead of heading north from the starting point, you went left. But wait, after going into the deeper parts of the dungeon, you may come across an unnamed vendor. He stands to the right side of the northern entrance, and he is most likely the first vendor you will find in the game. This man claims to have been told by a little bird that these dungeons have swallowed a new set of poor bastards, and he sees their desperation as a new business opportunity. You can purchase 3 different curative potions from him, but they are actually poisonous. You cannot confront him about this fact because once buying from him, he will simply depart. So, don't buy anything from him is your best course of action. Anyway, going left leads to a dark stairway that goes down to the level 2 basement. As a reminder, the higher the number, the deeper into the dungeon you are. The entrance and the inner hall are both on level 1, so by taking the left path, we are actually going deeper. The level 2 basement has 2 variations. One variation is a little bigger than the other, but remember, each variation pretty much has the same items, events, interactables, etc. You aren't missing anything important with one variation over another, but there may be more loot in one than another. This area seems to have been used to store wine, weaponry, and armor. You can loot some armor and weapon stands here, but this prompts a coin flip. It is heavily recommended to loot these because you can get arm guards, leg guards, and weapons that will help you for a majority of your run. There are many piles of bodies. The well that I mentioned back in the courtyard on the left side of the path actually leads directly to this area. Dropping down the well in the courtyard will have you drop directly onto one of these bodies. A shortcut to enter this area without having to go all the way back to the starting area of the dungeon. You will also find a whispering door here that seems to be locked. Strange. We'll come back to it later. If you have empty vials, you can use the wine barrels here to obtain wine vials, a useful item that restores a moderate amount of mind. Dry mushrooms, which grow both here and in many other areas of the dungeon, can be consumed to restore a tiny amount of hunger, but at least there are a lot of them down here. In this area are eerie, hostile creatures known as Manaba. Although slow, they can kill you very quickly if you don't know how to handle them. They are gelatinous creatures that resemble jellyfish with tentacles protruding from the bottom of them. According to a later group of characters that can be questioned about much of the lore in the game, they manifest around sickness and dead carcasses. Makes sense why they are in this area. Even though they are quite slow in their pursuits, the tight corridors of this area can cause them to be quite annoying. The Manaba has 3 pairs of tentacles that either swing or whip at the player, dealing low damage. Its head has a 50% chance to inject parasites when it attacks. Since Manabas don't drop any items, it's generally best to avoid them. While the dash skill makes evading them easier, it's not essential due to their slow movements. They are also impossible to flee from in battle thanks to their tentacles. Manabas will trigger bear traps when stepping on them, but they do not lose limbs, making the trap ineffective against them. Talking to a Manaba in battle gives the options to ask about their origin. Doing this, you are told the following. As the Manaba floats around mysteriously, you feel as your question is being answered inside your head. Manaba's origins come from deeper depths. You see visions of ruined castles clouded by a green hue.
From here, you can ask about this place shrouded by a green hue. As the mana bar floats around mysteriously, you feel as though your question is being answered inside your head. Mana bar suggests that it is a place caught in a place where time has no meaning. The place mentioned here will become relevant later. Kicking a mana bar's dead body, you will learn that it is squishy. In combat, it's recommended to focus on the head. It has low evasion and low health. It's still safer though to bring at least one other party member in case your attacks miss. Watch your footing down here. Stepping in certain places actually causes you to sink through the floor, forcing you into the area known as the flip side. The nature of this place is quite ambiguous. It could be anything from a physical space, an alternate reality, or a hallucination induced by a black witch who circles around you every few seconds whilst laughing. Taking too long to escape initiates a fight with the Black Witch. The uncertainty of this place is even more apparent because you can find the main character's grave here. The flipside basement has only one variation, and it is quite hard to navigate thanks to the darkness. There are pockets of lights here and there with points of interest, including wine barrels and the grave. The Black Witch is a formidable fight, especially this early in the game. In fact, she most likely will kill you in her first turn. She has access to the Black Orb spell and a knife that can cause infections and the poison status. Her arms do these attacks, so it's best to get rid of them ASAP. Once that is done, you can slice her head off. Of course, though, this is presuming you can even survive the onslaught she does against you. During the battle, you can talk to her. Her origin is a Grogoroth worshipper, or as she says, what remains of him. Quite interesting. Defeating the Black Witch or going through the open door to the top right of this map will bring the player back to the level 2 basement. After you emerge from the flip side, you cannot visit it again. If you want to harvest the unique soul of the Black Witch with a soulstone, you will have to do so later, presuming you don't kill her here. You'll find her again in a later area, and I'll mention what her soul does then. Her appearance is inspired by the current Geiger art on the screen, and I'm going to just say this right now because I got so many comments about this on the Godhusk video. I'm British, I pronounce it Geiger, not Giga, thank you. Back in the level 2 basement, you'll come across a door that leads to the level 3 basement. But besides that door is a skeleton that can be raised with necromancy. These skeletons, like the previously mentioned blood golems, are AI controlled. Skeletons are technically weaker than blood golems, but instead of being summonable, they are party members, meaning that you can give them equipment and they persist between battles. They are immune to bleeding, anal bleeding, poison, terror, blindness, parasites, mind loss, ruination, and soul binding. They also completely lack hunger, mind, and phobias. Necromancy itself costs 30 mind and a coin flip. Failing this flip causes the skeleton to be hostile or simply not be resurrected. If you do get into battle with a skeleton and you have counter magic, use counter magic, it will instantly be defeated. If you have the greater blood magic skill, you will be able to raise skeletons without the need for a coin flip. Remember though that there are finite amount of skeletons in the game. Talking to skeletons outside of combat allows you to disable them, or with one specific skeleton later on, dance with them. Telling a skeleton to prepare to die causes their defense to go up a bit, proving they value their life and at least have a personality of sorts. Oh, and you can also name them. Progressing down to the level 3 basement, the first thing you will see is a graveyard. The level 3 basement has only one variation and can be reached from an area yet to be discussed, the prison. This graveyard contains some historical figures, their lifespan and an epitaph, which are actually pretty wholesome. Here lies Leiron of the Corso, the mage no one asked for, but the mage we deserved and got. Here lies Sir Anders. Hope I get to taste your creations once we meet again, dear friend. Here lies Sir Jacob, the great storyteller who made everything just that much more lively. Here lies Jonah. This one desperately sought death. Well, hope she's glad now that she's found it. Here lies Sir Sonia. Her brute strength beats every man in an arm wrestling match. Here lies Hugo of the Northern Woods. Although he only briefly served in the dungeon, he is severely missed. These graves seem to be for guards or knights of the dungeon. There is also an empty grave here, waiting for someone. The cross above it is blank. Alongside it is a nameless grave with fresh dirt. Anyway, the level 3 basement is pretty large. You may come across an elite guard here, as well as some boxes and barrels to loot. In the top left of the area is a bed that you can sleep in and save without any risk once.
after which is the usual coin flip mechanic if you wish to use it. After sleeping, your character states they feel like they are being watched in the room, maybe by the statue there. Next to this bed is a campfire where you can cook food like you can at a furnace. To the far right, we come across a knight crouched in an armory. Hold it. Just hold it right there. You are sane, I gather. Even if I may seem winded and wounded, I can still pack a deadly blow or two, so don't get any ideas. Who are you? I am Sir Seymour, a knight from the Grand Kingdom of Rondon. I serve my country to the last breath, just know that. What are you doing here? I delved down here together with my comrades. We have a mission to fulfill. Fate would, however, have it so that each of us got lost. I fear for the worst. Now my priority is to regroup with the Crown Prince, Prince Ludwig Buckman, and with the rest of my party as well, if possible. What has happened down here? It is a mystery. I have no idea how things are in this shape. The dungeons are beyond unholy at this point. Do you know this place? This place is used as prisons by the Kingdom of Rondon. Everyone knows these dungeons around these parts. They are pretty notorious, in fact. All kinds of rumours are exchanged in the darkness of the night. The rumours speak of unimaginable horrors. Who knew they were not just pesky rumours? Any tips for survival? You seem like the type that can handle yourself just fine. Just stay on the defensive side and you might just make it. Whenever you get a bad feeling, guard. It's better safe than sorry. Another good pointer would be to behead anything that comes at you. As tempting as that might sound, it might be a tricky feat to pull off in the heat of battle. Try to shake the balance of the enemy first. Maybe attack their legs and only then go for the finishing blow when you know the enemy won't be running around wildly anymore. Patience is definitely a virtue in combat. Are you hurt? You noticed it. Yes, I got hurt by that bastard over there. He gestures to a small creature on the ground just outside the armory. Caught me off guard. The thing splurts out acid. Watch out if you ever run into one of them. So Seymour is actually the man that Buckman will go to. Should you save him from Trotter, that is. You can also tell Buckman of Seymour's location since it is very possible to meet Seymour before Buckman. He is also the closest thing in the game to a combat tutorial. Whilst he isn't hostile, he is a knight whose loyalty to his mission here doesn't stop even after he has been injured. He understandably doesn't trust you. If Buckman is with him, the following will play out. Hold it, Seymour, I know this one. This is one of the good ones. Ah, I see. We still haven't heard about the others. It is too late. Yes, perhaps. Should we prioritize in our own survival then? I don't really know. It's not like this wicked place would let us have our escape either. If we cannot head outside because of the unnaturally thick mist, we only have one direction to go. Down. Buckman will give you 40 silver coins for saving his life. And yes, you can attack Seymour as soon as you meet him, if you desire his claymore and chainmail hood. As long as you take off his arms, he cannot attack you. You can also tell him about Buckman's death if you sold him out. Seymour doesn't attack you, but that is simply because your character leaves out their involvement in Buckman's death. For now, let's move on from these two. But we will come back to them later. Their quest to reunite with their party is actually very relevant for some of the future characters we find, and a certain enemy. If you sold Buckman out to Trotter and tell Seymour about it, you will go back and see Seymour standing over a dead Trotter. Seymour would only despair if you try to talk to him, the game commenting that his stare is blank, a result of sorrow toward his friend's demise. It is unknown what happens to him after this, but it is presumed he might have left the dungeon soon after, or at least try to, with the quest to rescue the rest of Buckman's party failing. Within the level 3 basement is a very deadly opponent, and I'm not talking about Seymour or even the elite guard that can spawn. This is the Iron Shakespeare, a hulking warrior that patrols the middle of this area. If he spots you, worry not, he is incredibly slow. Either way, getting into battle this early on means big trouble. Every single talk option in combat results in nothing. None of your options provoke any response from him, and the amount of information outside the battle about this guy is also next to nothing. Using bear traps and arrows outside the battle also do nothing, and what we can gather from its body is that the armor is actually hollow, meaning it may be a construct of sorts. He attacks using his powerful arms, dealing heavy damage and often causing the fractured status. At the end of the first turn, he ignites his right arm. At the end of the second, he ignites the left. Once ignited, his arms no longer fracture you. Instead, they deal increased damage and have a 60% chance to inflict burning. It is recommended to only fight him when the party can consistently deal at least 400 damage within the first 2 turns, focusing solely on the torso as it has a lower health compared to the other body parts. If the torso falls, the rest of the body also falls. This is standard across most enemies in the game. Using the steal skill on him can net you a quill and an empty scroll, which is most likely a reference to Shakespeare of the real world. Managing to kill him will allow you to use a soul stone on him, getting his special soul appropriately named the Iron Shakespeare Soul. This multiplies your defense by 1.3 times as long as you have it equipped. Progressing north, you will come across a locked door, but to the right is the entrance to the prisons. The prisons are on level 3 and they have 2 variations. This area has quite a lot to it, so tuck in for this one, and hey, if you're enjoying the video so far, do what every other YouTuber will tell you to do. There are a handful of ways to enter the prison, but I'll mostly talk about it presuming it's being entered through the basement. Don't worry, I'll go through the other entrances in time. The prison is, well, a prison with many guards, cells with beds inside so you can try and save if you succeed on a coin flip, elite guards, and a new sort of guard called the ballista guard. Some cells are barred from the outside, some on the inside. Here you may also find a ghoul and will no doubt find a slow flying enemy called the cave gnome. Both in the prison and in the previous areas you may have found chests as well, which have their own loot tables. In fact, let me expand on loot tables real fast because Fear and Hunger handles them quite smartly within the boundaries of RPG Maker. Each container in the game, being anything from a barrel, chest, bookshelf, armor stands, or weapon stands, have a set amount of items that can be acquired from them. For example, most chests have a high chance of acquiring most common weapons, armor, accessories, or potions. But there is a small 0.6% chance to acquire a soul stone, or a 1% chance to acquire a cursed weapon, akin to the ones that can be acquired from the hexen tables. The common items, however, seem to have an even chance of being acquired on loot tables. For example, looting a weapon stand in the aforementioned basement area, you have an even chance to acquire any of the weapons on its table, even if some weapons are objectively better than others. Okay, going back to the prison. So in the top left you will actually find CAHARA, presuming you aren't playing as him. His cell can be opened with a cell key dropped by the guards, or through the use of lockpicking. Inside the cell is also a doll which can be given to the girl. This doll actually does have a benefit during the final boss of one of the endings, but we will get there. Oh hey, you gotta get me out of here. I'm CAHARA of the South, a mercenary at your service. What are you doing here? Well, I do have a mission here, but let's save that story for another day, yeah? I was caught by one of those malformed prison guards. I'm feeling kind of weak after being left here for ages. Would you mind if we travelled together for a while? You can let him come along or reject him. Rejecting him causes him to say, "No, yeah, fine. I guess I'll manage on my own then. Don't let the dungeon have its way with you. Bye." From here, CAHARA vanishes and he will not be found in the game again. There are theories CAHARA was raped by a guard, but there isn't any proof from this besides looking too far into his own words. Plus, if that happened, he will most likely be dead by now. So letting CAHARA in your party doesn't last long, at least here. Why is this? Well, as soon as you transition to a new area, CAHARA will leave and steal some of your supplies. The items that he steals can be one of the following: a light blue vial, a blue vial if you have no light blue vials, 20 silver coins in case you have no blue vials, or 20 bottles of whiskey if you have no silver coins. 20 bottles of whiskey is quite absurd, I think, but anyway. By doing this, CAHARA can be found later. He can be attacked as well, just like the other playable characters, whether it's for his soul, which unlocks the endless skill tree, gear, or because you don't like him. If you choose to fight CAHARA, whether to reclaim stolen items or to obtain his endless soul, be ready for a tough battle. He can be quite challenging. CAHARA's sword arm attacks twice per turn, with each hit carrying a 95% chance to inflict bleeding, and potentially sever one of your arms. His empty hand switches between stealing items from your inventory or use a light blue vial to heal himself. Due to the high 80% evasion rate of his arms, it's more effective to ignore them and focus your attacks on his legs. After his legs have become weakened, you can go for the head. To reduce the risk of losing limbs, equip arm guards or utilize the salmon snake soul from a later creature, as avoiding damage in this fight is quite unlikely. CAHARA is also weak to piercing damage, making it the optimal damage type to use against him. Asking him his purpose during battle, he will say, "What is anyone's purpose? I'd like to believe that we all have purpose on Earth, but frankly, I just want to survive, okay?" Using the steal skill on CAHARA will not work, and he will amusingly state that trying to steal from a thief is foolish. So since this is an analysis, let's presume you try to recruit him here and he stole from you. Because again, rejecting him after freeing him from his cell, or killing him of course, makes him practically vanish from the game. The Ballista Guard found here is unique in the sense that it attacks you directly outside of combat as well. Walking around 7 or less tiles ahead of the ballista will cause you to be shot at, dealing a large amount of damage to you and causing bleeding. Presuming you simply walk on the tiles next to the ones it is aiming at, you can simply enter combat directly with the guard by walking into him. The guard equipped with a ballista uses both hands to operate the weapon, and does not have a coin flip attack. Instead, he spends his first turn loading a bolt, giving the player an opportunity to defeat him within 2 turns. It is usually not possible to distinguish between the meat cleaver and ballista variants of the guard until combat begins, except for the one visibly positioned behind a ballista. If your party can't deal at least 450 damage within 2 turns, it's wise to retreat and use a bear trap on the guard. This will immediately expose his head as a vulnerable target because its legs will be broken. The option to talk with the ballista guard is no different from the other, more common guard, a lot of grunting. In the top right of the prison is a room. Its floor is like the more common parts of the dungeon. It seems to be an office of sorts as it lacks the metal railings of the rest of the prison. Here an elite guard can spawn, so be extremely careful. There is also a rusty nail that lies directly in your path forward, so it can be easily missed and stepped on. Luckily it is quite visible once you notice it. At the end of this room is a lever. Pulling it will cause something mechanical to occur, but nothing in the prison. Outside this room is also a metal door. I will come back to this door later since I don't want to overwhelm you with all these locations. So these annoying flying things are the previously mentioned cave gnome. They are slow, but if they catch you they can swarm you, and dealing with more than one can be a pain. These halflings are the spawn of a much deadlier opponent hidden further down, known as the Cave Mother. Because they are flying creatures, bear traps will not work on them, so your best bet is avoiding them with clever movement. Cave gnomes have low health and only one weak attack, which is known as Gnaw. It deals a small amount of slashing damage. This attack has a 25% chance to inflict bleeding and a 30% chance to infect an arm or a leg. The battle always begins with 2 cave gnomes, and at the start of the first turn and every 2 turns after, they will call for reinforcements, summoning an additional cave gnome. Because of this, it's important to defeat them quickly before they can multiply. There are several useful tricks to make this encounter easier. Throwing a yellow vial at them via the talk option will immediately end the fight. This is simply because the contents of the yellow vial are from the Cave Mother. Using the talk option to make a sound similar to theirs will confuse them for 1 turn. This can be used repeatedly to prevent them from attacking whilst you pick them off. Mimicking their call for help will cause another cave gnome to appear sooner than normal. Cave gnomes vanish upon death and drop no loot, making them a poor use of resources. It's often best to avoid or run from these encounters entirely to minimize the risk of infection. The final enemy here that I wish to expand on is the crawling prisoner ghoul. Ghouls are unique enemies, meaning that each one is different and not just a copy and paste from a set preset. Each of them cannot be controlled in battle, akin to skeletons, and cannot wear equipment. Because of this, they are quite weak and skeletons are simply better. Like skeletons, once defeated, they can be resurrected with necromancy. Unlike skeletons though, they must be battled and defeated beforehand, which is extremely easy. Telling them they're a product of necromancy or to prepare to die causes them to immediately surrender and not attack. Even with their head decapitated though, they live on. Each ghoul has a vague backstory that can be read if you use the talk action outside of combat. This ghoul, being the crawling prisoner, was once a guard of the Rondon prisons. He witnessed madness overtake it slowly until it ended up in a state it is in today. He soon locked himself away and starved to death, rather having that fate than one at the hands of the terrors. So at the bottom part of the map we find an entrance to the Blood Pit, which is on level 2. I've mentioned this area already, although scarcely, as you can reach it through the inner hall if you get the key to the southern entrance of the Blood Pit from Trauta. This here is how the game connects the left entrance and the north entrance. The Blood Pit is a very small and simple area with just one variation. At the top end is a lizard man, a yellow-eyed scaled bipedal warrior. Deeper in the dungeon, the lizardmen are more common, and that is because the lizardmen actually lived in the underground before many of the man-made structures were created. They commonly skin humans alive and love fighting, which is evident when using the talk option on them. Each question you ask, pertaining to their origin or even taunting them, will cause them to express pity or even excitement. There is even a special outcome if you fall to one where they, well, skin you alive. The shield they sometimes carry is identical to the spider shield from Dark Souls. It even has the same name. Lizardmen have 5 attacks. Their tongue causes tiny damage but causes the attacked to become poisoned. Its shield can apply the counter attack buff, making the lizardman attack once every time it is attacked. Its sword causes moderate slashing damage and can cause infection or straight up limb loss. The lizard is also one of the scarce amount of enemies that can deal leg damage. Finally, it has a tail that can deal slashing damage but is only able to do this once both of its arms have been sliced off. There are several effective strategies to deal with the lizardman. One approach is to use a bear trap to cripple its legs, which will then expose its head and make it vulnerable in the first turn. Throwing a priest's lantern, dropped by the dark priests, at its head, or using a murky vial to burn it can also be effective in disrupting its actions. If your damage output is high enough, rushing to its torso can also be a viable option to quickly end the fight. Luckily, this lizardman can be avoided entirely, as it's possible it remains to the very north of the corridor. However, the biggest deal here is what happens if you are curious enough to investigate the walls. The game even warns you that your character has a very bad feeling about this. Who disturbed my sleep? Can't you see? I have not retained my whole body yet, you insolent fool. I need more fresh blood for the ritual. This is Nosra, an incredibly important character for the lore in this game. Many people might encounter the Mad Wizard and presume him to just be a gag character, but no, oh no. He is quite deep and his influence stretches even to the second game. Anyway, prepare to die, you can't beat this encounter by fighting. During battle, if you attempt to recruit him by talking to him, he begins a summoning ritual, bringing a deadly creature called Darkness closer with each passing turn, eventually leading to a game over as it crushes you. However, if you choose to escape using the run command, a confirmation message will appear. After that, you will not encounter Nosra again for the rest of your playthrough. Strange, isn't it? Well, yeah, like I said, there's more to him that meets the eye. We'll come back to Nosra when we have what we need to recruit him. For now, let's go down to the blood pit and oh, look at that, an elevator. The lever in the prison I told you about actually activates this elevator. Without it is simply a pit that gives you the option to jump down it without seeing what is below. This breaks your legs after landing, but you can at least crawl around the area. This won't get you far though. One thing I purposely neglected to mention was an item you may have found whilst looting bookshelves in the inner hall, called the mock-up book. Before we head down into the darkness below via the elevator in the blood pit, it might be smart to take the chance to go back to the inner hall now that you have the chance to do so, and see if this mock-up book does anything on the various bookshelves found there. In the back of the inner hall is a bookshelf where you can slide in the mock-up book. This causes the bookshelf to slide across and grants you access to an area known as the backyard, which is on the surface, level 1. It has only one variation. The misty area may seem like a break from the horrors of the dungeon at first, and it somewhat is. Stepping forth, though, you will encounter RAGNVALDR, if you aren't playing as him, that is. Hold it. I see. Seems like you retain your sanity. In a way, it's reassuring to see I'm not completely alone here. Tell me, are you evil? Telling him yes has him say, is that so? Well, I suppose no one in these dungeons can call themselves saints exactly. But your presence here just means these dungeons will claim one more victim, and the evil residing here will grow that much stronger. If I were you, I'll try and escape these ancient walls by any means necessary. For your sake, I hope both our paths don't cross again. Telling him no has him say, only time will tell. You'll be surprised what you truly are capable of once you stay long enough here. But your presence here just means these dungeons will claim one more victim, and the evil residing here will grow that much stronger. If I were you, I'd try to escape these ancient walls by any means necessary. For your sake, I hope our paths don't cross again here. Stay cautious in the dungeons. The evil in this place is of pure kind. It's not here just to torment us, it's here to spread its roots into the surrounding world. Even if the dungeon's vile traps and decrepit monsters would lead you to believe otherwise. Its interests are already past this world, and this place is a mere relic from its long history. For now, RAGNVALDR will stay in the backyard. You can talk to him and ask him a few questions. You seem familiar with this evil. Yes, my kind, the northern people of Uldegord, we found the dark continent of Vinland from the far reaches of the west. The moment you lay eyes on the crooked mountains and the twisted forests of those lands, you feel the presence of a greater evil. It's that same evil that resides here. Who are you? You can call me RAGNVALDR. I'm from the north, from the kingdom of Uldegord. Why are you here? I am here to find a relic that a certain person took from my people. This man is imprisoned somewhere deep below. Maybe it's safer together. No doubt it will be for you, but for the time being I won't be travelling with you. Of course, you can attack him right off the bat. The most effective strategy for defeating him is to target his arms first, as he uses them to fire arrows at your party. Once his arms are disabled, focus on his legs. And finally, finish him off by attacking his head. Although he is fairly straightforward to handle, it's important to be aware that RAGNVALDR has a coin flip attack that can instantly kill you if you fail it. But this only happens if his arms are still attached to his body. So now we've met ENKI, CAHARA and RAGNVALDR. Of course, we are still missing Das. Again, you can't meet a character if you are playing as them, so RAGNVALDR, for example, won't be here at all if you are playing as him. We can piece together Das and RAGNVALDR's backstories from the start of the game here. We know the leader of the Knights of the Midnight Sun is Legarde, and the artifact RAGNVALDR speaks of was taken from him. RAGNVALDR's family was also slain, so this is also a matter of revenge. RAGNVALDR's arc is quite simple, and it can end in multiple ways. In the top left of the backyard is a sight to behold. Here we see a group of men and women dressed in bunny masks engaging in an orgy. These are Sylvian worshippers, and this is the way they gain affinity with the old god of love and fertility, also known as the god of creation. A book about Sylvian can be found in the game which expands on the god, known as Studies of Sylvian. Sylvian is the goddess of love, lust and creation. She created men and women at the dawn of time. From the very first moment she loved her children greatly. Over time her love blossomed into a more obsessive form, and she would try to guide her children more and more. Once she realised her children would never be able to return the same amount of affection back to her, her love took a more twisted form. Sylvian would shape mankind more to her liking, and more into her own image with her gift to her people, the love magic, known otherwise as flower magic. For a brief moment in ancient history, mankind fell into a craze of fleshy delights. As a synchronized mass, a sea of naked people in the middle of coitus would pulsate and waste away their days. There are still cults dedicated to Sylvian to this day, but many believe she left mankind behind a long time ago. An example of this synchronized mass is what we see on screen right now, because yes, in the uncensored version of the game they are having sex with each other. Their masks take on the form of a bunny face, which makes sense since rabbits have been associated with fertility since pre-Christian era. The rabbit is also the symbol of Aostra, a pagan Germanic goddess of spring and fertility. Interacting with the woman in front of the anonymous orgy that is guarding the rest results in her asking if you wish to join them. Accepting will have you join in, restoring the entire party's body and increasing your affinity with Sylvian. Further participation prompts a coin flip that results in a game over if you fail it. In the middle of this area is also an Olmir statue where you can pray for affinity. Quite simple. Olmir is often depicted as if he is pinned onto a cross, with his arms stretched horizontally outward. Of course, this is a comparison to Jesus Christ because, well, Olmir is very clearly inspired by him. Like Sylvian, a book about Olmir can be found in certain loot tables, called The Studies of Olmir. Born from humble origins of a virgin mother. Human origin with the seed laid down by a false god. A god walking amongst men. Olmir would gather 12 apostles from his most trusted companions. Together they were to bring back the old world order. Kings and sultans of the time would not stand idle when a man of undeniable godlike posture came down to their golden city gates. Instead they would capture Olmir. The newborn god would be nailed onto a cross, arms spread wide, and be left for the crows to feast on. But Olmir was to ascend. Arms still widespread from the cross he would soar, becoming the symbol we know of today. turning his cross-ridden posture into something greater, a symbol of hope and domination. Spending 3 days and nights at the city of the gods, Mahav, he would return among men. With his morning 11 apostles, he would murder the kings and sultans of the time, as was just, bringing back the old world order. One thing I like to call Olmir is Warrior Jesus. As for the city of the gods, Mahav, also known as Mahab, it becomes extremely important in the latter parts of the game. Next to the Olmir statue is a unique creature called Butterfly. He stands idly, asking the player politely to leave them alone if talked to. Leave me alone, please. I'm turning into a butterfly. Continued dialogue is largely the same. He is convinced he will become a beautiful butterfly that soars flower fields in caressing sunlight. In battle, he will not fight back and only protest. The butterfly has a unique soul, but isn't actually acquired from harvesting it from his corpse. This character might seem insignificant, but he does play a role in a certain side quest in the game. You can also find a small dagger here that you can give to the girl. Despite this, she is still incredibly weak in combat if you don't teach her magic. It is still worth giving it her though. To the right of the backyard is a pile of rubble that can be destroyed with an explosive vial. This leads to an area known as the Hidden Backyard, which hosts a massive area called the Thicket. This area contains something we must destroy to achieve ending A, but for now, let's go back to the elevator in the Blood Pit. We've pretty much covered the entirety of the surface above the dungeons. Activating the elevator via the prison, then using it here in the Blood Pit, will cause you to descend down into the caverns, which is on level 4. This area has 2 variations, but both are quite similar in size. You can freely go back up to the Blood Pit as the elevator remains here after using it to descend. This area is very dark and may be intimidating at first, but there are a lack of enemies here compared to many other locations. As well as the cave gnome present here, you will come across a very iconic character known as Pocket Cat. Well, hello stranger. How are you doing on this wonderful day? What's so wonderful about it? New day brings new challenges. What is life without challenges? What are you doing here? Straight to business, huh? Enough small talk? Fair enough. Life sure is peculiar like that, huh? Life is peculiar when you're peculiar. Got that right. I'm liking you already. I know we just met, but I feel the connection forming here already. I hope you don't mind if I ask this straight. Living humans are divided into 2 groups, yes? There are children of light, those destined to walk under the bright sun. Those people do well in all hardships of life. They have dear humans who they want to return to, even in the darkest hour. They can feel the warmth of their loved ones in their hearts and gain extra courage from that. Then in the opposite end of the spectrum, there are people of darkness. Those humans are often driven to depression and sorrow because of life's peculiar ways. But they have learned how to live with those feelings. In fact, they have grown to love the ever-pressing darkness within. Those humans are able to draw energy from darkness. They are not dependent on other people. They only need darkness, their old friend. So, humans of light and darkness, which one are you? Choosing light has him tell you he is surprised to hear that, and that he wishes you luck on your venture. Choosing darkness, however, opens up more dialogue. Yes, they all are. I suspected as much. I am glad you were able to be so honest with me. Tell me, do you love me by chance? Saying yes has him say, right, so you really aren't a human of darkness. You just said so, because you thought that's what I wanted to hear. But that's alright, really. However, you must always remember to be yourself in every situation, even if you love someone. Because if you base your love on a lie like that, it won't end well for you. Well, it probably won't end well anyways, but that's life, peculiar as always. Saying no will have him say, oh, very good, very good. I love honest words, even when they hurt me. I say that now, but I'm probably going to feel really awful later on. But don't you worry about that. Really, I have grown to love this feeling of being rejected. Well, anyways, I'm a merchant of sorts. I sell precious items and weapons for those in need. The funny thing is, though, I don't want your gold or silver. I will trade items for human children.
bring them to me, and I will make it worth your while. My pockets are very deep, you see. If you have the girl with you, he will be quite elated. Well, hello, stranger, and hello, little one. What a pretty little face you are. I like your hips and ankles especially. You are told that the girl seems to be scared of Pocket Cat. How about I make an offer you cannot refuse, just for you, my special customer? I will trade the little girl to an item of your choosing. From here, if you are an evil bastard, you can choose to give the girl to Pocket Cat. You can trade her for one of 4 valuable items. A claymore, an extremely powerful melee weapon, an ancient book known as the Necronomicon, which prompts a coin flip that teaches you one of Grogroth's blood magics, either being Necromancy, Blood Golem, Hurting, or Black Orb. If you fail this coin flip, your character will immediately go insane and succumb to the madness. This results in a game over. You feel a twist inside as you take the book from your satchel. You feel a great urge to open the book, but at the same time you feel like consequences might be terrible. It turns out that this book is the very book many legends tell about. It goes by many names: The Rites of Madness, Al-Azif, Testament of Grogroth, Ex Mortis, and the Necronomicon. The book is summoning powers that exceed your understanding. Next to this ancient presence, you're nothing but a feeble ant. Grogroth blesses you with new blood magic. As you finish reading the book, it crumbles into dust before your very eyes. Of course, this book is a reference to the grimoire Necronomicon that appears in stories akin to H.P. Lovecraft's work. The name Al-Azif is a part of an alternate name for this grimoire, Kitab Al-Azif. You can also acquire a Book of Enlightenment, the previously mentioned book that allows you to save your game once, and finally a Book of the Forgotten Memories. This book has the current protagonist, one of the 4 starting characters, learn one of the missing skills from their branch. If the skills are already learned, then the book doesn't have much use besides the lore. One thing I like about this book is that each of the 4 characters have a unique page. CAHARA reads the following. As you open the book, you feel warmth and nostalgia that cannot be explained. Memories of your past life flash before your eyes, but some of these memories are not yours. You remember your ancestors leading a simple yet violent life of mercenaries. You remember how riches and wealth dictated your masters, all while still holding a grasp at freedom by travelling across the known continents. You remember, whilst murdering your victims in cold blood on a highway heist, you had a greeting with the wolf deity of the northern parts. You remember how for a price of your beloved ones, you could attain greater knowledge. You agreed, of course, being the greedy bastard you were. You remember the wolf deity teaching you his greatest secret. Das reads, as you open the book, you feel warmth and nostalgia that cannot be explained. Memories of your past life flash before your eyes, but some of these memories are not yours. You remember your ancestors from a long line of noble knights from the kingdom of Rondon. You remember how from a very early age, every single one of your ancestors had to partake in the training to become a holy knight of Olmir. You remember how the priests, your caretakers, would use punishing and cruel ways to embed the moral codes and ways of knighthood. You remember how the cruelty knew no end. Every day you would be pitted against beasts from exotic locations. And every night you would be pitted against the beast of the monastery, as the monks would crawl next to you in the darkest hours of the night. You remember slowly sinking to the darkness within and hearing a voice. You remember how the voice would teach you skills to help you one day exact revenge from the wrongdoings of your uprising. As for ENKI, you remember the wicked rituals your ancestors took part in, the crude, old-fashioned witchcraft that lacked the finesse of its modern counterpart. You remember how your ancestors would desperately try to contact even the most minor demons in their attempt to gain more knowledge of the other side. You remember how from every generation only the eldest child would be chosen to continue the family name, while the rest would be cut open and have their blood drained as a sacrifice to the older gods. You remember, after generations of these black arts, your ancestors finally managed to summon a wretched little evil. The miscreants that crawled from the summoning circle revealed its secrets. And lastly, RAGNVALDR. You remember your ancestors living in the frozen wastelands of Oldegord. You remember freezing winters, where the weather and gods would measure the resiliency of your people. Only the strongest would see the sun rising again in the spring. You remember how your father would look at you from the dark corner of your small hut, the eyes of a starving man. You remember how neither of you had ate a thing in the past 2 weeks. How the hunger would drive even the most good-hearted man insane. You remember how your father finally made his move during the full moon, but he was already so weak from the hunger. You remember the feast you would have the next day. There was so much meat on the open fire that it could feed the animals of the surrounding forests as well. You remember how in exchange for a plate of your father, the animals would teach you their own tricks of trade for survival. Besides this book serving as a way to acquire skills, it also serves as a way to expand on a character's personality and story. Each character has an ancestor who they learn from, giving a lore reason for how exactly they learn these skills. Anyways, trading the girl, or a demon kid, by the way, for an item has the Pocket Cat ask you to bring more children to him if you wish to do so because, yes, technically this is possible to do. Most people won't give Pocket Cat the girl because, well, why on earth would you do this as a morally correct person? Even though the items may be appealing, the moral weight of handing over this girl, who was once trapped in a cage for who knows how long, is quite disturbing. Pocket Cat comments on her hips for crying out loud. For now, let's presume you keep the girl with you and move on. Many people think Pocket Cat is a paedophile, and whilst yes, I think this is the case as well, I seriously think it also goes beyond that. We will encounter him later. Like much of the lore, Pocket Cat is expanded on in the books found in the game. He plays a more prominent role in the sequel, Termina, but the first game here builds the foundations of him quite well. In the second chapter of the following book, you can actually make certain choices. The Tale of the Pocket Cat, Chapter 1. It was a rainy day in the countryside just north from the forest of Mirwood. Willem, the wildest child known in the town, would stare at the raindrops behind the window screen. His mother would warn him about going outside. During rain, boys would help their parents with various indoor tasks. Rain brings forth all kinds of dangers not otherwise known to little boys. Disregarding the warnings and without a worry in the world, Willem dashed through the bushes and ran deep into the Mirwood forest. In the heart of the forest, all wet from the rain, Willem heard a slight panting noise from an overgrown grotto nearby. Cautiously, Willem peeked through the leaves. He would not believe his eyes when he saw a finely dressed cat standing on 2 feet, twice as tall as Willem's father would be. The cat's back was facing Willem, its hand was moving swiftly inside his pocket, while the 2 big yellow eyes gleamed inside a burlap bag in great excitement. Suddenly, the hand movement came to a halt. Even if Willem was well hidden behind the leaves, slowly the cat turned its eyes towards him. In terror, Willem ran as fast as he could towards his home. The 2 glowing yellow eyes of that cat haunted him all the way back to his home. His mother was there to greet him by the front door. "So you just had to go into the woods, didn't you?" said his mother. "You saw something you shouldn't have, right?" questioned his mother. "And how do I know this?" Willem's mother would go inside to get a little parcel with decorated wrappings. This appeared on the front door just before you came. It was directed to young Mr. Willem. Slowly, Willem unwrapped the decorated paper with small mouse prints on it. Inside the parcel, there was catnip. Chapter 2. The town of Mirwood was in a festive mood. It was the beginning of the harvest season and food was plentiful. Willem's mother and father were arranging a large party for all of the families in the town. Even some nobles were supposed to show up from outside the town. Willem had to wear his Sunday suit, the suit he would typically wear when going to the church on Sundays. Needless to say, the suit wasn't to Willem's liking. Now, you know we need to make good impressions to the city folk, his mother would say. "Why should I care?" said Willem. Willem's mother would pull him by the ear violently and say, "Don't you understand our livelihood depends on those nobles?" Willem shrugged it off and nodded. It is important to obey your parents after all if you are to grow up even somewhat decent and moral. It is even written on the Book of our Lord, the Bible of Allmere. The party guests started coming in as the sun set. The festive people were of all kinds. You had the well-eaten mayor of the town with his wife, who was so young she couldn't have been more than 3 years older than Willem. You had the Parkinsons from next door, with their faces forever set on an expression of pure disgust. There were also many people Willem had never seen before. Especially one gay gentleman with a constant grin on his face caught Willem's attention. The man also noticed young Willem. He winked his eye, even though otherwise his face was set on the same grin all the time. The gentleman gave Willem jeepers creepers. As the full moon had risen the highest, Willem noticed the gay gentleman had vanished. After a short search, he found the man in their backyard, howling at the moon. This already made young Willem nervous, but then the man turned his gaze towards him. His eyes were the same as the 2 haunting yellow eyes Willem had seen in the Mirwood forest some days ago. Suddenly, Willem realized the size of the man. For some reason, he had not realized it before, but the man was almost the same height as their house. With a cat-like expression, the man would say,
Fancy meeting you here, young mister. The illustration on the book looks very lifelike. The pocket cat seems to stare straight at you from the book pages. The pocket cat would say, "So, how do you think we should handle the situation now that you've seen something you shouldn't have?" "I won't say a thing. You can trust me," Willem would say. "Is that so? We need to have a common secret so that I can truly trust you. Would you like that? Would you love that? Would you love me?" The pocket cat says as he puts his other hand in his pocket. He then says, "Well, let us not dwell on those matters. The night is festive. It is full moon after all." While the cat-like man stares at the moon, he also murmurs something. "Oh, the old one. My lullabies go to deaf ears. The humankind pursues the same goals persistently." The catman asks one more question. "If I were to give the moon itself to you, would you give up on your quest and lay with me here tonight?" "Yes, I will give up on my quest," Willem would say. "That would make me happy." The moon would be thankful as well, naturally. The pocket cat says with great joy that has returned to his voice. One thing I want to mention is the way this boogeyman stands. More specifically, where his hand is. Considering he says his pockets are deep, and also the fact that there is a bulge where his hand would be, which is right next to his groin, it's safe to say that he may be pleasuring himself in one way or another. Okay, for now, let's move on from this freak of nature. Around the cavern are eggs that you can crush by accident by simply stepping on them. There is also a soul stone that you can pick up. Why am I mentioning these two seemingly random things in the same paragraph? Well, doing either of these things spawns the Cave Mother. The Cave Mother first appears with wings. The battle against the Cave Mother is split into two distinct phases. While the second phase features significantly lower HP, the fight overall remains dangerous due to her frequent use of one-tooth bite, an attack capable of severing arms or legs. However, if you bring just one red vial to melt her down, you can turn her into one of the easiest optional bosses in the game. In the first phase, the Cave Mother has a 50% chance to use a version of one-tooth bite that deals 30 damage and severs a limb, or a 25% chance to use a version that does not remove limbs. If her breasts are not destroyed by the end of her first turn, she will summon a cave gnome to assist her. You can defeat the Cave Mother in the first phase by doing either of the following: dealing 375 damage to her torso, or 725 on terror and starvation, or by destroying both of her wings, each of them having 270 HP. A single character with a powerful weapon, such as the Eastern Sword, mentioned later on, can potentially take her down in one hit by targeting the torso. However, the attack can miss or be evaded. Destroying both wings is also viable, but takes longer and leaves you open to limb loss. The most viable strategy is again to use the red vial on her torso. Because the red vial inflicts blindness as well because of the acidic properties, it's best to use it on the torso, because that is where the one-tooth bite actually comes from, not the head, surprisingly. After that, you should be safe from her deadly attack. Then destroy her breasts and then finish her off. Defeating her in this phase causes the Cave Mother to retreat into the shadows. Going back across the bridge toward the elevator will trigger the second phase of the fight. In the second phase, the Cave Mother returns wingless. Her torso is slightly weaker. However, cave gnomes are now summoned at the end of every first, second and third turn, if the breasts are not destroyed. She also now has a separate head body part with only 20 HP, though her torso and therefore one-tooth bite are still there and pose as threats. You can defeat her in the second phase by destroying the torso and then the head. Because the head has such low HP, magical multi-hit attacks like Flock of Crows or Black Orb can finish her off quickly. The head though has high physical evasion, so you might want to go for the legs before that. Luckily, the Cave Mother is completely optional, just don't go for that soul stone or step on any eggs. According to a group of later characters, the Cave Mother is a being who stayed in the darkness for too long, and now looks for humans to impregnate her. Okay, so crossing the bridge, you will encounter a cave wolf with many eyes called Moonless. What a cutie. She is hostile at first, but can actually be tamed after entering combat with her. She roams the caves alone in search of food or perhaps a new pack, as she seemingly has split from her last one. Her mutations, such as her 2 extra eyes and jagged overgrown teeth, are more than likely sourced from the darkness of the dungeon, the same darkness that mutated the guards and other creatures once sourced from normality. Talking to Moonless during battle allows you to offer her rotten meat. Giving her 2 meat lets you recruit her, and if you decline, she will not appear again. If you try and do this in hard mode, she will get angry instead because, again, you cannot recruit unique allies on that difficulty. Moonless cannot equip any gear and is controlled by AI. Additionally, starting from the second round, she gains an extra turn at the beginning of each round, functioning identically to the fast attack ability. Moonless is one of the frailest party members in the game, largely because she cannot equip any gear. Additionally, being AI controlled, she is unable to use the guard command. This fragility is balanced by her high agility stat of 20, which not only boosts her survivability but also gives her a strong chance of gaining extra turns in combat. Moonless seems to prioritize enemies with the lowest health. Throughout the game, Moonless will mark her territory. After 10 markings, her bite is upgraded to Jagged Jaw. Upon reaching 20 territory markings, the attack evolves into Grimjaw. This is her way of progressing in power as she cannot use gear. Grimjaw causes confusion and deals a massive amount of damage. Either way, all of these moves have a piercing element and a 60% chance to inflict bleeding. And they also ignore Moonless's attack stat and the enemy's defense stat. As a canine, Moonless is unable to smoke opium or tobacco from pipes. Any attempt will result in her being confused by your suggestion. However, her mutation from the dungeon's darkness has rendered her immune to the effects of low mind. While you can give her sanity restoring items, it's unnecessary unless you plan to have her cast to learn spells, making her a highly cost-effective ally in the game. Moonless joins the party without any assigned phobia, meaning she suffers no disadvantages against an enemy type. She can also consume rotten meat without the risk of poison. She is also immune to poisons, parasites, and mind loss in general. Moonless also has an affection rating towards the player, which increases through interactions using the talk skill, regardless of which dialogue option you choose. This affection system affects only her responses and has no impact on gameplay mechanics. She starts with an affection level of 0, with her dialogue changing noticeably at 3 affection and again upon reaching the maximum level of 6. Sawing off her paw due to an infection or because you're sick in the head will result in the Cave Wolf Paw, an accessory that gives you 20 luck. So if you think rotten meat is useless, it isn't. Moonless can grow to be quite strong if she pees enough. To the north of the cavern is an entrance straight into the mines on level 5. It also stretches down into level 6, but let's stick to level 5 for now. The level 5 mines have 3 variations, but a funny thing about this specific map is that only the left side of it changes between the 3 variations, whilst the right side stays pretty much the same. The mines are filled with narrow corridors. Scarce are the areas that are quite open. It is incredibly claustrophobic. Hang on, what is that at the bottom of the screen? A terrifying presence has entered the room. The mines are one of the few areas that trigger this enemy, the Crow Mauler. Unless you are prepared, do not enter combat with him. Run and go to the other area as soon as possible. This causes him to despawn. The Crow Mauler is perhaps the only enemy in the game that has an almost guaranteed chance to kill you on your first encounter with him, if you aren't prepared. Yes, even counting the many other bosses. Even the unprepared might just barely get through them. The Crow Mauler has an insta-kill mechanic called Peck, which he can do at any time that decapitates a random party member. Peck won't target the player character unless there are no other party members. He also has Flock of Crows, which causes blindness, and Maul, which deals a moderate amount of blunt damage and causes fracture, with the possibility of causing arm or leg infection. Peck is what makes Crow Mauler absolutely terrifying though, especially if you encounter him unprepared and it has been a long time since you saved. Additionally, the Crow Mauler is immune to out-of-combat attacks, including arrows and bear traps. While bear traps can temporarily halt his movement, giving you a chance to escape, they do not inflict leg damage. If you choose to engage him in battle afterward, his legs will remain uninjured. But let's just say you want to fight the Crow Mauler. Well, he is killable, and if you are prepared, the difficulty of the encounter can be reduced. A good idea is to have either a red vial or the Flock of Crow spell, and the Iron Mask, which is obtainable through a method I will explain later on. On your first turn in combat, immediately use the red vial on his head to blind him. After blinding him, focus on his left arm as quickly as possible to disable Maul. Once his arm is down, concentrate all efforts on the torso until he is defeated. Equipping the Iron Mask is crucial, as it prevents you from being blinded by Flock of Crows. Interestingly, if other party members have become blinded, you can temporarily equip the Iron Mask on them to cure the status. The Crow Mauler has no loot except for a singular Crow Emblem key. This is very important for acquiring a certain weapon in the game. We will get to that when we need a nice boost. It might be obvious to some, but Crowmauler is a nod to Pyramid Head from Silent Hill 2. I mean, hell, back in the inner halls, he does a similar thing Pyramid Head does when you first see him, which is stand ominously on the other side of bars. For many, this is the first time they will see the Crowmauler. We will come back to the Crowmauler later on. There is actually way more to him that meets the eye. In the first layer of the mines, being on level 5, you will come across a man called Nostramus. The first time you see him, he doesn't notice you. You can choose to either wait for him to walk away or to reveal yourself. Oh, new visitors. My name is Nostramus. I'm an alchemist living down here. Pleased to meet you. You cannot quite tell if the alchemist is a man or a woman. Something about his stature seems almost otherworldly or ancient. Nice to meet you too. Oh, my apologies. I left the kettle on and I'm in a bit of a hurry. Let's meet again. He then disappears into the darkness, his footsteps echoing in the dark distance before thinning out completely. Strange. One of the few enemies here is the Night Lurch, a wretched thing. These humans mutated by the darkness were once rapists, hence the appendage between their legs, which makes itself rather known in the uncensored version of the game. Now reduced to a little more than a blind monstrosity, he emits clicking sounds from his distorted mouth and exhibits no semblance of comprehension. Where once his eyes resided now protrude horns that forcefully erupted through his eye sockets. The Night Lurch's arms are capable of inflicting critical slash, a powerful slashing attack. It causes bleeding and has a 70% chance to inflict the critical status, and a 50% chance to infect the target's arms. Its head uses Nasty Bite, which deals piercing damage and carries a 70% chance to infect either an arm or a leg. At the end of the second term, the Night Lurch performs a coin flip attack. If the flip fails, the protagonist is afflicted with anal bleeding and forcibly exits the battle. However, it's possible to dodge the resulting leap attack animation in the overworld if timed correctly. I'm not going to risk showing the animation here because, well, you can guess what it entails. To defeat the Night Lurch quickly, it's recommended to target the head using magic. Throw a priest's lantern at it or use a murky vial to burn it like with the lizardman. Alternatively, you may use rotten meat using the Tor command, while another party member attacks the horn. This distracts the creature, allowing you to take out the head without taking any further damage. There's apparently a 25% chance for a special interaction to occur at the start of the fight, giving you the option to ambush, wait, or run. If you are playing solo, it's best to avoid direct combat and retreat from the fight until this happens, allowing for a safer takedown of the Night Lurch. A fun little fact is that Miro, the developer of the game, voices the Night Lurch. Within the level 3 mines is also a ritual circle. As a reminder, you can pray here to a selected god to gain affinity with them, or sacrifice one of the handful of select characters to gain affinity with Grogoroth. Speaking of him, from all those bookshelves you've passed by, you might have a book called The Studies of Grogoroth. Like the Studies of Sylvian, this book gives more lore regarding the old god. Let's quickly read it. To give room for new generations, for new trees to grow and usher, the prior forest needs to be burnt down. Such is the rule of creation. Creation and destruction. One does not exist without the other. The destruction is called Grogoroth, the destroyer of men. A man fears destruction because a man gets accustomed to peace and quiet. The man grows fat and is afraid of change. But change is inevitable, just as is Grogoroth, but there is no need for fear, as the destruction is of pure kind. It does not target one man specifically, it just exists. Interesting note on Grogoroth. He is a curious kind, more so than many of the other older gods. To relieve the feeling of fear, Grogoroth wears bodies and skin of men and women alike. He might still be walking among us, masked under the skin of people and hanging bodies, blessing us with his blood magic. Within this book is a depiction of Grogoroth. In my opinion, he is the most evil of the old gods. His most common depiction is of him being covered in various animal pelts and body parts, which, as stated in the book, is because he wishes to exude the fear that he believes will contribute to destruction, as destruction gives way to growth and from there, creation. Within this dark logic, I do see some truth, but humanity always seems to make the same mistakes over and over again, so perhaps his pursuit for destruction will be endless, because it simply keeps happening. Fortunately for him, he is the god of destruction. Moving through the darkness of the mines more, you will eventually come to a wider room, a respite from the largely claustrophobic corridors. In the centre though is an immediate threat, a yellow mage. These practitioners of blood magic of Grogroth are extremely deadly, especially outside of battle. Unlike priests, they use their occult powers to further their own motivations. There are only a few yellow mages in the entire game. Should one of them spot you outside of combat, they will begin to cast the hurting spell. You will have around 2.5 seconds to either move out of their range as they stand still, or charge at them and initiate combat. The hurting spell that you can learn from the Hexen simply does a large amount of damage. However, the version enemies use can cause limb loss. You do not want to get snagged by a yellow mage whilst venturing through the mines for this reason, and be aware that escaping their spell casting animation does not reset the time before the cast. This can most likely result in an instant cast. A final tip is that equipment that usually protects against limb loss will not apply when trying to avoid them by running around. The yellow colour they wear represents madness and chaos. It is recommended to cut one leg off straight away to prevent them from using hurting, as this stops their ritualistic dance. Then destroy their left arm to prevent them from using Locust Swarm. They will continue to try and cast hurting the turn after he begins his ritual dance if you do not cut off at least one leg. You can also acquire the Eclipse Talisman through talking with the yellow mage, which is required to recruit Nasra and ENKI. It's best to stop the mage's ritualistic dance before trying to talk to him. Ask the yellow mage which gods do you serve, and he will answer by telling you it should be obvious through his magics. You can then answer Grogroth. Asking the yellow mage to teach you these magics will have him tell you that he isn't able to do so, and you should instead find his master, Nosfra. After which, the yellow mage will give you an Eclipse Talisman and the battle will end. He claims that if you show the talisman to his master and show great humility, he might just listen to you. This outright confirms that Nosra created the Yellow Mages, and that they are a sect of sorts, shaped by his ideology. Of course, we don't know much about him right now, but we can probably guess that their motivations are fueled by personal gain and agendas, essentially using the gods' magics to their own needs and not out of worship. Should you destroy both of the Yellow Mage's legs and escape, they will become harmless in the overworld, presumably because they cannot dance. They seem to disappear into a pile of cloth upon death, but despite this can still be consumed with the Devour skill. So despite it sounding like you can go and try and recruit Nasra now, you actually need something else in the dungeon alongside it. Within the mines is a tomb with an old knight resting atop it. You may examine or attack. Examining it reveals there is something underneath the knight, a very vague hint that by stealing from the knight in battle nets a diamond. It seems to have no value within these dungeons though. And yes, of course this means you can fight the knight. And its spectre. If you do not defeat the knight resting at the tomb, you will find its spectre which will attack on sight, guarding a room. Depending on the difficulty you're playing on, this battle can range from manageable to extremely dangerous. The only way to win is by destroying every single piece of his armor. The old knight attacks exclusively with his right arm, and he has two main attacks. The first, Horizontal Sweep, is an area of effect move that deals a moderate amount of damage. It has a 20% chance to sever an arm and a 30% chance to infect an arm or a leg. The second attack, Vertical Sweep, targets a single party member. It deals a moderate amount of damage and has a guaranteed chance of severing an arm or a leg. Unless, of course, you have armor that prevents such. The real threat comes at the start of turn 3, when a Spectre Knight joins the battle. This spectral entity only takes otherworldly damage, and has extremely high HP. It also uses the same two devastating attacks as the Old Knight. Because of this, the battle becomes increasingly dangerous the longer it goes on. It is possible to run away from the Old Knight, but a quirk in the game's escape system makes this tricky. If your main character has the escape plan skill learned and tries to flee using the run option, your chance of success is actually 0. Without the skill, the run option offers a 40% success rate instead. Even if you escape though, the Old Knight may immediately re-initiate the battle, giving you no time to open your menu or heal. This can effectively softlock your game if you are not fully prepared. On Fear and Hunger difficulty, each armor piece has only 20 HP. This makes it possible to end the fight immediately with an explosive vial, which when used in battle targets every limb the enemy has. Since they can miss though, it's recommended to carry at least 2
or have additional party members to help clean up any remaining pieces. On Terror and Starvation and Hard mode, the difficulty increases significantly. Aside from the loincloth, which is underneath the armor, all armor pieces have 300 HP. Explosive and murky vials deal around 50 damage to each target on average, so relying on them becomes insufficient. Because the Spectre Knight enters the battle on turn 3, you are racing against time. Before initiating the battle, you should ensure that you are carrying powerful weapons, healing supplies and mind replenishing items too. Note that you cannot use tobacco or opium during combat, so healing must come from spells or consumables. Once the battle begins, your priority on turn 1 should be to disable the Old Knight's right arm to prevent him from attacking. Then you should begin focusing on destroying all his armor pieces. If the Spectre Knight enters the battle before you're finished, you will need to make a judgment call. Either keep fighting or attempt to flee. You can also summon a Blood Golem and use pheromones to redirect attacks, but this strategy costs at least 2 turns. And the Knight still has a horizontal sweep that will damage all allies. If you're not completely ready for this encounter, it's strongly advised to wait, because at the end of the day it is optional. Either way, defeating the Old Knight allows you to enter a small laboratory. Inside stands Nostramus, the same scientist from earlier. Oh, you are the one creeping around in the shadows earlier. My apologies, having to resort to brute force like that. My studies here are hundreds of years old, you see, and I cannot let just anyone pass down here. I'm looking for a person. Right. I think I know who you mean. I don't meddle with anything that happens on the upper floors, but I think the person you are looking for is located in the dungeons just a few floors down. I would hurry if I was you. He seems to be an incredible person, but his time is running short. Of course, this is about Lagarde. At least we have a clearer path forward now, but unfortunately for our characters, it seems his time is running short. Remember, all 4 characters wish to see him for one reason or another. Asking Nostramus how long he's been down here has him tell you that it feels like an eternity. As for what he is studying, he tells you that he is going over all corners of knowledge, just like all scientists should. He has studied blood magic, deities, gods and other subjects, but at the present moment he is most interested in nature and the, quote, heartbeat of the earth, unquote. He claims that humanity isn't noticing that nature is being lost, and it will end in extinction. The knowledge here in the dungeon is very crucial to his studies. As he says, quote, "In all my years I have not found a place where you could feel the presence of the gods so vividly," unquote. As for his laboratory and the inconvenience of it being underground, he claims that limitations force creativity, even with the darkness, of which he says that if it were bright as day, it would be trouble. Finally, he says that he would appreciate it if you gave him some working space. Nostramus is surprisingly nice compared to, say, ENKI. He looks extremely similar to him, but he isn't a dark priest, only an alchemist, researcher and scientist. Nostramus is quite relevant to ENKI's story in his own ending though, and cannot be fought. Within this laboratory is an empty scroll and a hexen table. Feel free to take and use them. So there is a door I didn't mention in the level 5 mines that grants access to the eastward section of it. Behind this wooden door is an open area with a pool of water at the end of it, blocking the way forward. Underneath the water is a shiny object, a stone crown, and trying to interact with it results in a gigantic axolotl-like creature to spring out and ambush you. This is the salmon snake, and whilst it may seem like an inconvenience to be ambushed by this horrible fish thing, it actually has a large amount of reward should you kill it. The salmon snake has a destructible eyeball, and targeting it can significantly reduce the creature's offensive abilities. Destroying the eye lowers the chance of it attacking with each arm from 50% to 25%. However, once blinded, it becomes risky to dismember both of its arms. This is because the salmon snake's head is not affected by blindness and will begin using headbutts every turn if both arms are removed. Therefore, it's recommended to only disable one arm after blinding the creature to keep its aggression manageable. Additionally, be aware that if a character is hit by the smash attack, there is a chance they will become stunned. Each turn, the salmon snake extends its tongue, and after 2 turns, it becomes fully extended. At that point, the creature will use a coin flip insta-kill attack, making it imperative to manage the tongue's progression. You can deal damage to the tongue to force it to retreat back into the mouth, though it will heal every time it extends.
The leg sweep skill is the most effective method here, as it can destroy the tongue along with the arms in a single action. If you don't have leg sweep, it's generally not a good idea to attack the tongue directly, as it will heal and prolong the battle. If Moonless is in your party, she will automatically target the tongue each turn. Provided her attack connects, she can reset the tongue to its first stage, offering a consistent means of control. You can also offer a cave gnome egg to the salmon snake, which causes it to skip 2 turns. However, this has limitations. Offering an egg every 2 turns does not stack or consistently prevent attacks. To make the most out of this mechanic, cave gnome egg should be offered every turn or at least every 3 turns to ensure the salmon snake's aggression is reliably interrupted. You can get cave gnome eggs from the cave mother back in the caverns. The salmon snake leaves the stone crown, which is useful for an upcoming area. Skinning the salmon snake with the skinning knife gives you 6 pieces of its skin, each of them restoring 30 hunger. The most important part though is its unique soul you get by harvesting its soul with the soul stone. The salmon snake's soul prevents limb loss, bleeding, infected arms and legs, the critical state, and burning. If you equip it outside of battles, it also heals bleeding and infections, meaning that cloth fragments and green herbs become redundant. It is one of the strongest unique souls in the entire game. So you can't swim through the water here for some reason, but you can walk on the water with a spell called, well, Walk on Water. This spell is tied to Olmir, but like some spells it cannot be learned at a hexen table. Using this spell to walk across the water, you will find another part of the level 5 mines. Here are some lizardmen, which I have covered previously, as well as another laboratory. You may find Nosramis here as well, because it is possible that you might not have met him prior to this point, but for now he doesn't have anything else to say. Okay, so there are 2 paths to progress downward into the level 6 mines, which is actually built up of several areas. One leads to an area with wolf masks who are cannibalistic Grogroth worshippers, and another to the Cave Dweller village. The former requires an explosive vial to get by, since it's hidden behind some rubble, so let's go with the approach that you go straight to the Cave Dweller village. Leading up to the village are heads on spikes and similar displays of violence. Be wary though that a yellow mage is on the path towards it. On the way, you will find the last of the main characters, Das, who is being attacked by a cave dweller. If you choose to save her, all the other cave dwellers nearby will become hostile. If you choose to intervene and engage in battle with a cave dweller, using the run function to escape the battle will still be considered saving Das, despite you not killing her aggressor. While Das will be killed by the cave dweller if you don't intervene, the scene will only be triggered if you witness the attack. This means you can simply avoid the area where she appears if you don't want her to be recruited yet. So remember the stone crown the salmon snake dropped? By having that on you, the cave dwellers seem to remain neutral towards you. After saving Das, the following exchange happens. Thank goodness. Do you know what they did to me? I cannot think about it, no. Thank you for your help 1,000 times. Without you, I'll be dead by now. What happened here? I found this underground village full of those things. They live in savage ways. They are but a pack of heretics. The things they did to me. When I got to see one of their primitive rituals, I had to step in. I had to cut down a couple of them, and they chased me here. Glad I could help. I'm so relieved there are still good people in this world. To be honest, I'm just surprised to see a sane person in these dungeons. If there is anything I can do for you, let me know. I'm in debt to you. Who are you? My name is Das Katalis. I am part of the Knights of the Midnight Sun. Her face starts to radiate the moment she started talking about the Knights. I apologize in advance. My manners might seem a bit strict for lowly commoners. I was originally a knight in the Kingdom of Rondom, but I left to join the Knights of the Midnight Sun. What gods do you serve? I serve Olmir as my primary god. Like most people that come from Rondon, I tried to teach Olmir's teaching to those cave-dwelling savages too, but they didn't seem to understand a thing I said. I stepped down into this darkness to save my captain, the captain of the Knights of the Midnight Sun. Maybe you've heard his name. It's Lagarde. If you ever meet him, you would surely remember him. Would you like to travel together? Yes, please. I mean, that would be the wisest thing to do, obviously. I would gladly join your party until I can fulfill my mission here. Of course, you can attack her like any of the other main characters upon meeting them. Darcy's arms have high dodge rates, making them difficult to hit. Her sword arm can use leg sweep, a move that targets all party members and carries a risk of severing their legs. Since avoiding damage in this fight is unlikely, it's recommended to equip the Salmon Snake Soul or leg guards to prevent limb loss. She also has a shield bash attack that decreases your defense upon hit. The most effective strategy is to focus on disabling her legs first, then her head, while enduring the attacks from her arms. Once dead, Darce will drop a plate mail, a longsword, a eagle crest shield, 1 blue vial and 20 silver coins, making her the enemy with the most amount of item drops among the recruitable party members. The player may also use a soulstone on her body to gain the Domination Soul, unlocking the Domination skill tree at the Hexen table. Darce, though, is a valuable party member, not just in combat but within the story of the game as well. A lot of the events that happen in the game involve her, especially because of her connection to Lagarde. So now we've met all player characters, but as of now, I've not quite explained how to recruit all of them. Darce is the most straightforward to recruit, at least upon meeting her. The others require you to meet them again, or for you to have a certain item. Of course, I will go over how to recruit the others. In fact, 2 of them are coming up. You can find cave moss in this area too, which is a green and leathery moss that, while still, is edible. It restores 7 hunger and can be grown with small seeds, which can be acquired through the Lord of the Flies, a later enemy. When planted in a farm patch within Cave Dweller Village, they will go through 3 stages of growth, progressing every time you leave and re-enter the village. You can first learn about the existence of cave moss from the book Alchemilia Volume 1. Although there are other green mossy growths all over the dungeon outside the village, none of them can be interacted with. Alchemilia Volume 1 reads the following, going into details about the various coloured herbs found in the dungeon. Basics of Alchemy, Alchemilia Volume 1. The effects of different herbs and plants are listed here. Blue herbs have healing properties. It's often rubbed against open wounds and injuries. The effects are almost immediate. Green herbs are commonly used on open wounds to prevent infections. Red herbs have little to no effect on their own, but when used together with other herbs, they have a boosting effect. Cave moss is a rare moss that grows in caverns and other dark and moist areas. The moss is especially protein rich. Recipes for basic alchemy. Blue and red grants greater healing properties. Green and red is an antidote for poisons. And blue on blue is enough to give a blue vial. Again, with the stone crown equipped, you can save Darce without worry of angering the villagers. The village itself is quite small, but you can enter most of the houses here. Here, though, you may find Pocket Cat again. Well, hello again, stranger. It hasn't even been that long, has it, my friend? There has been something bothering me lately. You wouldn't mind if we had a little one-on-one time together, would you? Not at all. What is bothering you? I have been thinking about happiness. Tell me, are you happy? Answering yes, he will say, "Oh, you are? This is most surprising. I feel like so many people lose sight of happiness once they grow out of their naive little views of the world they had as younglings. But perhaps it is possible to feel like that, even as someone as old as you." Answering no, he will instead say, "Yes, that is unfortunately the typical answer. Every day we strive to make our lives better, but almost as a curse, we are destined to repeat the same cycle of doom and gloom. I don't want to sound too cold or anything, my friend, but I would like to say I feel sorry for you. I would like to, but that's what everyone keeps saying, so no use going down that path. Personally, I find happiness almost unreachable. As depressing as that may sound." That's just my nervous laughter. Please ignore it, I just mask my true feelings with it. Kind of like this wooden mask of mine as well. Happiness sounds like a state that stays with you. It's not just a fleeting moment. If you are truly happy, you should feel it lingering in the background, even in your darkest hour. At least that's what I believe, really. Many mistake happiness with joy. Joy is something you might feel briefly when you kiss a boy or a girl for the first time. You can feel joy when you are spending an evening with a close friend, drinking wine in the candlelight. Slowly, one of you reaches out with his leg under the table, but joy is just temporary. It's just a faint light in the darkness to remind you that not everything is necessarily surrounded by bleak emptiness. That is the difference between happiness and joy. From here, Pocket Cat will remember your choice when you met him for the first time, being if you were a child of light or darkness. If you chose light, he says, "Since you were a child of light, I imagine that you might actually be able to feel true happiness too.
I envy you. Believe me, old chap, I really envy you. If you chose darkness, he says, since you were a child of darkness, I imagine you agree when I say that we don't get the luxury of happiness. We only know brief joy every now and then, but even that is getting more rare every day. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents. It's good to say these things out loud every now and then. Makes it easier to process all these mixed feelings and voices inside my head, you know? Anyways, let's get back to business. This has been very unprofessional of me. I apologize. Actually, I would rather not. Oh, I see. That's totally fine. I mean, if I already feel this deep connection between us, it doesn't necessarily mean you share the same emotions. Don't worry. I'm not hurt or anything. It's good you're so straight and honest with me. From here, you can trade with him once more. Firstly though, let's go southward to a hole that requires a rope to descend safely, which can be found inside the village itself. Down here are the group of wolf masks, being Grogorov's worshippers. They are engaged in sexual intercourse, cannibalization of both self and others, or a mix of all of them. Participating in this feast will completely restore hunger for all members of the party, and increase your affinity with Grogorov. The first time carries no consequences. Attempting to join the feast again forces a coin flip. If you fail, you will be driven mad by the lust of flesh, and given a game over. Gameplay-wise, they are extremely similar to the Sylvian bunny mask wearing worshippers in the backyard. They are a quick way to gain affinity with Grogoroth, as long as you don't overdo it. You can reach this stretch of the mines from the level 5 mines by using an explosive vial covering the exit I mentioned. Of course, you can climb straight back up to the village if you want, but if you lacked an explosive vial, you can quickly go through the path I just walked you through to end up right here. So why exactly would you want to come here instead of the village? Well, firstly, there is an entirely new area to see by going here. But before we get to that, let me go over the Miners Spectre enemy found here. These ghastly figures are, well, echoes of miners that once worked here. Many of them saw their end when the current reign in the dungeons ended just a brief time ago. They have never found respite and have many regrets they have yet to come to peace and terms with, and so they wander the mines, attacking anything living with a mindless attempt to suck the soul out of them. As a spectral enemy, the Minor Spectre can only be harmed by status effects, otherworldly magic, or otherworldly attacks. It exclusively uses Ruin, a move that applies a stacking debuff. After 3 applications, the affected character suffers a heart attack and dies. This also permanently makes a character look older. Despite their low health, making them easy to kill in 2 turns with a cursed short sword, for example, Ruin is a permanent effect that persists between battles, as indicated by the afflicted character's portraits. This makes encounters with multiple Minor Spectres extremely dangerous. Since there is no reward for defeating them, it's generally best to avoid them altogether. They typically appear in front of you from the ground in a short animation, allowing you to have the chance to see them and move away or past them quite quickly. In the top right of this area, dug into the wall, is a light one-handed sword with faint blue carvings. On the hilt there is some writing, "For the sinners." If you take this sword without prior preparation, the mines will completely collapse on you, killing the entire party and resulting in a game over. Blue Sin is the name of this sword, and it is one of the strongest weapons in the entire game. But you might ask yourself, what's the point in placing this weapon here just for you to, by proxy, kill the player? Is it another way of Fear and Hunger to torture you? Well, yes, but there is actually a way to get this weapon and escape the mines before they collapse. I will come back to this weapon later when we have the means to do so. So I know we haven't recruited Nosra yet, but he has a pretty funny interaction here. You can actually ask the other party members in your party to try and, well, pull the sword out. Asking Nosra to do so, he will say, "What do you suggest I use to pull the sword? The bloody tendril hanging from where my neck once was. I've burned court jesters alive for worse jokes." I think now is a good time to delve into what this means for Nosra, specifically before he became the man he is today. Lore sourced from the second game massively expands on Nosra. During the Second Age of History, which began in the year 410 with the rise of the so-called New Gods, a figure named Nosra emerged as a particularly infamous presence. Known as the bringer of doom and terror, Nosra quickly set himself apart from the others in his pantheon. While the ideas of new gods had existed long before, his arrival gave the group a new and more menacing reputation. Before becoming a god, Nosra ruled over the eastern sanctuaries as a sultan. In the 8th century, he led a series of brutal campaigns against the Kingdom of Edo, hoping to expand his territory. Although he failed to conquer Edo, the conflict revealed his relentless thirst for power and bloodshed. Interestingly, rather than viewing his defeat as a failure, Nosra was impressed by the strength and discipline of his enemies. In response, he established a new nation within the eastern sanctuaries called Yansa Aryuaban. He placed captured high-ranking Edo prisoners in leadership roles, tasking them with recreating their homeland's culture and warrior traditions. This eventually led to the new warrior class known as the Jusamurai, fulfilling Nosra's vision over the course of generations. Nosra also created the Yellow Mages, a mysterious sect of spellcasters shaped by his beliefs. These magics rejected the worships of traditional gods, choosing instead to draw on strange and otherworldly powers for their own purposes. While their numbers have dwindled over the years, some Yellow Mages still exist, embracing chaos and continuing to follow Nosra's teachings. Finally, Nosra claimed to have caused the Great War of Plague and Darkness, a horrific conflict in which nightmares were said to fight alongside mortal soldiers. However, no surviving records confirm this event, and it remains one of the many mysteries surrounding his legacy. As for how exactly he got to the point of decapitation, we'll get there. This lore is just important for expanding on him as a character, or at least a piece of his past. Avoiding a ballista guard to the west, you'll find a room with a guaranteed shark teeth inside. A decent one-handed slashing weapon that can be cursed at a hexen table to make it quite powerful. Ahead, though, is a familiar figure, at least if you freed him from the prison. CAHARA. Oh, hey, great to see you alive. From here, you can confront him, which immediately results in a battle to the death. Or you can simply say that you are glad to see him. Let's go with that. Hey, yeah, I definitely don't want to dwell these nightmarish dungeons alone. I'll stick with you guys for sure. From here, CAHARA will join you, and seemingly has learned his mistakes from stealing and running away. As a reminder, you can only have up to 4 party members at a time, and there isn't a proper way of dismissing the party without letting them die or going sane. So pick and choose carefully if you want an ideal party. If you kill CAHARA here though, you'll get back whatever items he stole from you back in the prisons. Of course, killing him and harvesting his soul with a soul stone nets you the Endless Soul, which again grants you access to his skills on a hexen. Going down, you will find the rubble entrance back to the level 5 mines. In front of it is a diary that reads the following. 16th of August, 1590. The madness has spread in the dungeons like a plague. Some even suspected the plague that's running wild at the Kingdom of Rondom is the cause of all of this. But the symptoms are very different, to say the least. The remaining troops took refuge in these mines in hopes that the kingdom would send help at some point in time in the unforeseen future. The hope is running low, however. Captain Rudimir set foot to the underground city of the cave dwellers and traded that bizarre artifact for food and supplies. Now that supplies are running low, we try to scavenge food barrels whenever possible, but it's not enough to feed us all. The hope is indeed running low, as even the captain seemed to lose his mind some days ago. He ran into the dark dungeons on his own, wearing nothing but a sheet of cloth. We are going to die down here, aren't we? What artifact is this referring to, I wonder? We'll have to go back to the Cave Dweller village eventually and have a look for ourselves. For now, let's go north, to level 7, the Catacombs. We are extremely deep in the dungeon now, but hopefully closer to Lagarde. The Catacombs have only one variation, and is quite straightforward in structure. Going forward from this path, you will find a staircase that leads right back up to the prisons. Remember that metal door I mentioned to the north of the prison, but purposely left for later? Well, that door leads all the way down to the Catacombs. It is essentially a massive shortcut if you break it down by doing it, but you'll be missing out on a lot of loot. Unless you are min-maxing your overall build, of course. To the east in the Catacombs, one of the first things you will see is a pulsing purple mass. I will refer to these as purple organs. There are 3 of them in the game, and this one is most likely the first one you'll encounter. You cannot quite tell what this organ is, but there are veins coming from it and burrowing underground. Seems like it's connected to something bigger. You can choose to seize its disturbing pulsing by cutting it open. You cut the veins open and some purple liquid seeps from the open cut. The organ stops moving, although you can still see some movement in the veins, suggesting that whatever it is connected to continues to live. Interesting. One would think this would cause something to spawn or become angry, but no. It silently dies, but these organs are incredibly important for some of the endings in the game.
From here, I will mention if we come across any more. To the north of this purple organ is a tree-like area that, while small, has a skeleton you can raise with necromancy. However, to the left it is possible to find a marriage of two souls. Just like the human Hydra, but on a smaller scale. This here is Bookman and Seymour, fused together in an unholy mass. Why is this? Well, by speaking to them in this state, you can hear them say that they delve too deep. This event is actually triggered if you talk to them too much after reuniting them, essentially stopping their storyline here. So just make sure you don't talk to them all that much when you reunite with them. I do think it's a little unfair that that's the condition for this to happen, but I guess it's fine. It does show how unforgiving the game, and by extension the dungeons are after all. So let's presume from this point onward that this didn't happen, and that their questline continues as normal, with reuniting their party members. I think now is a good time to talk about marriage in Fear and Hunger, and what exactly it means and entails. The marriage of flesh is a religious ritual performed under Sylvian's blessing. It is the second secret of Sylvian, a ritual that unites two or more individuals in both body and soul, turning them into a new and more powerful being. An excerpt from the book Blood and Flower Magic 1 reads the following. I know of the second secret of Sylvian. I no longer have to fear the separation from my loved ones, for we can forever join in a marriage of flesh. An act of love that creates a beautiful unison for two souls. The physical form of a marriage is heavily influenced by the identities of those involved. Its appearance can range widely. They could be normal shaped with only slight anatomical irregularities, which is common when both participants are of the same species, to grotesque and unsettling creatures, especially when humans are fused with animals or beings of other species. In some cases, the ritual fails altogether, producing a bleeding, wheezing mass that is incapable of movement or sustaining life, which is seemingly the case for Bookman and Seymour here. Such failures are often linked to a lack of affinity with Sylvian, as the ritual falls under her domain. There are many reasons why someone might want to undergo the marriage of flesh. For one, marriages often exhibit enhanced physical traits, such as increased strength and resilience. The ritual also heals all prior injuries, making it a desperate but effective option for those on the brink of death, or suffering from severe wounds. Although originally conceived as a means to ensure eternal union with a loved one, free from the fear of separation, the Sylvian marriage has also become a pragmatic solution for individuals in dire situations. Following the supernatural takeover of the Dungeons of Fear and Hunger in 1590, many inhabitants turned to the ritual in a desperate attempt to survive the horrors and corruptive forces that plagued the depths. In-game conversation suggests that the resulting marriage possesses multiple consciousnesses to some extent, though there may be a dominant mind in some cases. Although there are documented cases of marriages of flesh between 3 or more people, there is evidence that they are unhealthy for the resulting lifeform, as the playable version of this creature exhibits non-functioning genitalia. This is further supported by the existence of the human Hydra, which is unable to move due to its enormous size. In-game, you can perform a marriage by standing on a ritual circle and choosing to show love. You must take note that you can't perform a marriage if you have negative affinity with Sylvian, which will result in a botched attempt at a marriage akin to Bookman and Seymour, resulting in a game over. Between the 4 main characters, some aren't willing to perform a marriage with another. CAHARA will be willing to do this with anyone. Das will refuse ENKI. ENKI allows anyone. RAGNVALDR allows CAHARA or Das, but he refuses ENKI. Ghouls can also be used in marriage with anyone. There is a unique interaction between them, but it doesn't add much. The most we learn from it is that Das is a virgin. Trying to do it with the girl will rightfully have the game outright refuse it. Yes, despite how messed up the game is, I don't think that is an excuse of the player character literally committing, well, that. Lagarde refuses you, and the skeletons have no flesh to make love to. Moonless isn't even an option, and if you try to do it with Nosra, this happens. Nosra also has a similar reaction if you try to sacrifice him. So there are benefits of performing marriage. Besides it completely healing you, you will start with 50 attack instead of 30, are able to pretty much use every single piece of weapon and armor, you will have no phobias, and you will retain the same soul type and abilities of the player character. I typically perform marriage with CAHARA since I typically prefer to have other characters in my party, or if I have one in the party, a ghoul. Of course, on top of the general buffs, you also leave an open slot in your party. So you might ask what happens if you choose to make love on a ritual circle whilst you are already a marriage. This results in a marriage fusion, 3 people in 1. This form represents an even more horrific variant of the Sylvian marriage, one that involves the fusion of multiple partners. Like the standard marriage, it is a being born of Sylvian's love magic and shaped by the goddess's warped perception of love. However, the union of 3 individuals has not only made this creature significantly more powerful than a typical marriage, it also comes with a steep cost. The unnatural fusion has severely affected its physical condition, resulting in non-functioning genitalia and numerous debilitating deformities. This form starts with 70 attack, but can only use heavy weapons such as the claymore, crude sword, and the Sergal spear. They cannot wear any sort of armor or accessory either. As a marriage, you can't take a part in the bunny mask rituals because, well, there's nothing down there. The marriage fusion, unlike the normal marriage, isn't really worth it, mostly because you cannot use weapons and equipment. Apparently, the only ones willing to do a marriage with a marriage are CAHARA and the ghouls. The others are either repulsed, do not see any positive outcomes, can't physically do it, or hate the idea completely. Anyway, continuing on the path stretching east, you will come across a room. Inside is ENKI, alongside a ritual circle. Oh, you again? I'm surprised to see you alive, to be honest. What is this place? We are at the gateway to the darkness. These are the last man-made walls you are about to see. To delve any deeper would be suicide. He sees that we have an Eclipse talisman from the Yellow Mage back in the mines. What is that? You seem to carry an Eclipse talisman. Where did you get it? I got it from a Yellow Mage. You did, huh? Those miserable servants of Nosra are crawling everywhere these days. The religion of Nosra is growing in the west with rapid rates. Since the Eastern Sanctuaries lost the Great War in the past, this must be Nosra's way of spreading his rotten roots and influence. What is an Eclipse talisman? It's a symbol that you are an apprentice of the wizard Nosra, the bringer of chaos. The talisman holds great powers on its own, but it also gives you a plethora of new friends and enemies. You do not seem to be too familiar with the greater scheme, so I imagine the talisman going to waste in the hands of you. Would you mind giving it to me, perhaps? What is there for me? What would you say if I offered my services to you? I am done with the libraries here, and I'm prepared to venture deeper to the dungeons. Even for me, it might prove to be fatal to keep going on alone. Sounds like a deal. Great. You give the Eclipse talisman to ENKI. This isn't possible to do if you spoke to him too many times in the inner hall. Instead, he attacks you. You cannot talk yourself out of battle with him, but by now he shouldn't be too much of an issue. Either way, ENKI is an incredibly valuable member of the team thanks to his magic. Pressing on, you will find another Night Lurch, a guard and an elite guard. The dash skill is extremely useful here thanks to the tight corridor. Crossing another large purple hallway akin to the one hosting the purple organ, you will eventually come across a cell hosting Lagarde. So a lot happens here depending on a lot of things. Such as your player character, Lagarde's fate, what characters are in the party, etc. So bear with me. Now, here's the thing. Lagarde will be dead here unless you took less than 30 unpaused minutes from the start of your run. Lagarde is the reason that the player's character is visiting the dungeon, and the other main characters and the girl, if present at the scene when he is found, will comment on his condition or speak to him, depending on whether or not he is alive at the time. As long as he is alive, with Darce in the party but not as the player character, she will approach Lagarde whilst crying tears of joy. Waking Lagarde, he will sit. You will observe scars and marks around his body, specifically his skinny torso, no doubt starved and weak. His gaunt cheeks and distant eyes only strengthen the idea that he has seen hell and survived it. The girl, if she is in your party, will sit, eyes wide open, almost as if she finds Lagarde familiar. CAHARA and ENKI oddly don't really have a reaction to finding Lagarde alive. For ENKI, it kind of makes sense. He is here to observe Lagarde. Plus his very nature is that of, well, being reserved. Of course, CAHARA is here to get Lagarde out. So he might simply be waiting for the captain of the Midnight Sun to be ready to leave. If you try to leave the dungeons from the entrance all the way back at the start of the game, Lagarde will claim that he has unfinished business in the dungeons. This alone is a reason for CAHARA to stick around. Lagarde simply refuses to leave. Either way, Darce will go with Lagarde should this happen. RAGNVALDR, well, He will not act on his revenge if he's not the player character, right here at least. But he will act very tense. He will notice a cautious look from you and choose to leave his revenge for another day. If he is the player character though, you will get the choice to end Lagard's life or not here and now. If RAGNVALDR is the player character, upon encountering Lagard, you can break his neck. The man is still alive, the man who ravaged your lands, the man who pillaged your family. Your rage grows ever higher. You feel your blood boil and thirst for justice. You assure yourself that this needs to be done. This man is an evil being. He does not deserve to see the light of the sun ever again. You embrace the rage. It is done. All life has left his body. You murdered a helpless man. Now, with Das in the party, things go a little different. Of course, she doesn't react positively. What did you do? I can't believe this. He deserved this fate. I thought you were here to save him as well. You didn't know him like I did. He didn't deserve this. I don't expect you to understand this. What kind of savage are you? You are no better than the beasts that dwell these dungeons. Do you want to follow his fate? What? What? I'll cut your throat for what you did. From here, Das will attack you. However, you can use the talk option during battle to convince her to leave. After this point, she will leave the party forever and refuse to return, staying with Lagard's corpse. Should you kill Das and have CAHARA in your party, though, a small exchange happens. Of course, this only happens if you are playing as RAGNVALDR, since that is the only real chance, at least here, he can kill him, through the choice of the player. Man, things escalated quickly. You can choose to threaten him or apologize for the altercation between you and Das. Apologizing has him forgive you and tell you that he understands, stating he also has demons and that this place understandably gets to people's minds. Threatening him by asking if he wants to follow their fate has him immediately submit to your strength, not wanting any part in it. He will stick with you despite this though. I will get to RAGNVALDR's recruitment process in the next area discussed, just trust the process. Anyway, in the scenario the killing of Lagard doesn't happen, once Lagard is awake, the following happens. Who? What? Lagard, I'm so glad to see you. Das has trouble making out any words behind her flow of tears. Lagard? I can't remember much, but yes, that is my name. You don't remember? Of course you've got amnesia. RAGNVALDR seems suspicious of Lagard. It's not necessarily an amnesia per se. It could be possible for your mind to block recent traumatizing events. Yes, maybe you are right. You suspect that it's the trauma of the tortures this man has gone through that has erased his memories. Lagard looks at the girl and seems to recognize her. I don't want to stay here, that much I know for certain, but I feel pretty weak. Do you think I could join your party for the time being? Lagard seems happy to join you. If you reject him for some reason, he will stay here to gather his strength. If Das is in the party, she will stay with him. You can come back at any time to pick them up, as long as you have space to do so in your party. You can ask him if he remembers anything more, but everything seems to be very vague to him right now. He does call the dungeons familiar though. So what if you took too long and Lagard is dead? Well, a whole new set of dialogue opens up, but it's a lot more straightforward. It's a lot of grief from Das, annoyance from CAHARA and ENKI, and a bittersweet satisfaction from RAGNVALDR. Of course, the latter wanted him dead, CAHARA needed him to secure a future for his partner, as well as his future kid, and ENKI thought him to be prophesized and able to turn the age, and lastly, of course, Das loved him. Nostramus will even comment on Lagard if you go back to him after finding him dead. Oh, it's you. He has passed away, hasn't he? I thought he would have had a bigger role in the greater scheme of things, but alas. Of course, him passing away doesn't mean that what he started should come to an end. After all, you came to these dungeons because of him, right? The seed of what he planted continues to grow and branch. If you can continue your descent into the darkness, you can understand what I'm talking about. Head down and just maybe his death won't be in vain. There's certainly a bunch of interesting people gathered here today. Well, that is my 2 cents anyway. I'm sure he was an interesting person. His fame overground reached even these dark dungeons, and I followed the treatment he got here closely as well. Not that I'm a part of the whole torturing, imprisonment deal going on here these days. I was just observing events from the shadows. Did you know that he planned his imprisonment? Everything that led him to getting caught, taken down to this darkness, and even the torture he experienced down here, it was all part of his plan. This dungeon, it's a special place. There's no other place in the Western world where you could get as close to the gods as here. Like many before him, he wanted to use the power that dwells here, but he knew more. He already achieved the state of dominance over ground. He achieved enlightenment with the cube he brought here with him. His dreams would soar endlessly with the new goddess visiting his dreams every night. And finally, the darkness and the torture he experienced here would rival that of the gods. He got all the keys to becoming something greater. Not that it would necessarily be the right path for him, but it did make for an interesting event to unfold. I will expand on what Nostramus is saying here soon, but it says a lot about Le'garde. Okay, let's take a second to talk about Le'garde as a character a little and what we know about him. I also want to answer a very important question. Is Le'garde a bad person? Well, yeah, kind of, but he has his weird, strange reasons. Selfish reasons, but reasons nonetheless. He isn't completely crazy or a psycho or anything like that, but just because he has a pretty good reason in the long run doesn't justify anything, because yes, Le'garde has a pretty grand goal and is, in my opinion, the closest thing to a main character or protagonist in not just Fear and Hunger 1, but in the second game, Termina. Although he is much more of an antagonistic force in the latter. He is inspired by Griffith, the main antagonist of Berserk. This is confirmed directly from Miro. Walking out of the catacombs with Le'garde, he will stop you, looking up the purple corridor. There's something in the darkness I came here for. What is it? The ancient city. There is a strength there. Do you remember something after all? No, I don't remember. It's more of a feeling. I need to go there, that much I know. What exactly is Le'garde talking about? Well, going north up this corridor, you will find a large ancient stone door. It is locked though. There are markings on the floor that suggest they've been used even in modern times. A clue here is a cube-shaped hole in the door. Well, let's backtrack for now and come back later. This ancient city sounds interesting. By this point in the game, you should have a lot of means to restore hunger and mind. Of course, there is a risk of causing the mentioned debilitations to yourself if you let your mind fall low enough, but at certain points in the game, should your sanity be low enough, different exchanges may happen if you walk on certain tiles. CAHARA, Das, ENKI, RAGNVALDR, Le'garde and the girl may attempt to leave the party in certain areas if their mind drops below 70. These are low mind events. When this happens, the player must either restore their sanity using items or convince them to stay. In some cases, a third party member may intervene to help persuade the distressed character to continue the journey. Once this event has occurred for a character, it will happen again anytime their mind falls below 50. If a character is left behind, the only way to bring them back is by giving them a mind-restoring item, such as alcohol or elixirs of mind. Tobacco and opium also helps. Failing to provide help before leaving the area carries a 25% chance that the abandoned character will suffer a fatal heart attack, leaving them dead at their location. However, if their mind is healed, they will remain safely in place and can be rejoined at any time. This mechanic can be strategically useful, allowing for non-lethal party management and temporary separation without permanently losing a companion, as long as they are treated before the player departs, of course. So luckily there is a ritual circle here in the catacombs, meaning we can use the blood portal spell to quickly get back up to another ritual circle. So remember the backyard and the pile of rubble to the secret area I mentioned? Well, with an explosive vial, which you most likely have by now, you can get through. Here is the entrance to the thicket, being a massive tree whose root stretches far as the catacombs. Be careful of the jagged-jawed dogs here, the same ones that can ambush you at the start of the game. The thicket's entrance is on level 2 and consists of a descending corridor. In the middle of this corridor is a hidden door in the wall that you can interact with to get access to a room with a chest inside. At the bottom of these stairs is the level 3 thicket. This area has 2 variations and is filled with hidden doors akin to the one I just mentioned. The best way to find them is by constantly interacting with the walls until something happens. It is filled with tree roots, creaking wood and dead bodies stuck in the walls, perhaps consumed by the tree above in their search for knowledge regarding the god of the depths. This area, specifically the level 3 thicket, is pretty empty, besides a new type of enemy, the Mumbler, a disturbing appendage-looking creature who makes an oddly adorable noise. The Mumbler's head has a 33% chance every turn to use soul binding, which reduces the target's mind to 50. While the head is relatively easy to destroy, doing so triggers a counterattack that deals small amounts of damage and poisons the target. The trade-off is worth it if you can cure the poison. If only mind-restoring items are available, it's safer to target the arms first, then the torso, avoiding the head altogether. You should be careful not to end the battle with zero mind, as this will immediately trigger panophobia. Its arms also can cause shivering touch, which deals light otherworldly damage to mind. If you lack both poison cures and sufficient mind-restoring items, it's best to avoid fighting the Mumbler entirely, especially because their loot isn't really worthwhile either. Additionally, it's important to note that certain characters, Nosra, the Marriage, and Gulls, will suffer a permanent reduction to their maximum mind when hit by soul binding. So the way to progress in the thicket is by finding a hole in the floor. They immediately prompt a coin flip, and by failing it, you will fall down to the next level, the level 4 thicket, which has 2 variations. Here is where you will find RAGNVALDR, who stands waiting in the dark. Oh, you again. You're still alive. Ha! Guess I misjudged you previously. This area is truly curious, isn't it? They say these are the intestines of the god of the depths. That means we are inside an older god. The god of the depths? Yes. He is not that well known of a god, as he is mostly worshipped by those who are forsaken and forgotten. His people often shy away from light and prefer dark corners of the earth. You've seen cave dwellers yet? They prove my point quite well. The god of the depths is responsible for the layouts of these dungeons. He is ever changing his shape to challenge the visitors. I'll try to please him if I were to delve deeper. Have you found what you were looking for? Nay, not yet. There is a man imprisoned somewhere in these dungeons. The man has something that shouldn't belong to any human. I am here to retrieve it, and perhaps get rid of the man while at it. He carries an ominous energy with him. I'm not sure what to think of him. Would you like to join my party? Maybe I will actually. There is clearly more to you than I initially expected, so it will be an honor to crawl these dungeons alongside you. That is how you recruit RAGNVALDR. Simple. This god of the depths he speaks of, as we know, has his influence extremely far below the ground. The cave dwellers he spoke of are in the deepest depths of the dungeon, even setting up a village there. As for the area that you enter to even get into the thicket, RAGNVALDR has this to say about it if you talk to him whilst outside of it, with Dars commenting on it as well if she is in the party. This tree is, how do you say it, magnificent. It's the maiden of the depths, the human bridge of the god that formed these dungeons. The two could never truly be together, being a mere human being and an older god. But desperately, the maiden still tries to link the human world with the world of the gods to this day. Is this story real? Sounds strangely romantic. No, it's just an old folks' tale. Ah, that's a shame. Maybe there's a seed of truth in it? Within the level 4 thicket are of course more mumblers, but there also lies an extremely powerful weapon. Arguably the best melee weapon in the entire game, the Eastern Sword. Taking this will cause you to be ambushed by the Assassin Spectre. You must kill this Spectre if you don't want to risk death, as it will continue to ambush you. He travelled far from the east just to stop the spreading of the inevitable darkness. His iron will manifests in this blade even to this day, which is why he stalks you and attempts to take your life. The sword seemingly belonged to him once. As a spectral enemy, the Assassin Spectre can only be harmed by status effects, otherworldly magic, or otherworldly attacks. It has 2 main moves, a double strike and a horizontal sweep, the latter occurring at the end of the second turn and capable of severing your arms. Because of this, it's best to only fight the Spectre if you can kill it within 2 turns, or have arm guards equipped, or if you're playing solo, possess a Salmon Snake Soul. Otherwise, you can run as soon as you pick up the Eastern Sword, then equip it and return to fight the Spectre under better conditions. Defeating the Spectre will purify the sword, and it will reveal to you the name on its hilt, the Black Steel of the East. On the bottom right of the first level of the thicket is a hole that drops directly down into a secret area. Walking downward, you will come across the Cockroach King, who you can talk to with mastery over insects, the god of the depth spell.
Greetings. It appears you understand us, but alas, you are not one of us. Not just yet, at least. Tell me, oh filthy human, do you want to kneel in front of me?
Refusing him has him say,
Then leave, you disgusting piece of flesh. Just know that one day you will become a rotten home for my kind, and that day Maybe sooner than you think.
From here, you are locked out from further conversation. Kneeling, he will instead say,
Your humility pleases me. I might just make you one of our kind one day. Yes, but for now you are a peasant. Say it. Say that you are my peasant.
I am your peasant.
Peasant, there is a lowly being on the upper levels, a wretched being who wishes to be like us. That being wants to soar the skies, but we cannot allow that, not from someone as miserable as him. Murder that being. I want to see its blood flow, and I shall reward you.
So remember that butterfly creature all the way back in the backyard who wishes to grow wings? This is exactly what the Cockroach King is talking about. If you kill him and go back to the Cockroach King, he will say the following.
Peasant, your task is done, I hear. I am very pleased with your efforts. Butterfly, no, not in a million years. Peasant, you shall rise in rank. You are from this day onwards a noble.
Here, your affinity with the God of the Depths will grow. If you aren't playing his ENKI, he will continue.
Noble one, I might have tasks for you. There is an outsider in these dungeons, one with magical properties. My people have always wanted a new flesh of a home that has magical properties. Murder this long, fair-haired priest of destruction, and I shall reward you.
Of course, the only person he could be talking about is ENKI. Some may think Nostramus, but remember, Nostramus isn't a dark priest, despite looking very similar to ENKI. Killing ENKI in whatever way you can results in him thanking you, and it turns out that yes, he wishes for his kind to use ENKI's body as a new, more powerful home. Magically, that is, not physically. Remember, ENKI is very frail. Your affinity with the gods of the depths will grow once more. He tells you to come back later, and that there is always more murdering to do. Despite him saying this though, nothing else occurs. This is the end of this small questline that simply acts as a way to get affinity with the God of the Depths who, if you remember, cannot be prayed to at a ritual circle, so it might be worth doing for some. If you destroy one of the purple organs, you will find that the butterfly has flown away, leaving a butterfly soul behind. This soul increases evasion by 50%. The game will comment that you can hear something flapping in the distance, showing that the creature has actually successfully formed wings. Now is a good time to talk about the pollen status, which can infect certain enemies. Essentially, some areas of the dungeon will have growths on them. One such area is this area, the thicket. An infected creature will have a large flower growing out of them, typically their head. In terror and starvation mode, RAGNVALDR can be infected with a brain flower in the thicket. If you don't destroy this flower fast enough in combat, it can spread to you and give you the brain flower status. This makes you confused and attack allies. Enemies infected by pollen also seemingly ignore any form of disguise. Falling through another hole, you will end up in the deeper thicket, which has one variation. Here more greenery appears, with infected spores hanging from them. You can also find another purple organ. Slashing it results in the same thing as the one in the catacombs. It simply ceases moving. It seems we won't find out what they do until we kill all three of them. The deeper thicket is somewhat empty, but alongside the normal mumbler is an enemy known as the Greater Mumbler. These rare enemies are the most corrupted and dedicated worshippers of the God of the Depths, as evident by using the talk option in combat and asking for their origin. The Greater Mumbler takes more damage from piercing attacks. Stronger than her lesser counterpart and with a significantly higher health pool, the Greater Mumbler carries a bell on her right arm, which, when rung, lowers the mind and sanity of one party member. Her left arm holds a lantern that unleashes powerful fire attacks, dealing heavy damage to a single target. There is also a chance that she will use Soul Binding, an ability that causes massive mind damage. This effect can be completely negated if the target is equipped with the Spirit Anchor, which is an item only obtainable during ENKI's hard mode playthrough. More on that later. Your top priority should be dismembering her arms, as they deal the most damage and contribute heavily to mind reduction. Avoid targeting the head as it explodes upon being severed, just like their lesser counterpart. Instead, focus on the body once her arms are disabled to safely bring her down. Cutting both of her legs to inflict weakness, or as I call it, off balance, to an enemy isn't really worth it here. So, at the very southern end of the deeper thicket is a hole that leads to the catacombs, the same area Lagardis held. So if you were wondering where exactly the thicket leads, don't worry, everything gets tied up in a nice neat bow. The thicket can also just act as another way of going where Lagard is held. Either way, you need to enter the deep thicket if you want to kill all 3 of the purple organs, or purple hearts, whatever you want to call them. Okay, now that I've cleared up how to recruit all of the main characters, let's go back to the Cave Dweller village. Maybe we will find the means to get into this ancient city Lagard speaks of. So there is apparently a 10% chance that the entire village will be slaughtered by another creature that can spawn both here in the village and in the areas nearby, the Moonless Guard. These marriage of flesh between a guard and a dog can be quite a pain, especially if you find one in the village. This enemy is fought similarly to the standard prison guards. It's best to remove its cleaver arm first to avoid the risk of losing a limb, unless you're willing to take that chance. Unlike typical guards, instead of using its right arm for a grabbing attack, it attacks with its gaping maw that stretches from its head down to where its stinger once was. This entire area counts as a single body part. The maw can perform a coin flip attack, similar to the strength of the mad rush ability the normal guards use. But if you are guarding, you should be fine. The maw also deals more damage per turn than the standard cleaver attacks. However, if you sever all of its limbs, it may switch to using a tackle attack instead, which deals less damage. The Cave Dweller village itself, as mentioned, is filled with many huts as well as the named creatures. Inside the huts are a few interactables: a campfire, 2 soul stones, and the rope that you would need to go down into the area of the mines where the wolf masks are. The interior of the huts continues the trend of dead humans, some decorated into effigies. Viewing an effigy decorated in a yellow robe has the game tell you that it may have moved when you entered the room, although your mind may be just playing tricks on you. A child cave dweller is also found but won't attack you even if you manage to anger the rest. A couple engaged in sex is also a means to anger the rest of the village if you interrupt them. Of course, the stone crown helps to mitigate any potential anger, causing them to instead acknowledge your crown. Perhaps the crown meant something to them once and still does in their mind. There is also a book of random symbols that can be found, although it isn't known what they represent. Inside the village is also a cave dweller wearing a yellow hat, who can sell various items for silver coins. A fun fact about the interiors of Cave Dweller Village is that they are actually all on the same image or map. RPG Maker's maps are made up of tiles which make up the images you see on screen, and between them is simply a large impassable black void. Okay, so no key here for the ancient city stone gates back in the catacombs. Heading to the north of the village though, you will find another path forward into another smaller area. Again, Crow Mauler may spawn, and he loves to spawn right here on this pathway. Of course, to quickly get rid of him you can enter and exit a hut, since that is another area than the exterior. This area is the Altar of Darkness. Immediately to the left is another hut. Inside we find a cave dweller who idly guards a mysterious altar. Getting close to it we see a dark cube sitting at its apex. This is the key to the ancient city that we need, known as the Cube of the Depths. Before taking it, it is a good idea to have the stone crown equipped. Retrieving it will anger the village otherwise. The origins of this mysterious object trace back to the uncharted lands of Vinland, where a band of Oldegordian adventurers discovered it in the year 1577, the very same expedition that RAGNVALDR was on. Its presence in such a remote and unexplored region remains an enigma, yet it captured the deep interest of one man, Lagard, the commander of the Knights of the Midnight Sun. Driven by his obsession, Lagard devised a plan to invade the kingdom of Oldegord in 1590, with the sole intent of seizing the cube, an essential component in his quest that we are yet to learn the end goal of. This, of course, is what made RAGNVALDR's village get raided. It is the exact same artifact he referred to. After Lagard was ultimately imprisoned, the enigmatic cube came into the possession of Captain Rudimir, who I mentioned back when we were reading some text related to Trauta. To remind you, Captain Rudimir is the captain of this place now known as the Dungeons of Fear and Hunger. Facing dwindling supplies and a growing desperation in the harsh dungeons under his control, Rudimir chose to barter the object to the cave dwellers. These primitive beings, recognizing its link to the slumbering god of the depths, enshrined it upon a crude altar near the dormant deity. Sadly, RAGNVALDR doesn't seem to comment on the cube when retrieving it. I think revenge is more on his mind though, which we know has a whole scenario surrounding it if you are playing as RAGNVALDR when you find Lagard. There is another scenario later, but we'll get to that. Since this is one of the last times Rudimir is, well, relevant, I want to reveal a disturbing truth to you about this seemingly unseen character. Within the game are 4 diary entries by Rudimir himself. One I already read because it was focused on Chorta, but the rest give a massive insight as to what happened to the captain. Right now, all we know is that the captain did lose his mind, and he ran into the dark dungeons on his own wearing nothing but a sheet of cloth. At least according to the diary we found back in the level 5 mines.
Captain Rudimir, 30th of April, 1590. It was a mistake to take this position in these dungeons. It's next to impossible to keep any kind of order among the troops here. There are powers at play here that we, as mere mortals, cannot fight against. I've come to accept this madness. A naked prisoner crucified on a sacrificial statue with his guts hanging out, just another day in the dungeons. More and more troops are committing suicide every day, more food for those left. Orders to let cultists do their wicked rituals here, anything goes. All the gore and macabre scenery has become trivial to me. The High Priest demanded that we give them our prized prisoner, Lagarde of the Midnight Sun. I hesitated at first. After all, his worth in propaganda alone cannot be underestimated. But those priests somehow convinced higher-ups of their ways. Lagarde was transferred to the lower levels, below the mines. I have no idea what the purpose behind this is. Nothing good can come out of it, but orders are orders. I feel bad for the poor man. It's obvious the Kingdom of Rondon backstabbed him, just because he was gaining influence at such a rapid rate. Now his story ends here, defiled in such unholy practices. Captain Rudimir, 5th of August, 1590. I've had feverish dreams for the longest times now. In the dreams, the patterns on the walls, the caws of the crows, the swirling clouds. They haunt even my waking hours. I haven't had a moment of tranquility in months. It almost feels like the dreams become wilder, as the madness in these dungeons grow ever more stronger. I don't know which is the result of which. Do the dreams come before the madness, or are the dreams results of the ever-ensuing chaos? Everything I see seems to remind me of the dreams of otherworldly patterns. I swear the intestines of a gutted prisoner from yesterday took the very same shape. But when I try to describe its organic, ever-shaping pattern to scholars, or draw it down on paper, I fail to do so. Like a bonfire with flames reaching out to a night sky, so is its shape without a concrete form. These shapes are different without a doubt. Effects like these are far too much for mere humans to comprehend. I'm the epitome of their obsession, so I know it better than any. I know it better than any. Maybe I am the only sane one left to acknowledge this. It is my responsibility to clean everything up once again. The crows. They give their testament to my suspicions. I will start the purge. I will root out the madness. Only I can do it.
The darkness would overcome the captain, and would mutate him into what we know as the Crow Mauler. His obsessions, want for tranquility, and the darkness of the dungeon would eventually change not just his mind, but his body too. There is little that remains of Rudimir now. The only thing left are the few pieces of humanity on his body. His wish to root out the madness, though, has somewhat carried on. He almost endlessly hunts you throughout a lot of the game, wanting nothing but your headless corpse at his feet. Despite being in charge of the dungeon and seeing Lagarde's imprisonment firsthand, he felt sorry for him. I truly believe that Rudimir was a good man, and only became what he is today because of the dungeon itself and the influence of the gods within it. With the cube retrieved, we can go back, but wait, there's something to the north of this small area. A huge yellow mouth barely hanging open. Its rusted appearance stands out amongst anything else we've seen so far. RAGNVALDR has the following to say about it. This is the god of the depths. I've always been curious about this god. There are very few tales written about him. Back in the thicket, when we found RAGNVALDR for a second time, we learned that the god of the depths is symbolized by things that are rejected, forsaken, and forgotten. Maybe also the unknown. Out of the 4 old gods in the game, yes, Olmir is arguably an old god despite being ascended, the god of the depths is the most unknown god in the game in terms of actual lore. But at the same time, this vagueness can give way to simplicity. I mean, it doesn't have an actual name besides the god of the depths, which is more like a literal title for what it represents. A lot of Fear and Hunger lore can be theorized and presumed though. With no way forward from here, we can only go back to the stone gate and the catacombs that leads to the ancient city. But before that, let's go back to the blood pit to check on Nosra, now that we have 2 mystical artifacts he might be interested in. The Cube of the Depths and an Eclipse Talisman. Of course, if you give the latter to ENKI, you can always get another one from a yellow mage. Encountering Nosra once more, you can talk to him further with the 2 items in your possession. Correctly answering Nosra's questions without provoking him and responding with quote, "I feel like there is something greater waiting in the depths," end quote, when prompted, will cause him to sympathize with your boldness in the face of certain doom. At the final moment, he will make a remark about the cube. If you choose to kneel before him at this point, the battle will end without conflict and Nasra will join your party. I go by many titles, but you can call me Nasra, the doom and terror of the modern man. I hate the idea that I'd have a brainless maggot like you following me as a pupil, but I might just need you this once. You see, I need to destroy the reign of the new gods. I want to rip off their spines and watch them slump down limp and feeble. I want to watch them bleed while they're being squished by the very same arrogance that helped them rise to power. But my strength isn't quite the same as it once was. Make no mistake that I could crush you like the worm you are. But to get the job done, I need my body back. There should be a way to do just this in the ancient city that's below these ruins. I want you to aid me there. Nasra's grudge surrounding the new gods is quite interesting. At this moment in time, we are yet to learn many specifics regarding them, but we will in the next stretch of the game. Nasra stands out amongst party members in Fear and Hunger thanks to his unique trait, immortality. This makes him especially valuable in a game where death is often permanent. If his body hits 0, he will continue to live. Remember though that a game over can still occur if the protagonist of the run is killed. His combat capabilities don't quite measure up to those of weapon-wielding characters, particularly in terms of raw damage output, but despite these drawbacks, Nasra starts with Black Orb, one of the most powerful spells in the game, making him a strong, dedicated spellcaster. A key advantage that he holds is the ability to operate at low mind levels without suffering the penalties that affect other characters. That said, his performance is still heavily dependent on his available mind, more so than other party members, because he can only cast spells. Beyond Black Orb, Pyromancy Trick is a viable option when fire damage or the burning status effect is useful for wearing down tougher foes. Greater Hurting serves as a low-cost spell for dealing consistent, albeit modest, damage. Having Nasra in your party also unlocks unique dialogue options in various scenarios throughout the game. If you cast pheromones on Nasra, he will react with threats and complaints, and the spell will have no effect. So, slotting the cube into the ancient doors in the catacombs, an odd pulse comes from it, and the large doors swing open. Walking through, you will enter the Tomb of the Gods. Instantly, you will notice the change in area. The floor is now silver and bronze instead of the usual depressive grey of the previous dungeons. In this area is a straight path forward, but upon entering it, you will notice it is blocked by a fallen statue. Trying to find a way around, you will encounter a new enemy called the Body Snatcher. This wretched being was locked behind the sealed door when he was looting the dungeon for valuables, or, as the name implies, graves. He turned to the god of the depths for salvation. Outside of combat, the Body Snatcher will shoot poisonous darts at you, engaging in normal combat with you if you get too close. You should begin the fight by targeting the enemy's first right arm, as it causes paralysis and can quickly become a major threat. Once it's removed, the next priority should be the other right arm, which is capable of inflicting the critical state, bleeding, and infections. After both of the right arms are dealt with, you should focus on eliminating the second left arm, which can shoot toxic darts that can severely weaken the party. The other left arm, though, should be left intact, as it has no offensive capabilities and serves to prevent the enemy from using a more aggressive tackle attack each turn. After all of this, focus on the torso to finish the fight. It's recommended to bring a white vial for emergency healing and to have at least 2 party members capable of targeting limbs, so both right arms can be disabled in the first round. In a room to the far left is a mysterious statue known as the Beacon of the Depths. Investigating it, you are told that its mechanisms are ancient, and the light it radiates supposedly guides souls to the next world. There is a cube-shaped slot inside of it. Using the Cube of the Depths on it, you are transported into the past. Yeah, this area and the upcoming ones utilize these beacons a lot, so strap in for that. Using the beacons changes parts of the map, especially the appearance. Travelling to the past has areas turn into a more luminous one, whilst the present returns it to a murky state. As well as freeing up the centre path to go straight to the next area, since the statue returns to a standing state, travelling to the present will also give access to a few puzzles related to statues you can push around. You will need to solve these 3 puzzles if you want access to an optional area found here, being the second level of the Tomb of the Gods. This area actually contains what seems to be a tomb for Olmir. You can use necromancy on it to increase its appendage. Yeah, this is an Easter egg, I think. I don't think it's meant to be taken seriously, but either way, yeah. This is supposedly Olmir's physical grave. It isn't too clear. All the game tells you is that an old god rests here. In the present version of this area, the tomb turns into a skeleton. ENKI and RAGNVALDR observe that Olmir's presence can still be felt here, suggesting that he is still alive, even if he is ascended. ENKI in particular claims his presence is fading. To the north of this area is a cursed door that can be counter-magic to open. Through it are some mana bar, but to the right is a green hue. This is technically a secret and optional boss. According to a later source, she is the servant of a moon god, whose motivations are to meddle with the world, and is one of the old gods left that directly observe humanity still. Who is this moon god exactly? Well, you'll have to wait and see. But it plays a massive role in the second game, Termina. The Lady of the Moon is not a typical hostile encounter and poses no threat to you, so initiating combat with her is discouraged. If Moonless is present in the party, she will growl and act aggressive towards the lady, prompting you with a choice to either release Moonless or hold her back. Choosing to attack results in the lady pleading for peace, but she will not fight back. If defeated, she silently retreats into the green hue and disappears from the game permanently. Interaction is instead meant to be peaceful, initiated through the talk command. She communicates telepathically, much like the mana bar. When asked for help, she offers to make the player whole again, restoring full body, mind, all healing limbs, and curing every party member's status, but only in exchange for a gift. When pressed on what she desires, and if the girl is in your party, you may choose whether or not to give her up. If the girl is offered, the player is allowed to choose parting words before the lady gently takes the girl back into the green hue, and in return fully heals the party. Both the lady and the girl will not appear again. If the player refuses or the girl is not present, the lady quietly returns to the green hue, never to be seen again. Strangely, the Lady of the Moon and Pocket Cat seem to want the same thing, the girl. I will come back to this later. Either way, be careful in the past version of the Tomb of the Gods. There are new enemies called Red Man, or should I say Red Men. Their eerie screams echo throughout the empty hallways. These tortured beings crawl endlessly, meaning that if affected by a bear trap, their arms will be removed instead of their legs. For now, let's go straight onward to the ancient city itself, Mahabre. From this point on, I will stop mentioning how many variations areas have, because Mahabre doesn't really have multiple variations for its areas. Mahabre, also known as Mahavre, or the City of the Gods, is a massive change in scenery. It is located beneath the Dungeons of Fear and Hunger, and may be the source of the madness that creeps up into it, although the influence of the old gods may also be the cause of this. What we know about the new gods at this point is that they somewhat replaced the old gods. Think back to the words of the Dark Priests, the new gods. Roughly 800 years ago, mankind decided to take the reins in their own hands. We had suffered long enough because of the neglect of the older gods. New gods will bring us closer to paradise. The ancient city of Mahabre was originally established as a place of worship for the old gods, the powerful beings that are responsible for shaping the world as it is known today. In earlier eras, the city was called Mahavre, but over time its name evolved due to linguistic shifts. While the old gods once resided in Mahabre, they have long since vanished, leaving behind only the remnants of their presence scattered throughout the city. Before their departure, the old gods created clay figurines, animated constructs designed to function eternally, to inhabit and maintain the city. They also appointed a king to rule over Mahabre, and by extension all of humanity. Though often credited with the city's creation, this king ultimately left alongside the old gods. The clay figurines, faithfully carrying out their roles, have waited endlessly for his return through the passing ages. It is completely unknown where this king is now. According to Miro, the visual and thematic design of Mahabre draws inspiration from ancient Mesopotamian civilizations, such as Babylon. Additionally, the city takes influence from the lost city described in Lovecraft's At the Mountains of Madness. The name Mahabre itself is a play on the word macabre, which refers to themes of death or grim representations of mortality. However, this meaning carries a degree of ambiguity.
In the game, the present-day Maharb is a decayed, eerie and hostile place, filled with dangerous creatures that will attack you on sight. In contrast, the past version of the city has a more vibrant and less oppressive atmosphere, suggesting a time when it was still under the influence or the order of the old gods, or at least just shy of such. It is also filled with what look to be spirits of what used to be citizens, walking through the city endlessly and harmlessly. The shift from Mahav to Maharb is similar to the High German consonant shift, a historical process where many German consonants were changed after the language had already split off from English. This included a common shift from V to B, as in Mahav and Maharb. Compare the difference between the English here and the German. Moving into Maharb, you notice immediately the dense fog. This appears in the present and past versions of the city, but is more prominent in the darker present. In the distance, we see great towers and structures. If you didn't activate the Beacon of the Depths in the Tomb of the Gods, of course you'll still be in the present, and only the eerie darkness gives way to the monolithic tower's faint reflections in the distance. If you have certain party members with you, the following exchanges can happen near an archway before you enter the city itself. I've mixed and matched them a bit so you get as much of the exchange as possible. Das looks around in awe. How can something like this remain hidden from the world? CAHARA expresses that the very idea of this city is making him dizzy. ENKI scoffs. There are mysteries far greater than this hidden from common folk. I don't know where the naive way of thinking oozes from, but the current civilization is far from the enlightened ones. Still, this is pretty interesting. RAGNVALDR looks around. I've never heard about this place, but the architecture suggests that this place is ancient. These patterns on the walls and the tiling of the pavements, they are typically used with buildings related to the older times and the older gods. But there is also something very different about them, like the patterns we've seen elsewhere had something lost in translation, like they were cheap copies of the real thing. Das talks once more. I didn't realize what I got myself into before I stepped into this darkness. These ruins give me terrible feelings. If something like this was still waiting for us, what else is there to come? Hey, take it easy, Dollface. I'm looking after you. Hope that comforts you even a little, CAHARA replies. This place, Lagarde says, passively. You know this place? Inquires RAGNVALDR. Of course not. There is something you are not saying. I don't buy the whole amnesia act. What can I say? I can't remember a thing. RAGNVALDR clenches his fists. He is seemingly suspicious about Lagarde. Not only suspicious, but there is an anger in his eyes as well. Moving through the archway, you will notice that RAGNVALDR and Lagarde are missing from your party, if you had them, of course. Going back, the following is seen. RAGNVALDR and Lagarde are fighting violently. You little piece of shit! I don't know what you want me to say. There is nothing to say anymore. Lagarde is in a very rough shape. You can choose to intervene or let them fight. RAGNVALDR will win without any player intervention. Letting Lagarde die will enrage Das if she is also present, forcing you between killing the two knights or killing RAGNVALDR. Of course, we cannot blame Das for defending Lagarde. She doesn't know RAGNVALDR's history with the Knights of the Midnight Sun, but Das may still be aware of his various atrocities. Why? This is how it feels to lose a loved one. You are a fucking monster. So a fun little fact is that you can completely avoid this fight if they're in your party if you simply stick to the past version of Maharb. I'm not sure why this is, but yeah, maybe the serenity simply distracts them or something. I'm really not sure. So if you are watching this video and are confused how exactly RAGNVALDR and Lagarde are in the party still whilst in Maharb, it is simply because I did the simple trick of entering Maharb whilst in the present. The reason RAGNVALDR takes the chance to kill Lagarde here is because Lagarde is clearly up to something, and RAGNVALDR knows he cannot be trusted based off his conquests in Aldegord. RAGNVALDR will deny this goal of his if he can, as this goal's path was also what killed his entire family. Whatever choices you make here, the path still lies open to you. I've not yet gone into exact detail as to what Lagarde's plan is, but with what we've learned so far, especially from ENKI's motivation, and what Nostradamus has said about him, he may be prophesized for something. Either way, before you enter through the archway, there is a small room you can access to the left. Inside are many bookshelves, but are described to be rotting in the present day. Within the city are beacons you can light with tinderboxes that provide a large source of light, which is useful in the darker present Maharb. Again, if you want to switch to the more bright past Maharb, you will need to activate one of the beacons with the cube. There are plenty of these beacons in the city.
So walking back through the archway, we will find the center square. In the present, it is obviously in ruins, with the large statue in the middle having its top half missing if you are in the present Mahabharata. You can use this statue to pray to any of the older gods, and oddly, you can actually pray to the god of the depths here, which is a first at the various points of prayer in the game. To the right is also this hollow pig statue, which has been a massive mystery in the community for a long time, simply because there is no lore surrounding it. There are 2 stairwells that go up behind the statue you can pray at to a small area with a beacon and a nameless clay figure blocking an entrance forward. He only appears in the past version of the city. In the present, there is simply a locked door. He was one of the many clay figures forged by the old gods to populate the streets of the city. Human, you are not worthy of passing through the gates of eternity. In this tribunal, suffer through your personal trials, torment on the loss of your close ones. Only through this pain can you reach enlightenment and understand your place in this world. If you can go through all this without losing your original goals and dreams, only then I shall let you pass. What do you mean by that? The figurine doesn't seem to react to your question at all. Seems like his mind is lost with the time spent in this darkness. Where should I start? He only repeats himself. The overall goal of Mahabharata is to find what is required to pass by the Nameless One. Either way, whilst we are investigating the city itself, we may as well find out what these items are. Here, though, you can find Pocket Cat again if you have the girl in your party. Well, hello again, stranger. We meet again in such a picturesque environment. You must be the one who opened the door to this lovely place. I came to a sudden realization that you happen to have that little human girl with you, and I've been asking for such a thing for a while now. I think you seriously should consider my offer. And just hand over the girl. How is it going to be, old chap? Handing her over results in him being thankful. He will eventually leave the area and leave behind some catnip, a food item that restores 7 hunger. Meanwhile, rejecting him, the following happens. No. You see a large chap like myself asking nicely for such a small little offering, something so insignificant. You barely even know this little creature. You just met her a few fleeting moments ago, yet you decline me this tiny pleasure. My only pleasure. Pocket Cat is purring louder and louder. I'll ask once more. Will you politely give me the girl? No. No, this one says. Master, what do I do? You don't always get what you want, huh? I do think you loved me. I really did. I mean, how else do you explain all those long gazes we shared? And how we always used to talk to the long hours of the night. Just the 2 of us. Maybe our feet gently touched each other when no one else was watching. I thought there was something there. I'm not going to lie, this breaks my heart. I think it's best for me to go. Just leave this place. If you ever... No. Some things are better left unsaid. I will leave while I still have my dignity. Goodbye. Pocket Cat will then vanish from the game completely, leaving behind many questions. Most aren't answered until the second game. I did say earlier that I will further expand on Pocket Cat, and now is the time to do so. So, Pocket Cat and the Lady of the Moon seemingly serve the same master, Rare, the trickster moon god. The Lady of the Moon's dialogue suggests that she and him, most likely Pocket Cat, wish to stop the girl from becoming, well, a god. As she states, quote, like him, I don't believe men should have the same rights as the true gods. That's why I serve him to my demise. Another case for who this him figure is, especially after this sentence, is Rare himself. She also pretty much outright states that the moon is the form Rare takes. This mostly comes out of left field and outright confirms that there is much more to the girl that meets the eye. Rare is also described as a jealous god, adding a certain pettiness to his motivation here. He is a very complicated god and, well, I'm sorry to say this, you're going to have to wait until my Termina video to find out more about him. Because the information in the first game, this game, is very scarce. Anyway, to the left of the nameless one is a room. In the present version of Mahab, you can find some bookshelves to loot as well as other lootables. However, there is a new enemy inside. A rather eerie enemy, a Lord of the Flies. Of course named after the book. This creature is a creation of a new god, and isn't terribly difficult to kill. Unless you are fighting alone, it's recommended to use the talk command to stun the Lord of the Flies, giving your other party members a chance to attack safely. This is because there is an option to confuse him after asking him questions about what exactly it wants. He claims he needs you for his master, the Wise One. Refusing him will cause him to become confused and be stunned for a turn. You will want to do this because the Lord of the Flies has a skill called Manhandle, causing a complete wipe of the party if the coin flip it prompts fails. Once you enter battle with it, there is a chance that you will immediately need to do a coin toss. Failing it will cause you to vomit and lose 10 HP due to the smell of the beast. Both of its hands can use the hairy palm attack, which deals moderate damage, and this move can still be used even if you sever the creature's head in the first turn. If you don't use On Guard at the start of the battle, there is a 1 in 3 chance that you will be forced into a coin flip. The Lord of Flies is weak to fire, taking more damage from fire-based attacks. In the past version of Mahab, though, you will instead encounter the Uterus, an artificial life form with 3 distinct stages it goes into during battle. In its lower torso is an exposed embryo, which can be attacked and has its own set of skills it can use. The uterus and its embryo take more damage from blunt attacks, making blunt attacks and skills especially effective in this fight. The embryo, while appearing as a separate entity, is technically treated as a body part of the uterus. Defeating the uterus will automatically end the battle, even if the embryo is still alive. The uterus primarily attacks with its hands, which can also stab and inflict heavy damage to you and your party members. Fortunately, its limbs are relatively easy to sever and should generally be the first priority. However, the real threat in this encounter comes from the embryo, which begins to crawl out during the fight. If not dealt with within 3 turns, it will perform a devastating stab attack that can critically wound your party. The most reliable counter to the embryo is Leg Sweep, which will instantly kill it. If no one in your party has access to Leg Sweep, having multiple characters to focus damage on the embryo becomes crucial. Alternatively, if you have enough raw damage, focusing on the torso is a valid strategy. If the torso is destroyed in a single turn, the uterus dies immediately, ending the battle before the embryo can act. In the top right of this room is a small crawl space. Going through it results in you going to the top of a staircase. In the present city, you will find a Gaunt Knight at the bottom. At first, it might seem like a unique enemy, but it goes much deeper than that. Strangely, you can approach and try talking to him before attacking. The Gaunt Knight wields a sword in each arm, and will use either cross slash or a double attack, each with a 95% chance to inflict bleeding and to sever your arms. However, attacking his arms doesn't sever them outright. Instead, it disarms him, forcing him to switch to a weaker punch attack. Because these punches deal significantly less damage, disarming him early is the most effective strategy. Alternatively, though, you can spare the Gaunt Knight by using the talk command and throwing an elixir of mind at his body. This causes him to slowly regain his memories and stop fighting. What happens next depends on your progress in Bookman's questline. The outcome will change based on how you've interacted with Bookman earlier. The Gaunt Knight wears the most offensive armor in the entire game, which can only be obtained by looting his corpse. This forces you to make a choice, kill him and obtain his armor, or spare him to progress Bookman's quest and forego the gear. Using an elixir of mind on him will eventually stop the battle, restoring his mind and memory, and causing him to say the following. I remember now. My name is Cyril. What have I done? Are you okay? I am getting my senses back now. I am sorry about the way I assaulted you. Can I trust you? I am sorry, it's a great shame, how I attacked you like a wild man, just like one of the beasts that should delve in this darkness. My resolve was too weak. The madness engulfed me. Why are you here? I have a mission down here, but I fear I've delved too deep. I'm sorry, I must collect my thoughts for a second. Of course, we'll get back to him later. There is 1 member left of Bookman's party we are yet to find, and once we find them, we will come back to Cyril and tell him. For now, let's move on. Still in the present city, you will find a small room with a simple cave spider in it. These spiders are very weak and only have 1 bite attack that can deal minor piercing damage and also cause the poison status. You can even use the talk option to step on the spider and instantly kill them. With the mastery over insect skill, you can ask them their origin, with a funny bit of speech coming from them. You dare talk to me during our bigger-than-life duel? It's David versus Goliath, a true underdog to beat the odds, a true hero going against the gods. Up north here is a pile of rubble that can be destroyed with an explosive vial. Behind it is a chest. In the past version of Mahab is instead a wax vendor in this room. It sells 4 items: an elixir of mind, an elixir of body, a soul stone, and a soul devourer necklace. The latter provides a 30% resistance to otherworldly damage. This vendor is useful because you can quickly cure Cyril of his insanity if you buy the elixir of mind from him. Keep in mind though, the two exist in 2 separate times. This clay vendor claims to be a wizard without a pointy hat, and his artifacts are what make him a wizard. To the left is a doorway that leads to the Temple District. If you have Nasrar in your party, he will say the following. There is a hidden laboratory in the back alleys of this city, just south from here. There I can finally retain my body and my strength. How do you know about this place? Simple. I used to be one of the new gods. I despised the worms I shared the throne with, and decided to head elsewhere. How can you become a new god? Even if you are a so-called pupil of mine, that doesn't mean I'm going to teach you a thing. Learn from what I do, not from what I say. Why do you want to destroy the new gods now? I'm a selfish bastard. I don't want to share power or strength with maggots. New gods are nothing but puppets anyway. Their existence serves a greater purpose, even if they think they're omnipotent themselves. What is going to happen to me after you regain your body? What is going to happen to me, you ask? What are you, a little girl? I'll crush you if I feel like it. That is what's going to happen. The northern path here is destroyed in the present version of the city, with a large pit that can be jumped into. Throwing a stone down, you will find that it makes no sound, suggesting the pit is extremely deep. Jumping down will result in your death. Now, in the past version of Mahab, the path is clear to go north in the Temple District, but an odd fellow awaits. He could actually be seen stalking you leading up to this point, but you may have missed him. The Harvest Man. During the first turn, the Harvest Man will only perform non-hostile actions, smiling, whistling, and petting the player. However, starting from the end of the second turn, he will begin using a coin flip attack, which he continues to use every 3 turns after. Failing to guard when you lose this coin flip will result in an instant game over, making proper timing and preparation crucial. To deal with the Harvest Man effectively, it's recommended to focus attacks on the torso for a quick takedown. Alternatively, powerful targeted attacks like Black Orb or using a Priest Lantern on his head are also highly effective. So what happens if you lose to the Harvest Man in battle? Well, he will rape you with his hand, resulting in a game over as it will no doubt kill you. On Terror and Starvation mode, he may steal the girl in your party, and you can find him a little later simply petting the girl. You must kill him to get the girl back on this occasion. Within the present version of the Temple District, you may encounter more Lords of Flies. Progressing on, you will find many more interiors which I will cover in just a moment, but you will also find a sign. To the north are the Grand Libraries of Enlightenment. To the east is the Central Square, which we pass through, and the Tower of Endless. And to the south is the Temple of Torment. Clearly key areas we should visit. Maybe they contain the items the Nameless wants to see you have before letting you pass at the start of the city. In the past version of the Temple District are 4 NPCs you can talk to. One of them, with a chest on their back, wanders around. Another wishes to become a warrior like the Big Brother, promising to watch over the city as it's guarding the, quote, gates of eternity, end quote. One thing you may notice is that he looks just like the Nameless one. This could be him, and if it is, he has at least achieved his dream. Somewhat. As for the Big Brother, it is most likely the larger fellow across the way that I'll talk about in a moment. There is also a cross-legged vendor who is surprised to see you, which makes sense. He calls himself the Chief, and his sort of figurine come and go. He tells you of this city, where the gods used to reside, and now the new gods are sleeping at their beds. He doesn't quite know where the old gods went. He sells you 3 recipe books for 80 silver coins each. The other I mentioned, the Wandering One, can be talked to as well. He has less to say, seemingly being a workaholic. But an interesting bit of lore from him is that the gods built this place not just for them, but for a specific purpose. Finally, there is a larger figure, and if you have a red scarf that you can acquire from him in the present in another area of the city after defeating him, which I will get to, new dialogue will open up to you. He was created to defend the city with his life, to look after it until the king returns. He assures you that the king will return one day as he created the city, but isn't sure how long it has been since the king vanished. As for the scarf, he acknowledges it and your strength. The fact that you travel to and from past and present doesn't seem to surprise him that much, but at the end of the day, these clay figures are created for specific purposes. There is little room in their heads to question such things. One interior here, near the NPCs, simply acts as a shortcut back to the center of the city, but be careful because there are prior mentioned enemies inside it. This shortcut works best in the past version of Mahabr. Another interior in the temple district is a house that, in the present, has but a chest inside it and a lucky coin. There is also a bed here you can save with. In the present, there are uterus that spawn here though. This house leads back round to the center square where the nameless figure blocks the northern path. It's a nice shortcut. Okay, so going back to that sign, we can go north, south, or east from the temple district. Let's head north to the Grand Library of Enlightenment. There are two ways to get into the library, through a door to the right or straight through the main entrance. On both sides of the main entrance are two statues. Interacting with the one on the left, you are told it depicts one of the new gods, Valtiel, the Enlightened One. The statue on the right is of a bearded man who resembles the people from the Eastern Sanctuaries, with a vile look on his face. If you have Nostra with you, he will simply say, I'm happy with the way my features are shown here. This confirms that Nostra's hate for the new gods is probably sourced from a sort of betrayal. Why else would he have statues built alongside them? All we know right now is that the new gods 800 years ago aimed to replace the zealotry surrounding the old gods, and so as humans somehow became gods. However, judging by the current state of Mahabr, being the present Mahabr, something went wrong. Time flows differently here thanks to the beacon, so maybe we will get our answers from the past. Going through the smaller entrance to the library, you'll immediately come across a small room with dog cages. In the present version of Mahabr is a skeleton you can resurrect with necromancy. Going up the stairwell, you will find yourself inside the Grand Library. Taking the side entrance, as explained, will result in you appearing in a small room seemingly used for experiments and torture. There is a large birthing tank. Examining it, you will find that there are scratches on the inside of the tank, suggesting that whatever is inside didn't like its fate. Beside it is a book with a simple sentence frantically asking what the secret is, and why won't it work? Maybe a sort of failed experiment. In the present version of the room is a ritual circle you can use. Going through the northern door in this room, you will find yourself outside again, but going through the western door, you will come across another room with black liquid seeping through the wall. This black liquid is found in other places and can be scooped up with an empty vial and used in certain recipes, such as the explosive vial. Moving past the alchemy tools, you will come across the Grand Library itself. A huge collection of tomes that stretch upward to the ceiling. Some bookshelves can be looted, but others are filled with languages you cannot understand, or simply don't catch your attention. In the present version of the city is a Great Mumbler, the same sort of enemy encountered in the thicket. In the past you will find embryos, the same sort of creatures found inside the previously encountered uterus. So, in the present version of the Grand Library, you can find the Black Witch again. The one Grogroth worshipper way back near the start of the game you can fight in the flip side version of the basement. Killing her here, you can harvest her soul, which gives your regular attack a guaranteed chance of inflicting poison. So, if ENKI is in your party, he will actually temporarily leave the party to investigate the many tomes. You can approach him and talk to him during this. This place is one of the reasons I delved down here. Since the beginning of our time, they have kept recording the events, sciences, knowledge and more. They? The new ones. They've been passing on the torch of enlightenment for aeons. I'm still not following. Of course you aren't. How about reading something instead of talking to me and maybe you might just get it? Who is currently holding the torch? You must know him. He is Valtiel the Enlightened One. A whole lifetime wouldn't be enough to browse through this place. We saw Valtiel outside in the form of a statue. Maybe he still resides here. Behind ENKI is a door that leads to another room. Inside that room is another door that leads to the upper floor, which has a ritual circle, a beacon of the depths and another book. This book has frantic writings that refuse the knowledge of the writer's mind. Most likely the same person who wrote this wrote the other one. Perhaps it is Valtiel himself. Even as a new god, he is overcome with such emotion. There is even another note saying he will, quote, go see his mannequins, unquote. In this context of getting rid of frustrations, maybe this is an implication as to what the purpose of these uterus are really for, his pleasure. So in the room you initially enter behind ENKI is a puzzle. You must complete this puzzle in order to progress to the inner sanctum of the library. This puzzle can only be completed in the past, when its mechanics still functioned. There are 5 mannequins that must be moved into certain poses to unlock the door behind them. To find the answer, you must travel to the present again and find the statues in specific poses. From there, you can match them up in the past, and there you go. I believe some of these poses are references to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and hell, even a character in the second game is confirmed to be inspired by Jotaro. So maybe that's the case. With the puzzle solved, ENKI will rejoin your party. Into the inner sanctum we go. Straight ahead is a man. He looks back at you for a second over his shoulder, before plunging into the dark abyss below without saying a word. Descending downward into the abyss, the darkness seems to be ever present. At the bottom of the abyss, we encounter a horrifying abomination. A giant's head with an exposed brain flies at you, beginning combat. This is Valtiel, the Enlightened One, a new god. According to a group of later characters, quote, the new god of enlightenment, Valtiel is the current master of the Grand Libraries. He is obsessed with creation of artificial life. He has wasted his cycle at the libraries on the subject without much triumph. He believes this to be the key to true godhood. He believes creation of life closes the gap between the new and older gods. Looking at Valtiel's clothing before his plunge implies he was a dark priest before he ascended to new godhood. Each turn, both sides of Valtiel's brain will either spend the turn thinking or attacking the party. The right side of the brain, on the left side of the screen, should be prioritized first, as it poses the greatest threat. This creative side casts powerful spells like Hurting and Black Orb. The left brain, on the right side of the screen, only uses Headbutt, a weaker attack that hits the entire party but deals relatively low damage. The head should be saved for last, as it becomes completely harmless once both brains are defeated. The third eye only attacks when it is fully formed, which takes around 4 turns. It has the least HP of all body parts, but once active, it will cast Whispers of Grogroth, a deadly spell that causes the target to die after 5 turns. This effect cannot be cured during the fight. It is essentially an enrage timer. At the start of the battle, it's highly recommended to inflict status effects on the head. Poison is especially effective. It not only damages the head but also applies weakness and triggers the message. The Enlightened One seems to react to the poison strongly. During the fight, you can talk to Valtiel. This prompts him to ask lore-related questions, typically based on Fear and Hunger's story or in-game books. If answered correctly, all parts of Valtiel's body will take anywhere between 400 to 600 damage. Incorrect answers have no penalty. However, this dialogue option is unavailable during extra turns. Either way, it is recommended you do this since it's an immense amount of damage. As for these questions, 2 book chapters we may find in the game will come in handy. The Fellowship. The following pages tell of the events that took place in the year 809, after the birth of our Christ, the Ascended One. The Fellowship consisted of 5 people. Francois, the Dominating One. Nilvan, the Endless One. Valtiel, the Enlightened One. Chambara, the Tormented One. And then there was a 5th one. He who never aspired for the same greatness as the rest of the party. Whose story bears no listeners. The Forgotten One. The Fellowship was formed to seek the older gods, who left humanity without guidance, without aid in their times of great peril. The great kingdoms were slowly rotting away, and the grand values mankind once aimed for were displaced by defied principles and practices. Back then, there existed an ancient tomb in the city of Mahab that worked as a hub for multiple different planes of existence. A place where a man could meet his maker. Those who would set their foot inside would end up in a forever-going turmoil of godly dimensions and planes of afterlife. It is here that the Fellowship would demand the rights of self-governing for mankind, freedom to choose our destiny and build the future we deserve. The Fellowship would find their way to the ancient tombs that would lead them to their confrontation with the older gods. The Fellowship persisted through the numerous hazards and dangers the older gods threw at them. Eventually, all 5 of them would reach the Golden Gates of Mahav, the very same gates Olmir ascended from 800 years prior. It seemed like the Fellowship had bested all the challenges gods had laid out for them. But at the most crucial moment, a seed of doubt was planted into the mind of the fifth one. The Forgotten One was the last trial the old gods had in store. His purpose in the grand scheme of things was to create doubt and unease between the Fellowship. Holding tight to their grand mission, the Fellowship prevailed, however. They laid down all the doubts and proceeded to the Golden Temple of Mahav. The Fellowship tore down the legacy of the old gods and created a new world order. An age where mankind decided their own fate, an age of growth and prosperity. The Fellowship became the new gods that we know and love today. The Fellowship. Valtiel is a part of them. Perhaps the rest of them are found throughout the city as well. Either way, he will ask the following. The original god of destruction, one of whom is the very prime ingredient for existence, like shadow to light. Who is his counterpart? The correct answer is Sylvian. Among us, the new gods, I am Valtiel to the Enlightenment, as Francois is to the Domination. Who is Torment? The correct answer is Chambara. We, the new gods, while still walking among men, our fellowship, when did we embark on our journey to ascension? The correct answer is in the year 809. As Valtiel the Enlightened One, who preceded me here at the Grand Libraries? The correct answer is Nasra. Olmir, the Ascended One, the last of the older gods. What year marks the birth of his new self? The correct answer is year 0. The character who walks among men, called the Pocket Cat, is he the servant of which older god? The correct answer is the Trickster Moon God. The Dark Continent, whence the darkness slowly leaks to the Western world. Where the day only shines, eternal darkness and grey gloom. What is it called among the people of Europa? The correct answer is Vinland. Rare the god from the unknown beyond the blue skies. He has an effect to feeble humans. What is it called? The correct answer is the Moonlight Cancer. If Nasra is brought to his present-day corpse, found in the same area as he has fought, trying to hang himself, he will call Valtiel a child-molesting bastard. As for the other questions, besides guessing, you can get the information in-game as well as through a future group of characters. I know that I've mentioned these future group of characters a handful of times now, but hey, bear with me. If you've got this far into the video, surely you can hang on for a little bit longer. Now, Nosra is the new god who held the libraries as his own after the great Batel. How Batel fell for the pathetic tricks Nosra pulled against him is a complete mystery. Nosra was not content. His mind was weak, his body was weak, and most of all, he couldn't hold his own against the pressure this place had on people. Without reason, he used to sodomize everyone who stood in his way. That is how he desired to spend his days instead of the true godhood we have here. Batel was the new god of enlightenment that preceded Nosra at the Grand Libraries. He created the Grand Libraries to store the immense amount of knowledge the world holds. He wished that the archives would one day surpass the knowledge and the wisdom of the older gods. Every new god of the Enlightenment would, from then on, dedicate their cycle at the libraries to a certain subject they would decide themselves. The large statue outside the Grand Library is a depiction of Batel. This is also a reminder that not all new gods are members of the Fellowship, who simply seem to be new gods who simply made a large impact against the old gods through their ascension. There could be arguments that they are also the first new gods to ever exist, but this could go against certain lore, but time flows weirdly within Mahabre. Nosra's trickery against Batel is most likely what caused the rift between him and the new gods, and is what caused Nosra to hold such massive hatred for them. Of course, this trickery didn't come to light for a while because Nosra's involvement in the library is outright celebrated. I mean, there are statues of him embedded into the library itself. When it did come to light though, he and the Fellowship most likely got into a battle of sorts, which ended up in Nosra's decapitation. Either way, with Valtiel dead, we get the Enlightened Soul, the same soul that ENKI has. This feat alone is enough to prove that the new gods aren't as powerful as the old gods. They can die like any other person with enough effort. They are more like demigods, if anything. Upon death, you are told that concepts beyond you fill your mind for a brief moment. Overall, if you answered Valtiel's questions correctly during the fight, well, it shouldn't be too hard. I actually think this fight is quite easy. With the knowledge we have in mind, we should go find the other members of the Fellowship and harvest their souls as well. Maybe that is what the Nameless is looking for. Going south from the library, we enter the back alleys. Nosra says the following. This is the area. Below the Temple of Torment lies my old laboratory. Although these alleys look a bit different from my time, We might have to find an alternate path down there. Let's look for a way down. The Temple of Torment lies to the west of this area. Going down the stairs, we will see a house we can enter. Inside, we find a skeleton we can resurrect as well as a spider, but only in the present version of the city. This room also acts as a quick way to get atop some nearby houses, where a beacon of the depths is present. In this area, at least in the present version of the city, you will find scarabs. This is actually the same enemy that attacked Seymour way back in the dungeon. Scarabs resemble a rigid human head perched atop 4 insect-like legs. They cannot be talked to unless you have mastery over insects, hinting that they may be linked to the god of the depths. You can talk them out of battle or distract them for one turn by talking to them. At first glance, the scarab may seem harmless. It attacks by simply poking, dealing minimal damage, or sometimes not attacking at all, instead twitching its limbs aimlessly. However, after 2 turns, its true danger is revealed. The scarab shell bursts open, spraying acid at a random party member. This causes moderate damage and, more critically, melts the affected character's weapon, making it unusable for the rest of the fight. There is no complex strategy when dealing with a scarab. Its limbs cannot be targeted individually. Its shell is extremely durable, so it's important to bring strong damage-dealing attacks and enough party members to eliminate it quickly, ideally before it can unleash its acid spray. You can make your way across the top of the houses and back down to the ground. Going south, if you are in present Mahab, you will see a large hole in the ground. It won't be present if you are in the past. Going through and heading left, you will see a creature. A white angel chained to a wall. More on that later. So, jumping down one of the holes in present Mahab here will actually put you into the underground cave. This area is filled with humanoid husks who stand blankly. There are various glass tanks here that you can put your blood into, which mixes with the water inside of it. This will create a naked husk of your current character. This husk doesn't join the party as its use is exclusively in the Temple of Torment. Here, as well, you can actually help Nasra, or at least attempt to help Nasra, get his body back. However, this doesn't quite work out. The body he finds for himself isn't to his liking, and so he determines to destroy the new gods in his current state. Whilst down here in the lab, you will come across an altar that has 4 slots on it. If you place 4 limbs in these slots, you will get access to a room containing the Sergal Spear, an incredibly powerful weapon. It is recommended you give the limbs of disposable party members such as ghouls or demon kids. Skeleton arms also work. This spear grants 120 attack and has a chance of causing bleeding. However, it is a 2-handed weapon, so you won't be able to equip a shield. I think it's worth using the Sergal Spear when you can though. If you have a party with Blue Sin, the Purified Eastern Sword, and the Sergal Spear, you are officially set when it comes to damage. Overall, the best way to get to the Temple of Torment is to stay in the past. Scarabs won't spawn, and there are no holes in the ground blocking your path. The Temple of Torment itself is quite different in appearance from the rest of the city. Inside, we instantly see a large pit with 3 dried out streams heading towards it. Throughout the relatively small temple are only 2 regular enemies, both of which we've seen already, red men and spiders. The objective here is to fill up the pool at the start by sacrificing an ally on the hooks in the final room. Yes, you will actually have to kill them. You must pull their skin off enough by using the 2 levers to the left and the right. Eventually they will be skinned and their blood will flow downward into the pool at the start. Only CAHARA, Das, RAGNVALDR, ENKI or Lagarde can be sacrificed. Or, ideally, a husk, which will appear just for this purpose as long as you made one in the underground cave. None of them seemingly object. During this time, the Tormented One will spawn. He will attempt to stop you, but this isn't actually him in his true form. His real form lies if you go to the pool itself. You cannot escape this boss fight once started, and be wary, it can be extremely difficult if you're not sure what to do. In the first phase, the Tormented One uses 2 abilities, Pummel and Chains of Torment. Chains of Torment only triggers if both of his arms have been severed. To prevent this, it is recommended to leave the left arm intact, as it doesn't always attack. Additionally, it's wise to apply a damage over time effect to the torso during this phase. The darts will persist into phase 2, giving you a head start on dealing damage. In the second phase, the Tormented One brings out the Wheels of Torment. The first circle gains extremely high physical evasion, making it difficult to land hits.
This evasion can be countered by jamming the outer 2 wheels. To do this, simply deal at least 100 damage to both of the outer wheels in the same turn. If successful, the weakness status will be applied to the first circle at the end of that turn. Note that jamming the wheels does not prevent them from attacking, it only reduces the first circle's evasion. The Tormented One's full name is Ron Chambera. He was once a poet, and he believes no great art can be achieved without pain and suffering. I think he's been reading too many bad fanfictions and thinks that's the basis for fiction. Anyway, he carries these principles still, even as a new god. This ideal extended to the Red Men, who have been tortured for hundreds of years, alongside himself. Killing Chambera, Nasra will tell him to die a slow and painful death. With him dead, you gain the Tormented Soul, the same soul RAGNVALDR has. You will also learn the Chains of Torment spell after interacting with his body, a powerful spell that deals 900 magical damage and applies bleeding. From this point on, the enemy we saw chained up will be released and begin pursuit, the White Angel. Its arms are capable of severing limbs. The most effective way to win the battle is to target its heart with a damaging spell like Hurting or Black Orb. Overall, it isn't too hard of a fight. Its soul doubles your agility and gives you first move priority alongside an extra turn. Extremely useful. Beginning on its second turn, the White Angel can unleash a deadly attack that requires a coin flip. Failing it, your upper body will be completely chopped in half. This obviously results in an instant death. However, even after a failed coin flip, the attack still has a chance to miss. Okay, heading back to the sign in the Temple District. By process of elimination, we've gone north and south. So now we have east left, to the Tower of Endless, which is past the center of the city. Heading east past the center square, we will find ourselves in downtown. In the past, it is rather empty, but in the present you may encounter a body snatcher. The same tomb raiders from the Tomb of the Gods. One thing you may notice in downtown is that it is extremely linear. There is a singular path forward here. That is because the rest of the area opens up when you backtrack through another route in the next area. Heading north across the rooftop, we will find ourselves on the path leading to the Tower of Endless. This area is simply a path that leads up to the tower itself, which has a beacon next to it. In the present version of the area is a small hole you can enter, but I'll get back to that in a moment. Ascending the spiral staircase around the tower, you can enter inside. Inside the tower is a bed and a ritual circle, the latter only appearing in the present Mahab. The bed is completely safe to use, but if you sleep in it in the past version of Mahab, a large dream sequence will begin. This dream sequence is based in the Kingdom of Rondon. The purpose of this dream is to further expand on the characters' backstories. From the entrance of this city are men with lanterns that will slowly chase you. If they catch you, you will be sent back to the tower. Entering the dream, you are told how familiar it looks. But there is something uncanny about the houses and street lamps. Found on the side of a building is a poster about missing children. 13 are missing since the start of the year. To the west is a building. Walking in, the sounds of sex are heard almost instantly. The silhouettes behind the curtains are seen too. It is clearly a brothel of some sort. Walking deeper into the place, we will find CAHARA talking to his lover, Celeste. This is based just before he left for the dungeons of fear and hunger. Celeste, you're still doing this job with the little one on the way and all? Yeah, well, there are folks that fancy stuff like this. If anything, I feel like there are more gentlemen asking for my services these days. Men sure are weird like that. This isn't right. I don't like it. Honey, I don't know what to say. Girls got to eat, and now I got the little one to feed as well. I'm a man. I should take care of you too. The world doesn't always go the way we'd want. No. For all my life, I've drifted along wherever the wind took me, but it doesn't have to be like that. We don't always have to stay on the mercy of the winds or the gods. I might have the answer. I got a new gig a few days ago. It's a pretty daunting task, but it'll get us the silver we need. I'm leaving tomorrow. When I get back, things will change. You just wait and see. Honey, just promise me you do come back. Yeah. Walking to the center of the area, we actually find ENKI atop a sacrificial monument with other dark priests surrounding him. I'm ready, Olmir. Take me. I'm ready to meet my end. This is as far as I got. I can't get any satisfaction. There is no fulfillment. I've reached the limits this feeble body can withstand. There is no silver lining waiting at the end. The purpose of us all is to sliver under the gold sun the gods have set above us. Huh? These visions. I see. I understand. Let me down from here. Moments before Enki sacrificed himself or when he received visions about Lagard, the supposed prophesized one. To the north, in a small courtyard, we actually find a group of dark priests. If you are wearing dark priest robes, they will actually give you some items. Going back west to another house, you will come across a street of sick people who have claimed the older gods have forsaken and neglected them, alongside dead bodies. There is a plague doctor standing over them. You brought this to yourself. Sins must be paid. Of course, we know that the Fellowship's objective was sourced from this sort of neglect by the old gods. Nearby, we will find an unlocked house. Inside is a small staircase that leads to thick darkness. Approaching it will cause a child to crawl out of it, before being dragged right back into the dark. We see a faint pair of eyes in the darkness, and a singular meow of a cat. This is clearly Pocket Cat, as he has an immense attraction to children, as we know. The noises that can be heard after the child is dragged back into the darkness can only leave what happened to him to our imagination. We cannot enter the dark, nor save the child. This shows that Pocket Cat has indeed been around as a force of nature for many years. After viewing these backstory scenes, we can progress through the North Gate where the bodies once were. Here, we find ourselves transported to the forests of Aldregord, with RAGNVALDR standing in front of us with a man dying in front of him, clearly attacked by another armed force. Ulva, are you still alive? RAGNVALDR, you came. They came while you were gone. Those knights. Who were they? The Knights of the Midnight Sun. The Knights of the Midnight Sun! The pretty man, with locks of a fair maiden. The captain. He wanted what we brought from Vinland, I think. I'm going to sleep now. Ulva, rest in peace. Hilde and Bjorn. Hearing dogs in the distance, we follow Blood to a small house. Just like at the start of the game, if we take too long, the dogs will eventually spawn and follow us. This can't be. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Walking into the shack, we see the following. This is the Skin Granny. She is a myth passed on by the wild men of the north. The myth is typically told to new generations as a cautionary tale as to what happens if you abandon your family and leave for greener pastures. The black is said to creep from the dark corners of your home cabin, slowly nibbling on the form of your beloved ones. The creature is, of course, just myth, but the tale lives on strong in the consciousness of the northern folk, and often in nightmares the creature has a vivid presence. At first glance, Skin Granny may appear harmless, but she is in fact an extremely dangerous opponent. After her first turn, she will transform into her true form, consisting of 3 arms, 2 legs, and a grinning, unsettling head. It's best to use the first form to apply buffs and prepare for the transformation, as any debuffs applied before she transforms will not carry over into her true form. Once transformed, Skin Granny has 5 targetable limbs, her 3 arms and 2 legs. Focus on eliminating the arms first, as they are capable of inflicting critical state. To counter this, it's highly recommended to equip the Salmon Snake Soul, which prevents a critical state entirely. At the end of her second turn, you will see the message, quote, Skin Granny is flexing its fingers, unquote. This indicates that her coin flip lethal attack will be used on the following turn, as long as at least 1 arm remains. You should defeat all arms quickly or guard on the next turn to avoid it. If the coin flip fails, a unique death scene occurs. Your face is ripped off, and depending on what character you play as, Skin Granny's face will change. Wearing the Iron Mask will prevent the instant death, but the damage will still occur. After defeating the Skin Granny, a flashback occurs, one between Das and Lagard. They believe you're the one from the prophecies. Those ancient texts are but child's wordplay. Of course, that doesn't mean that I shouldn't use them to my advantage. But really, many things are scarily accurate in the prophecy. It talks about the fair-haired man and the one who rivals gods in both power and beauty. Ha! I thought all the older gods were ugly as hell. Don't tell me you buy that stuff too. Nilvin of the new gods is supposedly beautiful, just as the tormented one used to be.
The texts also speak, quote, "He who unites the warring states, not by the power of the golden staff, but by the power of a dozen pitchforks," end quote. Well, all the kings hate me at this point, so that's one line I can agree with. I will strive to unify these lands, be it in the prophecies or not, no matter the cost. But I feel like I'm really close to achieving my goals, but the last step is not clear. It's still shrouded in the mist. I'm not certain if this is the path to achieve all of this. What do you mean? You are just a step away from founding your own kingdom and becoming one of the most fabled rulers of our time. You would make a great ruler, I'm sure of it. Common people love you already. I'm sure of it, she says. What difference would it make anyway? The history has proven time and time again that order, virtue, and tranquility don't last. I need something definite. Something pure. I need to ascend above the kings and queens of our times. The last step isn't shrouded in the mist. It's waiting in the depths of the darkness. Lagarde, I need to ask what this campaign in the north is all about. I don't quite understand the importance expanding our reign all the way over there. Frankly, I'm afraid such a campaign would have a negative impact on your reputation. Thank you for your honest words, Das. However, my mind is set. The campaign in the north is vital to my plans. They have something that belongs to me. Something that belongs to you? What are you talking about? I have to reach greater heights. This is the only way. Finishing this flashback, you are teleported to a plane of white. Ahead, a bare-breasted new god appears, Nilvan the Endless One. Oh, new one. I must ask you a favor. Our time has come. This form of existence isn't the answer we were looking for. For mankind to break free, we need more. We need someone equal in size and stature to them. Nilvan rubs her slightly swollen belly. Please, I ask of you, just get my child out of here. Take her to the heart of the darkness. I will gladly give my soul to you if you are to agree on these terms. Agreeing, she will give you her endless soul. Refusing, you will have to find a way to get it yourself, either through CAHARA or an empty scroll. In any case, if the girl is in your party, she will look toward Nilvan nervously, who will acknowledge the guard's presence with only a look. Yes, the girl we found in the cage is Nilvan's daughter. This Heart of Darkness is most likely back in the dungeon, so we're going to have to backtrack there at some point. So, if we refer to what Nesramis said back in the dungeons if Lagarde died, it implies that Lagarde is the father of the child. Hence, their unusual reactions to one another after Lagarde is found alive. This makes the girl a sort of new god herself. This will play a massive part in ending A. Nilvan is an extremely powerful new god. She is able to create realities within dreams that can affect the real world. If you die to the skin granny in the dream, you will also have a game over screen, meaning you died in real life. She could also get pregnant from Lagarde whilst he was imprisoned by putting him in her dream world. Or did she? So, a theory I have is that Nilvan actually was the High Priestess Selene figure that was scarcely mentioned in some notes earlier on in the game. Think about it. She had Lagarde moved, and according to Trauter, she did such so she could have her way with him. I think this makes total sense. Of course, she may have visited Lagarde in his dreams as well, but since the girl is the child of Nilvan and Lagarde, it also makes total sense that a physical connection was made. Hence why the girl was conceived in the first place. This also explains why Selene doesn't make an appearance in the game, at least under that name, because it was simply just Nilvan in disguise. As for the girl's age, yes, she isn't an infant or a baby, but remember, she isn't a normal human. She is the subject of a new god and someone who is, well, more than likely prophesized. She may simply just not follow biological laws. With 3 new god souls acquired and nowhere else to go, we can head back to the Nameless One in the center of the city. That hole in the wall in the present Mahab simply leads to the area where you fight the Guardian, being the same Guardian in the past that had the scarf. Here you can get his soul and the red scarf, but you will need an old passage key from the 2nd floor of the Tomb of the Gods to do it. His soul, the old Guardian's soul, lets you live with one body once. It will break after this. So if you hit 0 HP with this soul equipped, you will simply live once. From here you can circle back around to downtown and to the center square. Before you go there though, you may see a Lord of the Flies dragging away a certain knight. Apparently, this might not trigger if you talk to Bookman or Seymour, but this is Jean, a member of Bookman's party. Rescuing her from the Lord of the Flies, she will thank you and ask you to regroup her and her companions in the basement area of the dungeon. Doing so, she will tell you about Sir Cyril, the same knight we encountered in Mahab who had gone mad. Curing him with a mind potion, as explained already, you can tell him that you've already reunited the rest of the party. He will then head over on his own back to the basement. Heading back to the basement, you will find that there are no members left, but Bookman had left a letter. O noble warrior of the darkest dungeons, I must approach you with a feeble letter in this time of peril. Our initial mission in the dungeons has failed. We have let down the Captain Rudimir of the dungeons. He is beyond our reach now. If you are to run into him, or what's left of him, spare whatever honour he has left and let him out of his misery. We cannot spend a fleeting minute in this darkness, as we fear for our lives and fear for what we cannot control, being our sanity. I must admit with great shame that we must continue our journey without meeting you in person. For all the things you've done for us, I leave you one of my precious family heirlooms, the Ring of Wraiths. May it aid you in your quest to even deeper depths. Greatest regards, Prince Ludwig Bookman. The Ring of Wraiths is a very useful accessory that restores 8% of your body every turn. It can also randomly drop from Lizardmen, making it possible to equip on multiple party members. Is it worth going through the effort of reuniting the party though? Well, that's up to you. To me, it's less about the reward and more about the peace of mind that they got out safely. Jean could have been killed by the Lord of Flies. Cyril could have been left in his state of insanity, and Seymour and Bookman could have performed a failed marriage. There is a tiny bit more to their quest though, and it involves torture again. I'll go over that in a moment. Going back to the Nameless one with all 3 souls, he will say the following. Human. I see you got the Endless Soul, the Tormented Soul, and the Unlightened Soul. You possess all the required ingredients to pass through. As a last trial, I shall challenge you. Are you ready? Nameless fights using his fists, dealing heavy damage with each strike. The encounter is relatively simple and straightforward. If his attacks become too overwhelming, it's worth targeting his limbs to reduce the damage output. Once the threat is manageable, you can focus on either the torso or the head to quickly bring the fight to an end. Defeating him, you can press onward to the Golden Temple. We have encountered all of the Fellowship except Francois of the Domination Soul. Maybe he's inside her. The path to the Golden Temple is moderately big, and there are traps on the floor that spew out fire every few seconds. Stepping on them whilst this is happening results in an instant death. You can also see dogs in cages. The same dogs from both the flashback and the beginning of the game. In present Mahab, you will encounter a man standing in the first room. This is actually Francois in the present day. I greet you, fellow warrior. If you are this far, it must mean that another cycle is to begin, huh? It's so pointless, you know. We are nothing but puppets. There is no real domination. So yes, I am ready. Take this key. You will need it. Proceed back in time and you will find my younger self. Kill him and you will get what you are after. He hands over the King's Passage key. Kill him if you can, that is. Puppets, what are you talking about? Where's the fun in me explaining everything? It took me numerous life cycles to understand the greater scheme of things. Let me at least enjoy your ignorance. It's one of the last pleasures I got left. How do I kill you? I used to be quite a cocky one. Use that to your advantage. What are these dogs? I've used a couple of generations to breed this magnificent war dog. They are ferocious little bastards. Having Nosra in your party, he will insult Francois, who is confused as to how exactly Nosra is alive. Before the conversation can go anywhere, Nosra burns Francois alive, killing him. The King's Passage key can be found on his body instead. As mentioned, these dogs are the same sort of dogs from the start of the game, which is a fun and interesting fact. Francois' influence stretched all the way back to the start of the Dungeons of Fear and Hunger. Also, after talking to him and proceeding into the temple further, he will let his hounds loose. Why does he do this? Because fuck you, that's why. He is the dominating one, reduced to such a state after his ascension, no more than a reflection of his soul type, just like the other new gods. Francois is arguably the strongest new god, and acts as a major boss for most runs. The reason we don't kill him in the present is because he is most likely way stronger than his past self. With his realization that new gods are puppets to the greater scheme of things, being a never-ending cycle of constant ascension, he asks you to kill his past self so you can ascend as well. If you wanted to, that is. We will actually get back to Francois in ending C, because we don't have to kill him for ending A and B. I promise, just to let me cook. From here you can find the last purple organ in the present-day Golden Temple that you can destroy. After that, you can press onto the Golden Temple in the past or go back to the dungeons to see what has changed now that you've destroyed all the organs. The game does tell you after all that something has shifted in the dungeons once you've found and destroyed all 3 of them. So, with a blood portal in place on the ritual circle found in the Endless Tower that we went to for Nilvan's soul, we can quickly teleport back to the dungeons. Of course you can't walk all the way back, but where's the fun in that? Going back to the God of the Depths, you will now notice its mouth is open. Congratulations, by slicing all 3 organs you've just killed an old god. That's massively implied anyway. You can actually jump inside its mouth from here. So, remember Nilvan's words, to bring her child to the altar of darkness? Well, if anything is considered to be such a thing, it will be inside of the body of the God of the Depths itself. Before we take the plunge into one of the hardest areas in the game, let's backtrack and prepare a little. If you jump inside the mouth, you cannot go back unless you, of course, reload a save. So, remember how I said the Crow Mauler drops a key? Well, this key unlocks the door inside the basement, the whispering one that I mentioned. Inside is one of the strongest weapons in the entire game, Miasma, your reward for defeating Rudimir, or should I say, the Crow Mauler. This weapon isn't a normal one though. Miasma is an otherworldly sword that emits toxic gases and was, at some point in history, sealed away in the dungeons of Fear and Hunger. Rumoured to possess the strength of 6 men, its power is considerable. But what sets Miasma apart is not in its physical might, but its sentience. The sword can communicate telepathically, projecting its voice directly into the minds of those nearby. The origin of this ability remains unexplained within the game, but Miasma makes its intentions clear. It was forged to spread chaos, pain, and misery. To achieve this, the sword employs various psychological tactics, attempting to manipulate its wielder into acts of senseless violence. Since few individuals would naturally descend into mindless killing, Miasma applies immense mental pressure, with its voice proving especially persuasive to those already weakened by fear, despair, or trauma. This makes the dungeons of Fear and Hunger, themselves designed to break the human spirit, a fertile ground for the sword's influence to take root. Still, a person of strong will, or one supported by a reliable companion, may be able to resist Miasma's manipulations or retain control over their actions. The weapon deals a massive 92 slashing damage. Yes, surprisingly slashing and not otherworldly, which is very weird. It is also a one-handed weapon. Equipping the weapon though, as explained, may result in disastrous consequences. Having a Miasma-wielding character navigate specific areas of the game with low mind points, being 50 or lower in Fear and Hunger mode or 70 or lower in Terror and Starvation mode, a cutscene is initiated, whereby Miasma will seize control of a character's mind and compel them to slay all present companions. If the protagonist is the one possessed, they will automatically kill their party members in a cutscene. The only one able to avoid this fate are Nosra, who will actively mock the player character after this event takes place. And of course the skeletons, as they do not appear in the event. Miasma can also possess party members wielding it, namely CAHARA, Das, RAGNVALDR and ENKI. The cutscene shows the possessed party member engaging in battle with the rest of the party, driven by Miasma's insatiable craving for blood. The player can avoid the fight by remaining silent when the sword's voices torment the wielder. Choosing any of the other options will result in negative consequences, such as the wielder dying instantly, an automatic game over, or the triggering of a battle. Although Legarde can also wield Miasma and trigger the possession event, he is able to resist the sword's influence and will not turn against the party. Therefore, it may be advantageous for Legarde to carry the weapon instead of anyone else. Legarde has one of my favourite pieces of dialogue in the game as this happens, stating that he must carry the burden so no one else should. A heroic act for someone who has committed such massive atrocities, but this may also lean into him being a sort of prophesized figure. And if you're thinking to yourself, well, he obviously is prophesized, it's not that obvious. I mean, he can die like any other character can. Anyway, luckily the events can be prevented if you keep your mind up. It also only triggers once per playthrough. because if it happens again, it's extremely debilitating to the point where you may as well restart or reload the game. Miasma is inspired by Spada, specifically the sword from the Devil May Cry series. Appearance-wise, it is extremely similar. Another weapon we can go back and grab is Blue Sin from the mines. I've already mentioned how grabbing this sword makes the mines collapse on you, but again, you can actually use the Passages of Mahabharata book to quickly teleport to the city. This teleport is temporary. You can then go back to the mines after a short amount of time with both the sword and your life intact. The collapsed mine is technically a new area, but it hasn't got much to it. You can navigate through the tunnels there to eventually reach the deeper thicket through a secret door. You can also find a sort of shrine with 3 items on it. I'm gonna butcher these names, sorry, I'm British. The Jingasa Kabuto, which is a Far East's farmer's hat, has minor defense. Eastern Silk Robes, which do the same, and the... oh my lord. The Charm of Yigai Getsu, an accessory from a Wandering Warrior that deals increased critical hit chance. Another thing that we need to do is increase our armor. There is an extremely powerful suit of armor that exists in the game, but only if you haven't completed Bookman's quest in the way that we've already talked about. So, by ratting out Bookman and taking Jean to Trota, he will give you a key to a room in the back. Inside is a set of armor known as Penance Armor. Near it is also a book. The Penance Knights are a special unit of the Vatican City that wear tailor-made armors. The Penance Knights are used in the most perilous tasks and missions, where the chances of survival are especially low. The armor has been designed only to be put on. There is no removing it once it is chosen for the mission. The armor has rows of small spikes that drill into the skin of its wearer. The pain is meant to cleanse the mind for the task at hand, and also heighten the fury in the midst of combat. Because of the nature of the Penance Knights and the Penance Armor, only convicts with life and death sentences are recruited to the unit. The recruits are given one last chance to repent their crimes, and atone their sins before the Ascended One Olmir passes on the final judgment. The Penance Armor is only available for the protagonist, and unlike other armor, it completely changes the assets for the character. You can see it on them in game. There are pros and cons to this armor though. It protects from limb loss and being beheaded. You can still lose them with a bone saw or by the out-of-battle attack by the Yellow Mage. It offers resistance to confusion, and between the helmet and the armor piece, reduces slashing damage, piercing damage, and blunt damage. It is the best damage resistance in the entire game, tied with the Gaunt plate armor and his helmet. The cons are that the armor cannot be removed once equipped. The small spikes covering its insides cause permanent bleeding. Cloth fragments stop it for a short time. Ring of the Stillblood, which is cursed and cannot be taken off once equipped, or the Salmon Snake Soul stops the bleeding outright while equipped. The player character can no longer participate in the Bunny Mask's Orgy or the Wolf Mask's Feast. They also can't form a marriage or use their Demon Seed skill. The armor is impossible to wear if the player character has turned themselves into a fusion. Whether the armor is worth it or not is completely up to you and what you need. It's also largely based on the amount of curaties you have, so, you can fight back against the constant bleeding the armor causes. One more thing that people may think I forgot about. So, I mentioned some time back that pine cones may be helpful. Another useful thing you can create is a little thing called a pine cone pig. This accessory simply has a chance to bring you an item at the start of every battle. There's a misconception that it steals from the enemy, but this is simply not true. I usually don't equip it since most accessories are simply way better, but it certainly isn't the worst since it can give you some very useful items at random. Plus, it's very cute and very easy to make one in real life. My advice is that if you want to make a pinecone pig, do so as soon as possible. That's where you get into more battles and therefore more loot. With our preparations made, we can plunge into the mouth of the God of the Depths. Welcome to level 8, the Gauntlet. The smell of sulfur fills the air as the mouth closes behind you. This area is filled with traps such as spike traps and boulders, the latter instantly killing you and the former reducing your health. There are moonless guards here, being the wolf guard marriage mentioned before, as well as a new enemy, the lizard mage. A marriage of flesh between a yellow mage and a lizard. Its left arm with a crude sword can execute a powerful slash that may sever your arm and inflict infections, or use a low sweeping attack. The right arm has a 50% chance to cast a Locust Swarm each turn. Choosing the Please Don't option when talking can make the Lizard Mage emphasize with the player, resulting in it handing over an Elixir of Body. Using Leg Sweep on the Lizard Mage will cut both its legs and tail. destabilizing the head and making it an easy target for a kill. Akin to the thicket, you may fall through the map. This brings you to a separate location in the gauntlet with not just the crow mauler, no, a double-headed crow mauler. This fight is extremely hard to avoid thanks to it blocking the way out of this area. Much like the one-headed variant, the two-headed crow mauler is capable of unleashing devastating attacks. To prepare, it's strongly advised to equip Isaiah's Iron Mask on the main character to grant immunity to blindness. The mask can also be used to cure blindness after the battle. Bringing at least 2 red vials before engaging is also a good idea. At the start of the fight, one party member should apply burn, poison, or a bleed effect to the torso, while the others use red vials on the heads. If you lack party members, it's best to blind the boss on the first turn, then apply damage status effects on the next. It's highly recommended to bring healing items. Leg Sweep immediately removes both the maul-wielding arm and the opposite leg. If you have already defeated the one-headed crow mauler or severed its arms in the previous encounter, this version will also appear missing these limbs. If Nosra is in the party, he will proclaim that you will kill 2 birds in 1 stone. The lore of the double-headed crow mauler is quite vague, but I can presume it is Rudimir who has mutated even further. Eventually, you will reach level 9, and the floor will change from a purplish texture to being filled with thousands of bodies in one singular mass. Walking across them, you will eventually be met with nothing but darkness. With the girl in your party, the following happens. The girl twists and contorts, turning into something horrible, something godlike. You feel an entirely new presence in the darkness. The god of fear and hunger is born. The god of fear and hunger is one of the toughest enemies in the game, due to her multiple forms, each bringing new and dangerous abilities. The 4th and final phase is especially lethal. The 4th phase features Stampede of Arms, a powerful attack that hits multiple times in succession, dealing heavy damage. The final phase introduces a deadly coin flip stare that can instantly kill a character and drastically reduce mind. This coin flip occurs at the end of the turn immediately after the god enters her final form, so it is strongly advised to have your main character guard as soon as the final phase begins. The god's final form also has 20 agility, meaning that to gain an extra turn, you will need to stack multiple agility buffs on your party members. If the girl was equipped with either the dagger or the peculiar doll before the battle starts, she will briefly reminisce at the end of the second turn, causing the god to skip her next 2 turns. Equipping just one of the 2 items is enough to trigger this effect. However, the turn skipping effect does not carry over between phase transitions, so it's often smarter to use this downtime to apply buffs instead of pushing into the next phase. All status effects, including dots and the 2-turn skip from the dagger or the doll, are cleansed after each phase transition. If the party deals a combined total of 4,000 damage during phase 1 or 2 before a form change occurs, the fight will end early, allowing you to avoid the more dangerous later phases. The fight always begins with 3 party members, even if you brought a full team, since the girl ascended to her god form. However, it's still possible to enter the fight with 4 members through exploits. One recommended strategy is to use the Blood Golem skill to fill the vacant party slot. Another exploit allows you to bring Nosra into the battle. If you already have a full party and the girl leaves, Nosra may automatically take her place. So, what exactly is the god of fear and hunger? Like most gods, it's quite obtuse. But because this is the final boss of Ending A, the information about the god is mostly sourced from the second game, Termina, but also from the group of omniscient characters that have a whole segment dedicated to themselves later in the video. The girl's soul was an unholy union between Nilvan and Lagard, an endless new god and a prophesized one. The exact reason she was left alone is unknown, but her presence in the dungeons of Fear and Hunger would massively alter the course of her life. By taking her to the Altar of Darkness, which is inside the God of the Depths, she gains divinity without having to use the Golden Throne, which is what people use to become new gods, and is encountered later on. The exact technicalities of this aren't stated, because they don't need to be. She is akin to Ulma in this case. Nilvan was a new god driven by her aspirations of humanity transcending itself. She yearned to extend her dominion beyond her lifespan, hence why she had the Endless Soul. She held hope that her offspring become the hope for all mankind. We cannot blame her for all of this though, and the girl didn't know this would happen until it began. There are many theories about this, but in my eyes, her trauma tainted her divine soul. The dungeons themselves gave way to a god that represented what they were: fear and hunger. The final form of the god is that of a scarecrow. What is the purpose of a scarecrow? To cause fear in birds to have them fly from crops they would otherwise eat. The girl at the end of the day is a victim of cosmological circumstances. The laws of this reality have twisted her into something she herself doesn't fully understand. We know she doesn't understand this because before turning into the god, she either had a look of fear on her face or one of reassurance. Both emotions could simply be an acknowledgement of whatever dialogue options you picked. In certain places in the game leading up to this point, the girl would pause whilst grabbing her head. Of course, these can be low mind events, but it can also be determined that there is clearly something wrong with her beyond that point. By Fear and Hunger Termina, she is considered an ascended god alongside Ulmir, worshipped by certain cults. Her symbol is that of the god of the depths being mirrored upon itself, resembling the shape of the god and her first misshapen form. The god of the depths would ultimately be consumed by the god of Fear and Hunger. Defeating her, the following plays out. The god of Fear and Hunger acknowledges your suffering. Why do you resist? The thought must have crossed your mind at some point. The thought that you delved too deep. The thought that this would be a one-way trip. So instead of fighting the inevitable, why not embrace it? Just lay down and rest. There is beauty in this darkness that can be harnessed and used to usher something new. You never escaped the dungeons. Your efforts would go unsung, but your part in the greater scheme of things was vital nevertheless. You had a vital part in the birth of a new god. One that is not a mere new god, but one that rivals the older ones. You had first-hand experience of witnessing the coming paradigm shift the world is to go through in the new era. An era of the newborn god, the god of fear and hunger. They will come to know this day as the Cruel Age. An age where a human-born god would finally rise after millennia of mankind's struggle as the feeble new gods. Maybe your fate was an act of mercy, the last traces of compassion the newborn god shared after her true ascension. Your demise was peaceful, after all. On that day, the god of fear and hunger took roots and began to extend her influence across the surface world. Nilvan had once believed her daughter would be a beacon of light for humanity, but true darkness cannot give rise to light. Born from the deepest recesses of human suffering, the god of fear and hunger was a pure and empty vessel, a child shaped entirely by fear and hunger. She carried no hope, only the raw essence of pain and need. Though humanity had long endured suffering and stagnation, progress eventually emerged, but not without cost. Fear became the driving force, and hunger the relentless push forward. People came to revere hardship, drawing strength and insight from the trials they faced. This period, later known as the Cruel Age, marked a time of unprecedented development. Advances unseen since the long-forgotten eras. The dark smoke rising from the chimneys of sprawling industrial cities stood as a testament to this transformation. In this way, the god of fear and hunger and the age she brought with her became the harbingers of humanity's grim yet undeniable progress. Ending B happens when you reach the Altar of Darkness without the girl in your party. Simple. There is nothing else to say in terms of requirements. On my run for this ending, I decided to use the prior mentioned spell Phase Step, which I described as crazy. You cannot acquire this spell through the Hexen, as it can only be learned through the use of an empty scroll. Phase Step is linked to Olmir, whose spells typically resolve around supernatural phenomena. Another example is the water walking spell used to reach Nostradamus' second laboratory past the Salmon Snake. Phase Step is a utility spell that can only be used in the overworld and not during battles. By pressing C, the player character teleports 5 tiles forward in the direction they are facing, consuming 10 mind with each use. The spell becomes unusable if the protagonist is missing their legs. It can place the player on otherwise inaccessible tiles, including those hidden within walls. While Phase Step can be helpful for avoiding enemies or slipping past locked doors, it comes with serious risks. If you run out of mind while inside a wall, you can become permanently stuck, which leads to an unavoidable game over. Additionally, Fear and Hunger often triggers events based on specific tiles the player steps on. Since Phase Step allows players to skip over these tiles, it can unintentionally bypass events and disrupt the intended progression of the game. Phase Step was added by Miro purely for amusement. The game-breaking nature of the spell is also the reason why it's not accessible through Olmir's skill tree on the Hexen. Reaching the altar without the girl, this happens, with a little piece of extra dialogue if Nosra is in your party. Yes, Grogoroth, you nasty vile piss stain. This is the day, this is the day. The old god of destruction looms on you from the darkness, his lingering essence at least. The Traces of Grogoroth is the name of this boss. It is essentially a piece of himself, as you simply do not have the capacity to even acknowledge the god in its true form, although this depiction is the same one from the book about him that I read from. After the Fellowship replaced the Zealotry in Mahab, the old gods weren't defeated or anything of the sort. No, they simply departed. They are, at the end of the day, eldritch in nature, unlike the new gods who, in comparison to the old gods, are demigods. I mean hell, Grogoroth's traces were able to instantly incinerate Nosra, who is a new god by definition. As for why he fights you isn't too clear, but I don't really think it needs an explanation why the god of destruction wants to, well, destroy you. You have gotten this far. Maybe it is pure curiosity. In fact, I'm very certain it is. Grogoroth is described, after all, to be curious. A group of humans have survived one of the most cursed places on Earth, ignored what may be the path of ascension in Mahab, and instead turned heel to come into the deepest pits of the world. At the beginning of the battle, the entire party will be afflicted with phobia, and the Traces of Grogoroth will immediately cast Whispers of Grogoroth. Phobia is a debuff that decreases your evasion rate massively, and increases your physical damage received by 50%. This attack also deals mind damage and applies the Curse status effect. Curse will kill the character after 5 turns, with the number of turns remaining displayed at the end of each turn. You can remove Curse using a Purifying Talisman. Valtiel in the library also used Whispers of Grogoroth, and because his appearance is akin to a Dark Priest, I do genuinely think he was a Grogoroth worshipper before he ascended. After casting Whispers of Grogoroth, up to 2 of the 5 eyes across his body may randomly open. Both Traces of Grogoroth's arms will use Claw of a God, an attack that deals slashing damage and will sever one of the target's arms if it connects. Every 3rd turn, up to 2 eyes will open and attack at the end of the turn if not dealt with. Leg Sweep can instantly destroy eyes 2, 3 and 4, being the left, middle, bottom eyes respectively. If you are entering the battle without any party members, it's highly recommended to summon a Blood Golem at the start to avoid being instantly killed. For solo or party setups, use the White Angel Soul, the Old Guardian Soul, or the Black Witch Soul. Make sure to apply damage over time effects to the torso early on. These will typically destroy the torso in 3 to 6 turns. Once dots are applied, shift focus to survival and eliminating the eyes. If you have red vials, use them on the arms to greatly reduce their accuracy and mitigate the incoming damage. Finally, it's highly recommended to save your game just before entering this battle if you can. It is possible to be instantly killed on the first turn depending on RNG and the party setup. This fight is extremely hard, and maybe even the hardest fight in the entire game for some, which makes sense. Some games build up a certain villain just for it to be a nothing burger, cough cough Alduin from Skyrim, but Grogroth is the complete opposite, especially because you cannot win this battle no matter what you do. Yes, you heard that right. After a certain point, the fight will simply stop, and Grogroth will say the following.
Why do you resist, human?
You can say one of the three things here. I want to crush the old gods.
You crush? I am nothing but a shell, a fraction of the traces that is left of Grogroth. Yes, even I could crush you in this very moment.
I want to become a true god.
To become a god, we have given you the option. We have given mankind the option. But it was not enough for you. You wanted to delve deeper.
I just want to know more.
Knowledge. Very well. However, with knowledge comes the consequences. The older gods, they do not even exist in this world anymore. The older gods are too pure for this world. They are the true forms of the feelings and ideas that linger in men. But humans, they are too tainted by their own mind and ambition to understand purity. Think of the perfect shape of fear and destruction. Now take a look at the world you delve. Do you see that shape? The shape could never exist among men, because the shape varies between every human. If you could truly see the shape everyone shares, it would shatter the individual mind and existence. Humans are weak. I can reveal the true form. Glimpses of it.
You can either accept this or decline. Either answer results in the same thing. Your sanity declines at an alarming rate. You are gasping for breath desperately as the shock and horror shut your bodily functions down one by one. You feel terror run wild inside you. Despite being hardened by the horrors of the dungeon, nothing you witnessed so far could have readied you for this primal feeling. You cannot operate in any way. Your body has to shut down as that is the only escape it can come up with when facing this older being. Your life runs past your eyes in a heartbeat. The biggest regret you have was that you set foot in these dungeons. You now realize that the whole experience was predetermined since the very first second you laid your eyes on this ancient fortress. You never escaped the dungeons of fear and hunger. No one ever heard about you again. Without a trace, you vanished from this world. It's almost as if you fell out the history books altogether. Your screams of terror never reached anyone. Your long quest only gave hints about the greater scheme of things. You learned a fraction of the secrets the ancient world holds. But even that is more than what is meant for human ears. This ending questions why your characters went down there. And Grogroth himself tells you the true nature of humans. They can never become true gods, as they are too tainted by ambition. They will never be pure in the context of definition and concept. To prove that humans are weak, he shows you his true form, which ends up killing you. This is the gap between old gods and humans, between old god and new god. The god of destruction, at the end of the day, is disappointed. But he will live on in the dark, forever turning the cogs of this world. And as we know when looking at the Fellowship, he is correct. So let's move on from the endings based in the Altar of Darkness and actually confront Francois inside the Golden Temple in the past, at the behest of his future self. You see Francois the Dominating One sitting on the throne. He's got a look on his face that absolutely despises your mere existence. Without a reason, you feel like a lesser human being. So you are finally here. You think you can overthrow my absolute dominance? We will see about that. During the battle with Francois, the most effective strategy is to destroy his arms first. Then shift focus to his torso. Inflicting status effects on the torso can significantly shorten the duration of the fight. Using the present-day Francois' advice to our advantage, we can do the following. Talking to Francois, you can say the following. Prepare to die like a worm. I am past life and death. I'm closer to the gods than no one has ever been. Of course you are close to the gods. You're standing right next to one. Not in a million years. I recognize a weasel when I see one. You got no spine. You got no balls. You are nothing to me. You'll just be an extension of my domination once I bend over your dead torso. You're nothing but a puppet in the greater scheme of things. A puppet? A puppet of whom? Do you see strings attached to my arms? Do you see a puppeteer somewhere? There is no one but me left. Well, who is it that puppeteers me? Why don't you reveal this secret knowledge of yours? How little you really know. What? Bah, you know nothing. You think I'd fall for your pesky dictum? Francois seems to be in an agitated state of mind. This interaction can be repeated indefinitely, effectively allowing you to disable Francois and trivialize the encounter. This gives you the chance to explore his other dialogue options as well. For example, you can say, "The other gods are dead. Who exactly do you dominate? They deserve to be killed. I am now a sole ruler, like it was always meant to be. As the indisputable king, the next and only step for me is the true ascension." However, if you fail a coin flip mechanic in this encounter, Francois will seize you and ask, "Do you love me?" Choosing the "I love you" response triggers a cutscene where Francois will rape the player before the battle continues. If the player instead responds with "never," you get punched and you only get a small amount of blunt damage. He then repeats the question until you die or give in. Francois has two phases. Shifting into his golden second phase, he will say, "These are the visions of true Maharb. I've seen them, which means they exist. I must be close to them. Just 100 years or so, and I will ascend truly. I can't be stopped now." Overall, Francois deals an immense amount of fire and slashing damage, but because of the talking option, he isn't terribly hard. For me, Chambera, the Tormented One, was actually harder in most of my runs. If Francois wasn't able to be stunned through dialogue, he would no doubt be harder though. Defeating Francois, you are left with the Golden Throne. The same throne that can ascend mortals to the state of a new god. If you have Lagarde in your party, the following happens. As you get close to the throne, you feel the air standing still. You feel electricity and excitement radiating from the chair. Your heart is beating fast. It feels like the throne holds great significance to the greater scheme of things. The throne of the new gods is sitting here empty, waiting for the successor to the past gods. This throne. This is the moment I've strived for. This is the moment I suffered for. Lagarde? What do you mean? You said before, you couldn't remember. Das, you remember our talk about the path? You might not understand this yet, but this is it. The path. I thought you said you couldn't remember anything. In order to reach greater heights, to unify the land, to bring upon the new era, I need this power. The strength of kings and queens is not enough. I need more. Something that lasts beyond me. Why would you look for power and justice in a place like this? Such pure virtues don't exist here. This place taints everything it touches. Do you think any of the Grand Kingdoms history books speak of stand on pure foundations? They were all built on bloodshed and violence. But what if there was a way that wouldn't require thousands of soldiers on opposing sides shedding their lives? What if such grand kingdoms only required one soul to succumb to the darkness? Only one soul to be tainted? Can anything so grand be built on rotten foundations? That's one flawed logic you got there, Lagarde. The reason all those kingdoms in the past crumbled down was not because of the lack of power or whatever, but because of that very same twisted logic you got. Ends don't justify the means. What does a lowly thief like you know? I have not suffered through all the horrors just to back down now. This moment is what the prophecies talk about. I am going to ascend higher. You ridiculous, self-indulging maggot. What are you even going to do with all the power of the new gods? Are you too trying to push a new world order? An order where the cruelties of the older gods would only be a passage in the history books? You fool. That is not a part of the new gods. New gods, in fact, are just a creation of the rules of the old. They are there to guide mankind just like cattle to the slaughtering grounds. I'm sick and tired of hearing about the old world order and the new world order. Order this and order that. Mankind is not meant for an order. Our place is in chaos. Humans originate from chaos. It's 1 in a billion coincidence that we even exist. Why would you even try to control our existence and put it under an order?
For mankind to truly be free from the reign of the new gods, we must strive for chaos. What's the matter, little bastard baby? Did I just crush your miserable worldview and beliefs? Just shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up! Lagarde vanishes, leaving us to attempt to further confront him by sitting on the throne. Even Das couldn't stop him. A fun fact here is that if you are playing as Das or she is not in the party, you can confront Lagarde yourself. He reveals here that he actually arranged his own imprisonment, his own death sentence and his own suffering, all to achieve greater heights as a mortal. The strength of kings and queens are not enough for him. And according to him, there is a way to become a ruler of a grand kingdom without killing thousands of people, and without taunting the souls of many. It is possible that only one soul must be tainted by otherworldly forces, his soul, the prophesized one. This is actually an understandable logic, but it's a shame he's a massive hypocrite who has killed innocent people to get to this point. Lagarde's motivations are a debate in themselves, whether he is right or wrong. Feel free to comment down below what you think. Sitting on the throne, you are transported to a completely new area, the Void. Like in the Gauntlet, you cannot come back from this. The Void is referred to by the new gods as the other side of the coin, a realm that once served as the dominion of the old gods. It exists as a mysterious and ancient plane of existence, tied deeply to the fabric of divine power and cosmic understanding. Those who manage to reach the Void by sitting on the throne of ascension gain insight into the greater scheme of reality, and may ascend to become a new god themselves. Besides this, the lore of the Void is extremely and purposely vague. Your companions will scatter from this point, and you will have to find them if you want to have the best chances of survival. CAHARA can be found sitting atop one of the hills to the right of the wooden plank path. He will not immediately follow you, but will rejoin you provided you speak to him and come back later. Das can be found passed atop one of the hills to the east of the throne. ENKI can be found hiding in one of the holes to the southwest of the throne, above the green glowing pits. RAGNVALDR can be found at a campfire to the north of the throne. Moonless and the girl can be found to the northwest of the throne, past a wall of twigs. Moonless is attempting to eat a baby pterodactyl. Yes, a pterodactyl. We'll get back to that. Nosra will not follow you into the Void because he has no real reason to. All the Fellowship are dead, his job is finished. ENKI in particular has an interesting observation when you find him. This place, it's beyond anything I could have ever expected. It's a true void. A world so hostile it doesn't care if it hosts life or not. It's the polar opposite to what one would experience in our world, where the nature always nurtures life in one form or another. It's something that I've only witnessed in my astrology studies. But when it comes to the blackness of the space, those hostile worlds are so distant that it's so easy to lull oneself into a feeling of false safety. It's invigorating, really. I can't even remember the last time I actually felt something. But this is genuine fear I'm feeling. I want to study the depths of this emotion. Let's continue. I'm sure there is more to this in where we are going. Interestingly, RAGNVALDR feels as though it's been many years. CAHARA even contemplates suicide before he snaps out of it. The Void is unlike anything else they've ever encountered. The Void is filled with molded. These entities reflect the primal ancient nature of the realm and hint at the raw untamed forces that once governed it. These miserable creations are but mockeries of human beings. A being created by a new god that once existed who was trying to achieve the power of the older gods with limited understanding. That is, by creating humans. Valtiel probably understood this limitation, hence why he created artificial lifeforms instead. You can fight and kill them, but they do nothing but tackle and, ejaculate on you. The male molded always fight alone, unlike their female counterparts who can tackle but can also attack in packs. A deadly force in the Void though are the Blighted. Before men, the lizard men roamed as the dominating lifeform. Like us, they too desired to ascend higher.
What remains of these ancient times are these forms. Of course, an ascended lizard would be a dinosaur, because, of course, so the blight take on the form of dinosaurs, hence the pterodactyl. Blights are vulnerable to slashing damage. They attack aggressively using both their winged arms and sharp beaks, the latter capable of dealing critical damage. Blights become particularly dangerous when encountered without a full party, as eliminating their limbs quickly is key to surviving the encounter. Talk in combat chooses the, oh bloody hell, do I have to make this noise? Whatever. Option in the talk menu will stun the blight, giving you a temporary advantage. Alternatively, offering a yellow vial through the talk option will cause the blight to consume it and lose interest in the fight, ending the battle peacefully. Around the void you may also find baby blights, which aren't aggressive and struggle around on the ground. This begs the question if the blights here can reproduce. However, there also exist greater blights. These blights rival the power of the new gods. Whilst venturing, you will see a message stating a terrifying presence has caught your scent, with faint stomps approaching. You can use the many holes in the area to hide as this happens. If you don't hide fast enough, a greater blight will appear. This creature deals a massive amount of damage and can kill you in a single hit. It takes a few turns to approach, so it's best to prepare before that point. It can use its feet for a stomp attack and its mouth for a chomp attack, both being able to defeat you in a single hit if you are not properly armoured. You should then use all your resources you can to get rid of its head after it finally approaches. It is not possible to talk to a greater blight. If you do manage to defeat one, it will simply run away and let you go. After wandering through the Verdant Void long enough, you will eventually find Lagarde. How long has it been? 100 years or so? You abandoned us. Oh yes, I remember that. It was not my intention to insult you in any way, but your part in the greater scheme of things was over. I had a goal that exceeded our puny meddlings in the past world. I don't know if you can ever understand my motivations truly, but this is something only I can go through with. I was always meant to go through this. I did try to live my life otherwise, but it was all with no avail. Das, you know this. We tried to make change for the longest time. To live is the same as to suffer. To survive, we need to find some meaning from all the suffering. The truth behind it all is the contrast. Without suffering, there will be no bliss or paradise. It is my duty to craft the paradise after the miserable existence of human life. Only I can do it. I mean no harm to you. I am your god, after all. To show how much I love you, I will release you from this darkness one way or another. If you kneel to me, I will let you out. From here, you can choose to make the choice to kneel to him or claim that he isn't your god. Doing the latter, this will happen. I love you regardless. It is unconditional. Lagarde's new god form is the Yellow King. So, you might have asked yourself what soul type Lagarde is, because I haven't mentioned it once. Well, none. He has no soul. You cannot harvest a soul from him at all. This could be determined as a metaphor of sorts, or the more likely reason is that he discarded his soul to give way to the other souls belonging to the Fellowship. Miro himself has confirmed that Lagarde has no soul, and it isn't some sort of mistake in the game's coding. We know that Lagarde isn't a normal human. Hell, at this point he is something else entirely. This perhaps gives way to him being able to live on without a soul. Each of the Fellowship were reduced to their soul type and acted in some sort of way due to it. Lagarde, though, isn't defined by a soul. Therefore, with his ascension, he can do whatever he wishes with the power of the new god. This makes him, in particular, extremely powerful. He is bound to nothing but prophecy, a prophecy he has very much leaned into. His soul is a canvas for his making. The Yellow King has relatively low health compared to other major enemies, but compensates with the ability to deal extremely high damage. One notable feature of this boss is the snake resting on his shoulder, which provides healing to both the Yellow King and his summoned allies, the Asterisks. However, the healing is minimal, and targeting the snake is generally a waste of time and resources. It's better to focus your efforts elsewhere. During combat, the Yellow King frequently summons these Asterisks. They aren't particularly threatening. They deal a very small amount of damage or take no action at all. However, they can become a minor nuisance if left unchecked. Interestingly, the Yellow King will continue attempting to summon even more of them when the maximum number is already present. A major threat comes in the form of his special move, Salvation. which he uses every 5th turn, starting on turn 3. This is a coin flip attack. If you lose this flip, you will be blinded and killed instantly, making it one of the deadliest mechanics in the fight. If this succeeds, the following is displayed. Slowly, the fingers of the new god close in on you. The new god only touches you gently. You feel a cold shiver run down your spine. Blood gushes from your eye sockets and you lose your sight. There's an intense pain inside your head and you collapse. Sleep, my love. To handle this battle effectively, it's recommended to apply status effects, such as poison, fire, or bleeding. Afterwards, prioritize healing and survival, focusing on keeping the main character alive through his powerful attacks and dangerous coin flips. Defeating the Yellow King, Lagarde, the following plays out. You defeated Lagarde, the prophesized one with delusions of creating a new era with his godhood. After his defeat, you wake up outside the vile fortress that traps you before. It all seems so hazy. Did all those events really happen? You can still smell all the blood and gore that seeps through the seams of the ancient stone walls of the dungeon. You can still feel the gaze of the hundreds of past warriors sacrificed in the pools of blood, now left to rot. You can still feel the pressure of the never-ending darkness that the underground caverns offered. Scarred for life, you run away from the dungeons. Hounds howl on your tracks, but you are way past fearing such small dangers that dwell in the sun. Horrors of the past never leave you alone though. Every night you wake up from restless dreams where you are forever trapped in the blood corridors of the dungeon. The dreams become more and more lifelike as time goes on, until you cannot tell the difference between a lucid dream and the real world. In the end, your fate was to dwell these dungeons forever. So, before we move on to the next ending, in Terror and Starvation and Hard Mode, before you fight Lagarde, this happens. Arising from the green hue is a monolithic creature, the Traces of Sylvian. Sylvian, one of the old gods and the creator of mankind, stands amongst the most powerful beings in Fear and Hunger. Even her remnants, the Traces of Sylvian, possess immense strength. Her form is composed of multiple tentacles, each of them capable of inflicting severe damage, including cuts, stuns, and incapacitation by ensnaring party members, causing them to miss turns entirely. Facing her alone is nearly impossible due to the overwhelming strength and exceptionally high health, especially her head. The Traces of Sylvian deal damage to both body and mind. Notably, her physical attacks use a non-elemental damage type, meaning that traditional defensive stats offer no protection against the body damage they inflict. This makes her attacks particularly lethal. Starting at the end of the first turn and then repeating every 4 turns, Sylvian uses Entangle, an ability that fully paralyzes a party member. If that character is wearing regenerative accessories, they will also suffer damage from negative regeneration effects. Another signature move is the Colour of the Unknown, a devastating mental assault that causes all party members to lose approximately 25 mind. She can use this attack twice in a single turn. This can happen rapidly, and because it can stop you from using spells or skills, you might be forced to heavily rely on ales or elixirs. Because of her high damage output and punishing mechanics, it is strongly advised to find and regroup with the other scattered party members within the void before initiating the fight. Traces of Sylvian can easily overpower even a full party of 4, let alone a single player. If you are unable to reunite your party or are playing solo intentionally, summoning support units like the Blood Golem or using the Demon Seed cast on a corpse of a Blight or a Baby Blight can provide assistance. Earlier in the fight, it is crucial to go on the offensive and sever her tentacles as quickly as possible. Leaving them active can result in a relentless chain of attacks that can cripple entangled characters. Poisoning parts of her body early on can also be advantageous, as her torso is the only body part fully immune to poison. Although the rest of her body parts have a high resistance with only a 10% chance of a successful poisoning, applying poison can create a slow, constant drain on her health. Certain skills are especially effective in this battle. Locust Swarm, for example, has a high chance to stun all body parts, potentially preventing her from taking any action at all. Meanwhile, Leg Sweep can instantly destroy the smaller tentacles with a guaranteed effect, reducing her offensive capability significantly. A notable ability Sylvian can use is Tumor. At the bottom of her body, she can cause a large tumor to grow that resembles the main character of the run, which will then have its own attacks depending on who was copied. CAHARA causes slashing damage with a potential for bleeding, arm loss and infection, or the critical state. Darce is able to do similar but with leg loss. ENKI meanwhile can cause large otherworldly damage with the hurting spell, or confusion with the Locust Swarm spell. RAGNVALDR can decapitate a random party member after a failed coin flip. Sylvian is able to do such a thing because she created mankind. The latter is mentioned verbatim in the studies of Sylvian that I read. She's massively expanded on in Termina, but I'm going to use some of the lore of the second game to further expand on her here. Once there was a deity known as Vitruvia, the architect of the human body who created the ideas of such under Sylvian's orders that would be in the likeness of Sylvian herself. Meaning that humans as a creation are probably what Sylvian looks like in her true form. Sylvian would fall in love with the results and create mankind according to Vitruvia's depictions. But Vitruvia began to notice flaws in her designs, prompting her to strive for the creation of the flawless human being. This human being would turn out to be Olmir. As Vitruvia takes orders from Sylvian, indicating a hierarchy of sorts, her divine status may not be on par of that with an old god. Defeating Sylvian in battle causes her to go back into the green hue. Just like Grogroth, you technically did not win the fight, she simply let you be. Unlike Grogroth though, she doesn't kill you by showing you her true form or destroying your mind with knowledge. I guess that is the rift between the two, although as we know, Sylvian is far from a morally good god. C2 is a unique ending because it is the same as C in how you get to that point in achieving it, but you must simply bow to Lagarde when prompted. I think this is why it isn't ending D, because it simply isn't different enough. Bowing to Lagarde, the following happens. Yes, love your god. You left the dungeons. Contrary to all common sense, you made it out alive. Your return to civilization would go without festivity. You were back to square one essentially. Your long journey to the Black gained you nothing. The only thing you brought with you was the bigger understanding of all the darkness this world hid beneath the human eyes. Not a day would pass by that you didn't curse this knowledge. Just the idea drove you towards madness with each passing day. After several years living in seclusion, you started hearing rumours about the return of the Knights of the Midnight Sun, and their now legendary captain, Lagarde. This man with a mysterious aura was unifying the Western world at rapid rate. It's almost as if the gods themselves were on his side, choosing the right side of the coin at every possible turn. Eventually and inevitably, he was throned as the Yellow King, and he would bring prosperity to the Western world. You were never fully convinced, however. The name Yellow King left you puzzled, and something about his campaigns gave you uncanny feelings. On your older days, in the Kingdom of Rondon, you finally caught a glimpse of Lagarde after multiple decades had gone by since you two departed your ways. You finally understood where the name Yellow King came from. Lagarde still looked the same age, almost exactly like you remembered. The only difference was his sickly yellow skin coloured by the dark green hue of the endless void. He was not a human. This was not a man taking reins to themselves from the gods. This was something entirely different. Strap in for this one, it's a lot. Ending D is triggered if you defeat Francois but don't have Lagarde in your party, leaving only the throne to yourself. From here, Nostra will warn you about the Golden Throne. This is the throne to ascend and become a new god. You could just sit here. Believe me, I wanted nothing more when I first got here. But doing so won't change a thing. It would just start a new cycle that would eventually reach the very same conclusion. The choice is yours, of course. Do as you please. Sitting on it and seeking ascension, you are transported to the void. It is filled with unnatural cries. You are not alone here, as we know, even if you feel otherwise. Gathering the party members you once had, except Nostra, as explained in Ending C, you go to the place you would otherwise find Lagarde, but instead, you find something else. the new god form of the player character. What lies ahead varies depending on what character this is, although the choices made do not alter what happens between the different characters. Let's start with what CAHARA says in his new god form to his human self. CAHARA, you remember the time we got our freedom for the first time? That is the feeling we've been striving for ever since. Leave your burdens behind. Leave your body behind. Let me continue our flow with the wind. The only place where I can truly be free are my dreams. In the vast open plains of this netherworld, I hold no burden over the worries of my past life. Of course, this is a flawed logic. One should not bind oneself to a set location. One should be able to wander the world like a wind. But even the gods are allowed to have flaws, no? Das, in her bold form, says, Das, we've been submissive long enough. Can't you hear our soul yearn for more? We can dominate. You can dominate. Just leave your earthly body behind and let us ascend. Let us dominate those that need herding. What is true domination? There is no domination if there are no weaknesses. That is the law of nature. There is no shame in admitting that you want power over the poor and the weak. You yourself have sought domination by getting this far. You wanted to prove the others that you got what it takes. You wanted to dominate the oppressive and hopeless darkness. ENKI, in his helmeted form, states,
ENKI, for our knowledge to grow, you need to kill your ego and move on. Leave your fleshy shell behind, and let me continue your ambitions. Knowledge, it suffocates those who are not able to adjust to it. I could not bear the world with everything I've learned with the Enlightenment and my ascension. It is said that ignorance is bliss, and the knowledge only enhances the pain. The only way for me to continue existing was to change. Knowledge changes one permanently. There is no looking back after a certain point.
RAGNVALDR, in his bear form, says, RAGNVALDR, the torment has no end. It is our fate. But you must have begun feeling the same as I. So don't try to abstain from the inevitable. Embrace the torment. Let me make sure your torment doesn't go to waste. I've grown to love my torment and suffering. I curse my place in this universe. I curse the fate that has been laid in front of me, but I have grown to love it as well. Suffering alters my sight. I can use the energy to my advantage. It is like an ancient secret that was revealed to me in my darkest hour, a secret only I am aware of. With all the characters out the way, we can move on to the first choice. As time will pass, will you tell your people about your monumental achievement and share your gospel? How you passed through all the hardships the dungeons laid before you, and about your eventual ascension. This is the first choice that will determine the ending itself and what happens. Sharing the gospel, you are told that stories about your fabled endeavours are passed to people of all ages. Your tale inspires many in the times to come, from children to elderly. Living in silence, your story is left unspoken and unsung. There are rumours here and there, but for the most part, the era of the new gods started to diminish with your ascension. Regardless of which choice you picked, the following is told. In the coming era, mankind is on the brink of chaos. Diseases run wild and kingdoms wage war with hundreds of thousands of casualties on all fronts, both women and children included. You would have the power to interrupt and potentially stop this. You have the strength to stop the mindless killing, but that would require you to step out of the plane of this void. Instead, you could try to affect mankind through religion and beliefs. Affecting the whole culture means slow change, and its effects don't save those in immediate peril, but religion might have more long-lasting effects. The second and final choice is given to you, to either save mankind or influence them through religion. I will go through all the possibilities now, since your choice prior to this one affects the outcome too. Remember that this is the same between all of the characters. The only thing different between the characters' new god forms is the intro dialogue and of course their look. I will briefly analyse their looks in a moment. Choosing to share the gospel and save mankind results in the following. You leave your golden throne to disrupt the ongoing wars. With your overwhelming strength, you crush entire armies that stand in your way. Kings and sultans of the time are left in terror before your power. Once you are done with your rage, mankind is left in a state of chaos. Common people get no one to turn on to, and thus they seek safety from smaller tribes and communes. By meddling with mankind, you ended up halting the technological and cultural progress. People are also less self-imposed because of relying on gods in the past. The civilizations are back to Iron Age-like structure, where physical strength is the only thing that matters. You watch other deities and gods fall around you, one by one, as men revolt against the old world order. However, your gospel back in the day was so strong that people remember it loud and clear. Your legacy had only grown stronger with you crushing the warring kingdoms before the chaos began. Men fear you. You are known as the fierce god, and because there are no other gods left to rival your power, you become the one and only god despite your strength being limited to that of a new god. Choosing to live in silence and save mankind will replace the latter half of this with: the harsh times breed harsh men. Mankind is physically in its peak condition because of the warring tribes. Because there is no centralized civilization, creating a strong uniform religion proves to be difficult. With all of the new understanding of morals and customs, people riot against the gods of older times. You manage to withstand against the oncoming forces for some time, but eventually among mankind there appears a successor to your reign. You are beheaded and your mutilated torso is put on display. You become a symbol of old, and in this way you are remembered even in the coming centuries. Choosing to share the gospel and influence people through religion results in: slowly, in times of despair, people start to turn to your religion in hopes for salvation. Many are killed, and every new victim feeds the ongoing plague and destruction. This age will be known as the Dark Age in the history books, but your light would become an important factor in the survival of civilizations. You are known to men as the merciful God. New deities and false apostles rise as decades go by, but the foundation you laid during the Dark Age made you the pillar of morals for centuries to come. Even your power is limited to that of the new gods. Your legacy would eventually rival that of the older gods. Finally, choosing to live in silence and influence people through religion results in the following. Sadly, only few people find their way to your teachings because of your relatively less known status. At best, you manage to form a cult around your religion. But because anyone who follows you is condemned as a heretic in these times, your followers resort to dark arts and dubious methods in order to survive. Centuries later, you still manage to hang on to your cult status. However, generations of degenerative methods inside your cult has led it to become very notorious around modern religions. You are considered far from the most notable gods, and generally your followers are spit upon in the streets. With your legacy dying, so does your strength. You are dethroned as time goes on by the new generation of new gods. You are forgotten in the sands of time. With your choices made, the final text is shown. You never escaped the dungeons of fear and hunger. Instead, you chose eternal void and darkness as a new god. Each of the new god forms represents something about the player character. They become incarnations or puppets of their soul type, and to the greater scheme of things. Ahead are my interpretations of these appearances. ENKI's new god form is simply himself, but with a coffin-like helmet attached to his head. As the Enlightened One, he is above seeing things with his own two eyes. His knowledge alone is enough. And whilst yes, there are eye slits in the helmet, this still would heavily restrict his vision. RAGNVALDR's form represents one of the most painful known deaths, being mauled by a bear. As the Tormented One, this makes total sense. CAHARA and Darce's forms are a little more vague. Darce has the domination soul. Maybe her form is to do with her losing her feminine nature as she becomes the most dominating one. A typically more aggressive and masculine feature, as men are naturally and statistically stronger than women. Maybe Darce had so much testosterone after this form was achieved that she, well, lost her hair. Olmir is also depicted as bald, so maybe Darce's form took on a similar form to the god she worships. CAHARA's, I have no idea, sorry. I would say though that his new god form is my favourite character design in the entire game. His body takes on the same design as his vest, meaning that the scars on his body are of the same nature as his chest. As for what this design represents, I'm not sure, and there isn't any source to suggest such. As for why you confront your new god self in the void, I think this is simply a way to decide what choices you will make as a new god. You don't actually confront yourself in the real world, it's all a bit of mental wish-wash. Of course, we don't ascend like Olmir and the Garl do. We do not usher in a new age akin to Olmir did by taking humanity out of the Dark Ages, or how the god of fear and hunger took humanity out of the current age and into a more industrial one. Although the latter introduced massive elements of struggle, hence the name the Crawl Age. Despite the latter fact though, certain outcomes to our ascension do cause differences in the world, just nothing that will outright change everything in it. We are just new gods after all, cogs in the machine of endless hopes of divinity. To achieve Ending E, you must find Legard, dead or alive, then simply leave through the fog. You cannot leave the dungeons in this way until you find Legard. If Legard is in your party, he will refuse to leave, stating his mission here is yet to be finished. Das would leave with him if this happens. You escaped the dungeons of fear and hunger. Part of you still doesn't believe this to be the truth. You can still smell all of the blood and the gore that seeps through the seams of the ancient stone walls of the dungeon. You can still feel the gaze of the hundreds of past warriors sacrificed in the pools of blood, now left to rot. You can still feel the pressure of the never-ending darkness that the underground caverns offered. You can still hear the distant flapping of wings. You still feel dizzy just imagining the rail tracks that lead poor souls deeper to the madness, all the way to the altar of darkness. You delved too deep. You know it yourself too. No man could ever return from that deep. You take one more look at the fortress just to make sure you really made it out. So technically this isn't the end of the game. We still have some way to go. There are still secrets to unveil and character plots to finish especially. You probably guessed this by the timeline of the video. Hey, if you got this far without skipping ahead, good job, I'm proud of you. So, as long as you are playing on hard mode, you can achieve S endings, special endings. These are character specific endings. During these runs, you cannot recruit non-summonable characters, meaning you also cannot become a form of marriage. It is the pinnacle of difficulty in this game, and you are rewarded with these endings and stories. There are 4 of them in total, and they all vary in length. The hardest, though, is RAGNVALDR's, which I will go through at the end. Another thing I want to talk about is what is and isn't canon, but there is a whole little segment of the video dedicated to that, so hold fast. With all the knowledge we now have of the game, we can tackle these special endings. CAHARA's S ending is a treasure hunt and is about CAHARA refusing to leave the dungeons empty-handed, no matter what, for the sake of his future family. As the name of this ending implies, it is perhaps the happiest ending in the entire game. Going left instead of up from the start of the game means the Jagged Jaw dogs won't be able to one-shot you because, yes, the dogs will follow you into the dungeon on this difficulty setting and can kill you instantly. Keep in mind too that enemies in general run after you way faster. Going through the dungeons and making your way up through the blood pit after the prison, you can loot some bookshelves with the hope of getting an empty scroll, or the Passages of Mahabr book, which is mentioned teleports you to the city briefly. So from here, I went to the thicket with an explosive vial I found and looted the Eastern Sword. I also looted the soul stones found here as well. The spectre that attacks you upon looting the Eastern Sword shouldn't be too much of a problem, as long as you have the sword equipped. Remember, killing the spectre will purify the sword, which massively buffs it. Going down to the catacombs through the mines, because if you go through the thickets you can't climb back up to the cave dweller village since there is no rope from above that you've dropped, you will eventually find Legard, dead or alive. In this case he is dead because you can't recruit him anyways. Grabbing the Cube of the Depths and therefore angering the village, you can enter Mahabr. But before you do that, let's go talk to Isaiah. Remember to not haggle with him or you will be locked out of the ending. Here you should purchase his maps, the most guaranteed source of treasure for CAHARA. Buying map 1 and 2 from him, you can track down the treasures in Mahabr. The first map shows Mahabr, featuring the large statue you can pray at and the hollow pig idol. In the top right of the map, just before the path leading to the Tower of Endless and near the nameless figure, you will find 3 pots and a crate lined up against the wall. There's a noticeable gap between them. Walk into that gap, then take 6 steps downward toward the railing. After that, interact with the floor. If done correctly, you will uncover a hidden reward. A scroll of walking on water and a scroll of transmutation. This spell can be used in the overworld and is inaccessible during battles. It requires 15 mind per use. It allows you to transmute inventory items once per use. For example, 1 moldy bread is transmuted into 3 moldy bread. Or, more importantly, 1 water vial can be transmuted into a wine vial. Of course, you will need these items to perform the transmutation. This spell can trivialize both hunger and mind mechanics, and it enables you to effectively have an infinite copy of moldy bread. Moreover, since water vials can be acquired limitlessly through the gameplay, the spell also has a way to give you infinite wine, or even another water vial as frequently as you desire. The second map represents the area just outside the Grand Library, where you will find a statue. Unlike other hidden spots, the exact steps and pacing from this statue are unclear. However, if you stick to the left side and interact with the ground in horizontal rows above the statue, you will eventually uncover the correct location. The hidden reward to this spot is 70 coins. After this, Isaiah will appear. But of course, his intention isn't good. He wants the treasure for himself. Fighting him, he reveals a plague-ridden hand, which can infect you with the plague, simply dealing damage. This plague is likely the same one seen in Rondon during the flashback. He also has a hidden blade which deals moderate slashing damage, and can cause arm loss and bleeding. Overall though, he is quite easy. Isaiah will drop the third and final treasure map. So, in the normal game you can actually do Isaiah's quest as well. But CAHARA will demand you to hand over the final treasure, the King's Crown. If you comply, he will simply take it off you. Refusing, though, causes him to steal the crown when you change maps. After this, he will vanish forever. Since the crown has no value in the game itself, it's best to just give him the crown once you find it. Of course, he wants the crown to sell it, so it makes sense that he wants it. The third map points to an area that isn't normally accessible in the past. To reach it, you will first need to obtain the Old Passage Key, which can be found in the Tomb of the Old Gods. To get the key, you must solve the tomb's puzzles while in the past. Then return to the same location in the present. Once there, head to the right of Ulmir Skeleton, and you will find a chest containing the key. Take this key to the Beacon of the Depths located just outside the Tower of the Endless. Nearby, there's a building with a hole in the wall. Enter it and you will find a locked door that the key will open. Inside, explore the area until you come across a symbol hidden beneath vines. This symbol will match the one on the map. While there are several similar symbols scattered throughout the area, only one will correspond to the correct number of steps needed to uncover the treasure. The reward, as mentioned, is the King's Crown, being the King of Mahab who departed around the same time the Old Gods did from the city. Now you must go all the way back to the start of the game. Remember that in hard mode you cannot save no matter what. This means every single ending is extremely difficult to achieve. Reaching the end of the dungeon, you will be rewarded with CAHARA's S ending. You manage to escape the dungeons of fear and hunger alive. It is a feat unheard of before. Not only that, you also manage to find valuable loot that would only guarantee a wealthy future. The long journey back to civilization felt like a lifetime. You could not sleep as you constantly felt eyes lurking in the shadows of the night. The darkness, even though it was lighter than anything else you experienced in the dungeons, still sent shivers down your spine. As you finally found your way back to the Kingdom of Rondon, everything felt unreal. You could not understand how people would live their everyday lives simultaneously, as a great evil existed beneath their feet. You sold the ancient crown to the highest bidder. The amount of silver you got from it exceeded your expectations greatly. You also felt better getting rid of such an unholy artifact, as it kept reminding you about the darkness. You rose from the lowest class scum to a noble in a heartbeat. You bought your wife free from the labour she forced to in the red light district and settled down in a fancy manor. You got everything you ever dreamed of. You got the most noble families on a leash thanks to your great wealth, taking any breadcrumb you threw at them. You were living in the most extravagant manner with your wife with no seeming worry about the future. Still, you could not sleep. Every passing moment would be grabbing on the hilt of your sword and staring at the dark corners of your room, just waiting for the inevitable. You knew that the darkness you witnessed would leave no survivors. It would still come for you one day. Was it worth it for CAHARA to gain generational wealth, but forever live in mental torment? For his family, yes. For him, who really knows? Darcy's ending is about the extreme lengths she goes through to save a dead Lagarde, even if it means going against Alma's teachings or her own morals. The name of this ending is the true god of fear and hunger. In order to achieve this ending, you must find 3 torn scraps of a scroll that teaches you the spell to revive Lagard. They must then be crafted together to create a scroll. All of these pieces are found in Mahabre. The first is found in the Grand Library within one of the pillars containing books on the ground floor in the second chamber. The second is hidden in one of the bookcases that descends into the Enlightened One's fight. You can just grab it and leave without having to fight Valtiel. The third and final one is only found in the past version of Mahabre, tucked inside the journal sitting outside of the stack of cages near the Grand Library. The room with the cage in it is located beneath the room housing a husk floating within a tank and connecting to the second floor of the Grand Library. This room housing the husk also has a ritual circle engraved on its floor in the present Mahabre. Luckily, achieving this ending actually requires no fighting. Reading from the completed scroll teaches Das Rebirth of the Beloved, a Sylvian incantation. Using the spell on Lagard's corpse, this will play out. I breathe. I am a god. Shed my human skin. I don't need it. You could not save your loved one from the cruel fate the dungeons had for him, but you succeeded in the next best thing, resurrecting Lagard. He shed his human skin, mocking his past existence as a mortal. Apparently, whatever he went through after his passing had changed the man completely. You didn't mind his changed looks, but mentally, he was someone else as well. He had turned into a beast, craving to unleash the terror and suffering he experienced to the outside world. The man had claimed to have risen to godhood, but as you examined his behaviour as a warlord, he resembled more of a bloodthirsty ghoul. Still, you were reunited with your loved one. That was all that mattered to you. Maybe with his new crude looks and way of thinking, he could finally be just yours completely. Obsession gives way to this, and again, like CAHARA's ending, was it really worth it? This isn't Lagard anymore, it is an incarnation of his vengeance. At least Das has him in some sort of capacity. One thing I find interesting is that Das slashes her wrists to complete the ritual, but she manages to live through this wound. I guess it is possible if you have enough curatives. ENKI's ending is about his journey of unravelling mysteries and soon coming to understand the greater scheme of things, all whilst rejecting godhood through the Golden Throne. To some, this is the hardest ending in the entire game. The name of this ending is the Enlightenment. To achieve this ending, ENKI must cooperate with Nostramus, who is heavily involved in this ending. To put it short, you will need to acquire all of the new god souls, being the Tormented, Enlightened, Domination and Endless souls. However, there is a process to this. After defeating Valtiel in the past, ENKI must talk to him in the present. He will then inform ENKI about the true path to enlightenment. It's all pointless. Mankind has no hope. There is no way to break these chains. That look in your eyes. You are after the enlightenment too, aren't you? That's right. The ascension was never the path. Don't be fooled by power. What is the right path then? There was a person among us who was right, but we were blinded by the Golden Throne already at that point. One must admit his own mistakes in order to grow. So, who is this person Valtiel speaks of? This person, also known as the Forgotten One, is Nostramus. He is the one mentioned in the Fellowship book whose purpose was to create doubt and unease between the Fellowship. This doubt and unease was simply him questioning what the Golden Throne entailed. From here, go to Nostramus in the mines, specifically found in the laboratory across the Salmon Snake's water. Here, ENKI can tell him about what Valtiel told him. I take it that you talked to Valtiel. How is he doing these days? He seems to be regretting his past actions. Oh, is that so? That's the first one. He takes a lot of credit and knowledge, and I have yet to see him admit his mistakes. Sorry, I don't want to be stuck in nostalgia. Sorry about my absent mind.
He said you were on the path to enlightenment. He did mention that you were on a correct path. Too bad I wasn't there to hear that. Really out of character for him to say that. He believed ascension was the key, that he could somehow achieve enlightenment with a snap of fingers. That was a ridiculous idea. I cannot understand how a scholar like him could believe there was such an easy way. The thing is, there is no end in the path to enlightenment. New information, new forms of science, new people, new worlds. The knowledge of the world just keeps on increasing. How about you settle down thinking you are the end of it all? If you are on the path of enlightenment, seek all knowledge. Even the knowledge of the new gods. I wholeheartedly recommend that you sit on the golden throne and meet your reflection. But if you're truly a scholar of sciences, only observe. Do not surrender yourself to the lust of power. I know it is not an easy task, so that's why you can have this. That should keep you grounded. Why help me? It's clearly an end of an era, so I'm giving a little helping hand to the new generation. Thank you. You're welcome. From here, Nostramus gives ENKI the soul anchor item. One thing I find interesting about this specific laboratory is that there is a marble globe that just has the discovered continents on it, but not just the discovered ones, but also ones that haven't been fully explored yet. This implies that Nostramus' knowledge goes beyond almost everyone else's in the world. Going to sit on the throne of ascension and entering the void, ENKI will face his new god self just like in Ending D. Of course after fighting Sylvian, because she is still here on this difficulty. From here, he can resist his ascension, instead of pursuing knowledge as a human and not as a new god tied to the greater scheme of things, a path very similar to Nostramus's. You set foot to the ascended plane where you met a reflection of yourself, a form that had taken a shape of a new god. The reflection was what you were to become. You felt a great lust for power take you over. It would have been so easy to give in and learn secrets that only whispered among mortals. But you came prepared. You had been warned about the lust. You declined the godhood and managed to step out of the plane that was coloured by the green hue that radiated from the underground pits. It's not like your ascension wasn't without its merits, even if you withdrew at the last second. You saw its reflection after all and understood its intentions. With your newly found knowledge, you took the grand libraries of the ancient city to be your own. The library already contained more information one could digest in multiple lifetimes. But lucky for you, you discovered the secrets of a prolonged life pretty soon. You found out how the older gods had left this world a long time ago. You had taken care of the new gods that resided in the city of the gods. You did not need godhood to chase after the true enlightenments. You did not need godhood to become the most powerful mortal to ever exist. ENKI would go on to be mentioned in the second game, Termina, and is most likely still alive at that point, as he would have uncovered the secrets of immortality through the pursuit of endless knowledge and enlightenment. This is probably my favourite ending in the game. It is both extremely satisfying, challenging, and gives ENKI a proper conclusion to his character arc. It also includes Nostramus, which is, well, one of my favourite characters. So, RAGNVALDR's ending. How do you attain it? Well, simple. Exterminate almost every single unique enemy in the game. Seal a guard's corpse, then leave the dungeons. This ending represents his determination of destroying every tainted beast in the dungeon, exacting his revenge against Lagarde, and reclaiming the Cube of the Depths. This ending is called the God of Ultraviolence. The ending is the ultimate test of your ability, and since this is hard mode, you must do it all without dying or recruiting non-summonable allies. Because of this, necromancy is extremely helpful alongside empty scrolls, so you may give yourself items if you need. Okay, let's look at our list. You will need the soul of the Black Witch, whose soul gives you a regular chance, a 100% chance to inflict poison. The Iron Shakespeare, whose soul gives you a defense multiplier. The Butterfly, whose soul gives you a +50 evasion rate. The Crow Mauler, whose soul gives you an attack multiplier. The Cave Mother, whose soul gives you a smaller attack multiplier. The Salmon Snake, whose soul gives you a massive amount of resistances, as talked about. The White Angel, whose soul doubles agility and grants you first turn priority, as well as an extra turn. The Old Guardian, whose soul prevents death once before vanishing.
And of course the souls of Nilvan, Chambara, Valtiel and Francois, who unlock skill trees at the Hexen. Of course Butterfly's soul cannot be harvested from killing him, so be ready to either complete the Cockroach King's quest or use an empty scroll to acquire it. I prefer just using an empty scroll. So essentially every single unique soul in the game is needed, except the girl's ancient soul. Make sure you have all the soul stones you need, of course, because, well, you need them to extract the souls. With his goal in mind, RAGNVALDR sets out. Time to exact revenge, kill everything, and get out.
This is the end. We're cold stricken to the core. Eternal winter has come. Come fear the one who will ruin this bottomless domain. Dead tombs and frozen stone. Demons collide. Insane they rally without cause. Dissonance evangelize the place. Chaos unbound. Freedoms of damnation. Devour and conquer all. Abnormalities torn. Through fire we consume. It flows within the black skies. A malignant disarray. Ignite the Salvacion decree.
You got everything you came for. The captain of the cursed mercenary army was dead. You got the unholy artifact back. You also made sure that the evil that lurked in the darkness was vanquished. You slaughtered every single creature that held true power in the dungeons. However, you know that the darkness doesn't end in the dungeons. You've witnessed the same evil in the faraway continent of Vinland, and that same corrupting force lurks in every dark corner of the world. It is restless and relentless. For you to stop it from spreading, you also need to be restless and relentless. From the moment you escaped the dungeons of fear and hunger, you dedicated your life hunting down those that are conceived by the darkness. You would hunt down all of the macabre beasts that hid from the eyes of the oblivious Western world. The beasts would come to know your name. Before we move into the final chapters of the video, I want to talk about canon. The answer to the question of what ending is canon is complicated. In the game sequel, there are many connotations of different endings from the first game, which I won't go into too much detail of because, again, I want to make an entire video about the second game too, and I will expand on these there. To put it simply, the canon ending seems to be a mix of all of them. We know that ENKI is at least alive because he writes certain books found in Termina. This means his S ending is most likely canon. The topic of canon has been an endless debate within the Fear and Hunger community for years, especially since Termina was released. What ending is pretty much confirmed to be canon is ending A, since the god of Fear and Hunger influenced the age to come, which, well, eventually led to the industrial age seen in Termina. However, many people come to the conclusion that every S ending is canon except for CAHARA, because to many, CAHARA was the one who ascended the girl in the Altar of Darkness. Think about it. As a mercenary, he can be proficient in lockpicking. He is the most likely to let the girl free. The girl's doll is also found in his cell, and his entire arc is about saving his girlfriend and unborn child, which might not even be his, by the way. CAHARA, in his scarce kindness, at least had a large amount of love in his heart for the child. He cared so much about his unborn child that he will go to perhaps the most dangerous place on the planet just to acquire the wealth needed to give them a good life. I think it's a perfect arc too. That CAHARA would ascend the girl, of course by accident, as she, in a last bit of mercy, lets him die a peaceful death at the bottom of the dungeon, once she finalizes her ascension. Another thing about CAHARA is that he is one of the only characters that properly comforts the girl if they need to amputate her. Here is a more streamlined approach to how I think all of this went down for all of the characters. Of course, you are free to disagree because at the end of the day, this is pure interpretation. Legard dies. RAGNVALDR discovers his corpse but leaves it, recognizing that it's already too late. Determined to fulfill his duty, RAGNVALDR decides to clear out the entire dungeon on his own. Along the way, he encounters CAHARA and the girl. The three team up to make their way through the dungeon. As they progress, CAHARA hears Nilvin's plea. She asks him to take her daughter to the depths as they collect souls. Burdened with guilt over leaving his pregnant wife behind, CAHARA sees a reflection of her in Nilvin and agrees. Meanwhile, RAGNVALDR succeeds in purging the dungeon from evil, collecting the souls. With his mission complete, he departs, not just on his own, but with Moonless. Why is this? Well, again, wait until Termina to find out. CAHARA continues with the girl and eventually ascends her. ENKI arrives later and finds Nostramus. Showing him kindness, ENKI gains Nostramus' trust. He also discovers Legard's body and initially considers leaving. However, urged by Nostramus, he ventures further and reaches the now cleared city. There he encounters a defeated Valtiel and learns the truth about enlightenment. ENKI finds the Golden Throne but resists its pull, thanks to the influence of Valtiel and Nostramus. Though he does not ascend, he gains deep insight into the gods. He chooses a different path, to guide people through religion. Later, he writes his knowledge into what he will call Skin Bibles, spreading what he has learned. Das eventually arrives and also finds Legard's corpse. While exploring, she comes across Nosra, who urges her to enter the city so he can reclaim her body. She locates the scroll fragments needed for his revival, being Legard's, and succeeds in restoring him. Together, they reach the throne. Nosra warns the two about it, but Legard takes the throne regardless, and Nosra departs. Whether Das chooses to kneel or not is irrelevant. Her S ending is already fulfilled. In both variations of the ending where Legard ascends, the characters involved manage to escape the dungeon. At some point, Legard finds Nosra again. The two descend into the god of the depths, possibly sensing the birth of a new god, or for another unknown reason. Legard, having become a god himself, survives the encounter, and plays a large role in the second game. Nosra, however, is scorched by Grogroth. As for the rest of this story, well, wait and see. Okay, I'm going to talk about Dungeon Knights, but don't expect me to go into huge detail regarding every little thing about it because I don't think it serves as anything more than a fun little minigame in the game and doesn't really help the wider analysis at all. It's also extremely buggy. But I will be talking about it either way because whether we like it or not, it does exist. So, Dungeon Knights is a small dating sim that can be played in the game. The entire mode is essentially an Easter egg that can be unlocked by naming your character Schoolboy or Schoolgirl at the start of the game, or by entering the password into the main menu screen, which is obtained after the credits of the game. Your objective in this mode is to secure a prom date before the big event in 5 days, which coincides with the school's annual Harvest Festival, a major social gathering that every student is expected to attend. Showing up alone isn't just frowned upon, it could leave you socially exiled for the rest of the school year. There are plenty of potential prom candidates, but getting them to go with you won't be easy. You will need to earn their interest and trust through genuine interaction, whether it's through charm, honesty, or navigating the complex web of school dynamics. Your success depends on making real connections before the timer runs out. There are a handful of NPCs in the minigame, with different possibilities when it comes to them. Your choice of a partner will take place on the 5th day, and for them to agree to go to the prom with you, they will need 5 hearts, which are acquired through certain dates in set areas of the game. The caverns, the blood pits, and the tombs. Each area has a certain activity which makes up the date, but each date is limited in time. A successful date nets 2 hearts. In this game mode, there is CAHARA, Das, ENKI, RAGNVALDR, Legard, Nilvin, Crowmauler, Ron Chambera, Nosra, and Pocket Cat. I personally am a big fan of... you know what I'm not going to say. No, it's not Pocket Cat, you fucking freak. So, the future characters I mentioned when sourcing certain lore are actually accessible in Maharb. The Hall of the Gods, also known as the Grand Hall, is located in Maharb. Here you can ask 3 questions to the new gods inside this hall. These new gods have already served their time in the greater scheme of things and have essentially retired to this hall. In the second game, Termina, we can actually see some other fellowship here as well. Because yes, you can come to the same hall in Termina, just through a different location. These new gods have very limited influence over the rest of the world, and many of them are currently unknown when it comes to their names, or what souls they represent. For example, Nosra, even as a new god who no longer serves as such, in a sense at least, he still has influence over the world, so he remains in the world. If you have Nosra in your party when you ask them about him, this happens. The previous new god who held the libraries as his own after the Great Batal. How Batal fell for the pathetic tricks Nosra pulled against him is a complete mystery to us. Nosra was not content with what we have here. That miserable worm, the old fool. His mind was weak, his body was weak, and most of all, he couldn't hold his own against the pressure this place has on people. Without reason, he used to sodomize everyone who stood in his way. That is how he desired to spend his days instead of the true godhood we have here. Enough. That's more than enough, you filthy maggots. That is how I gave up my pathetic golden crown of the new gods? Are you kidding me? Maggots swimming in their own vomit. You are still alive somewhat. Nosra the half-man. Nosra the half-man from the east. Better half than crisp. So this is what a burnt god smells like. Disgusting. Everything about your miserable existence reeks rotten. The Hall of the Gods in Mahab have many answers to various ideas, things, and concepts. I will dedicate this part of the video to read out every single answer they have. If you aren't interested in me reading out a bunch of lore, feel free to skip to the next segment, although I wouldn't recommend this. A lot of the lore here is extremely interesting, and it massively expands on the context of certain things. I also used a lot of these answers during my research for this video as well. Ready? Let's go. The assassin Spectre. He travelled far from the east just to stop the spreading of the inevitable darkness. His iron will manifests in his blade even to this day. The Ballista Guard. Overwhelming strength and endless lust is only weakened by their loneliness. It manifests in their final form. The Black Witch. She is a human that was lost to blood magic. The darkness has had its way with her. She is but a slave to Grogroth. The Butterfly. The poor creature wants to get the gift of the god of the depths. He was persuaded once by the king of the insects. Needless to say that his pursuits are in vain. The Blight. Before men, the lizardmen roamed as the dominating life form. Like us, they too desire to ascend higher. What remains of those ancient times are their forms. The Body Snatcher. The wretched being was locked behind the sealed door when he was looting the dungeons for valuables. He turned to the god of the depths for salvation. The Brainflower. Just like how the black changes the humans, it also affects the plants. On this soil that has seen countless death, that curious flower once started blooming. It requires fertile ground to grow its full bloom, and there is no better source of life than humans. The Cave Dweller. Primal and savage beings. The poor souls were once stuck in the black because of a cave-in. The Cave Gnome. The little halflings given birth by the cave mother. Even their mother thinks little of them, and uses them to do her dirty work. The Cave Mother. A being who has stayed in the darkness for far too long. It longs for humankind to pregnate her. The Crow Mauler. He was set on purifying the dungeons from filth. Little did he know that he would become a part of the black himself. The Darkness. Only traces of the older gods remain in this plane of existence. Nosra has been able to bend a powerful being under his will. The Elite Guard. The elite guards who served the kingdom of Rondon, or at least served while still retaining their sanity. They carry 2 red feathers on their helmets to signify their rank. A white feather of an eagle is given to the squires when they start their military service. Once the feather changes its colour to red because of all the blood that has been absorbed, that's when the squire becomes a knight. That's how the tradition originates, at least. The tradition has become more civilized as time goes on. These days, you only need to dip your feather to a bloodstain of your opponent to rise in ranks. The Embryo. Valtiel the Enlightened One has succumbed to fleshy delights with his own creations. Embryos are bastardizations that come from the act. The Ghoul. Those whose physical and mental fortitude couldn't handle the ever-pressing darkness. They lost their mind. The Guard. Overwhelming physical strength and endless lust that is only weakened by their loneliness. It manifests in their final form. The Greater Blight. Before men, the lizardmen roamed as the dominating life form. Like us, they too desire to ascend higher. What remains of those ancient times are these forms. greater blight is something that rivals the powers of the new gods, even in this day and age. It is truly curious how powerful those ancient relics were in their true prime. The Greater Mumbler. Creations of the Black. Once a Mumbler develops a consciousness, it can finally break free from the restraints of the god of the depths. Or is it more like a consciousness or enlightenment? It's hard to tell. These creatures don't function in the same way humans do. No longer tied to be just a mindless servant of the god, no one knows their true ambitions. The Harvestman. Unable to satisfy the needs of his victims, he resorts to more violent ways of pleasure. The Hound. Francois, the Dominating One, has trained the hunting hounds to harass all of those who trespass in his domain. Those mindless beasts only taste the blood of their victims in their mouth. That is all they know. The Human Hydra. The remaining guards of the fortress. They try to save themselves with an act of love. The Iron Shakespeare. As things started to succumb to chaos in the dungeons of Fear and Hunger, he was sent from the kingdom of Rondon for aid. In short time he lost his mind, and now he tries to guard the area to his last breath from anyone who sets foot into the fortress. The King. The older gods, before their departure, nominated a king to rule Mahab and mankind. It's all fallacy. We, as the new gods, rule Mahab now. The Night Spectre. The true form of the old night. The Lady of the Moon. We do not know much about her. She is the servant of the moon god, the older one. The moon god has his own motivations to meddle with the act in the process, but we do not understand him. The Lizardman. Long ago, before men took the dungeons as their own, there dwelled a different race in the black. The Lord of Flies. Valtiel the Enlightened One, in his attempts to understand the secrets of life, he accidentally created this being. The Lizard Mage. An act of love between a lizard man and a yellow mage. The being that came from the act seems to share the intelligence of both worlds. However, it does not know for certain which tribe it truly belongs to. Thus it wanders the darkness alone. Manaba. They came from the green hue. Even we don't know their true purpose. They manifest around sickness and dead carcasses. The Moonless Guard. An act of love between a cave wolf and a guard. Moonless. A lone cave wolf who was once driven away from her pack because of her superior strength. The black has its way of changing the nature of wolves. Mumbler. Creations of the black. The darkness has had its way with countless of victims. They are fully erect, despite being left untouched for decades. The Minor Spectre. Those ghastly figures are but echoes of the people that dwelled those dungeons before. Many of them saw their end when the current reign in the dungeons ended just a brief time ago. Moulded. The miserable creation that is but a mockery of human beings. It is a simple being created by a new god that once existed, who is trying to achieve the power of the older gods with limited understanding. Nameless. The fool has travelled wide and far, but has gotten no wiser. Night Lurch. He was once sentenced to the prisons. He used to lust to hurt women. Now he is the epitome of his perversions. The Old Guardian. The figurine created by the older gods to protect the Golden Temple of the true king. He has seen millennia go by, but still the fool waits for a false prophecy. The Old Knight. A virtuous knight who is on the path to the black of the dungeons. He met with the alchemist Nostramus on his way down, who saved his life. The Old Knight decided to serve Nostramus for his lifetime and beyond. Priest. The priests came for the pilgrimage to the dungeons. They are worshippers of both new and older gods. Red Men. He who suffered the torture of the Tormented One for hundreds of years. With each passing year, its pain grows stronger. Rontiel. A being that lurks in the shadows. Different tales about Rontiel have been passed on for many generations. It is said that Rontiel appears first in nightmares, only to fuel his or her own materialization to the physical world with the fear it instills. The Salmon Snake. An ancient being that swims in the underground waterways. There are many human legends which mention this beast as well. Scarab. Men are wicked. Condensed wickedness can manifest in many ways. Scarab are there to remind us of this. Skin Granny. A myth passed on by the Wildmen of the North and those who live in Oldegord and its surrounding areas. The myth is typically told to new generations as a cautionary tale on what happens if you abandon your family and leave for greener pastures. The black is said to creep in from dark corners of your home cabin, slowly nibbling on the form of your beloved ones. The creature is of course just a myth, but the tale lives on in the strong consciousness of the northern folk, and often in nightmares the creature has a vivid presence. Uterus. Valtiel the Enlightened One created many forms of life for many different purposes. Uterus serves as a purpose too, and every night Valtiel would summon one of them to his quarters. The White Angel. A manifestation of your grudge during your stay in the dungeons. Woodsman. A poor soul that got distorted by the ever-looming trickster god. Even we are not sure if his appendage grew to have a life of its own, or if it was a parasite that made the malformation even more severe. Yellow Mage. Pupils of Nosra the Destroyer. They use the strength of Groguroth to their master's advantage. Ancient One. A soul that radiates the light of an older god. The soul has formed itself inside the body of a little girl. The mother of the Ancient One is the Endless One, and the father is a man from the prophecies. The result of such an unholy union are unfamiliar to us. Betal. The new god of enlightenment that preceded Nosra at the Grand Libraries. He created the Grand Libraries to store immense knowledge of the world. He wished that the archives would, one day, surpass the knowledge and the wisdom of the older gods. Every new god of enlightenment would from then on dedicate their cycle at the libraries to a certain subject they would decide themselves. CAHARA. CAHARA of the South. He originates from the eastern sanctuaries. A bastard child left on his own at a very young age. Somehow this poor soul found his way to these dungeons. Chambera. Ron Chambera when he still walked among men when he was a mere mortal. Once a poet, he believes no great art can be achieved without pain and suffering. He now continues his life with these same principles in mind. Das. The trusted knight of the prophesized one. She seems awfully dim standing next to the blinding shimmer of the One, but it might be wrong to misjudge her potential. ENKI. One of the more notorious priests of the modern age. We would not be surprised if he was to rise and become the new Enlightened One. The Forgotten One. In the books and legends he goes by the name Forgotten One, or the Fifth One, but his birth name is Nosramus. Francois is the dominating one, the new god of the current era. He rose to power in pursuits for more strength to unify the warring lands. Selfishly, he has taken over the Golden Temple, and tries to rule Mahab with an iron fist. He deserves to die. Girl. A pure being, in which both strength of the new gods and a seed of the man from the prophecies came together. Never in written history has there been a similar situation. It is truly exciting, isn't it? We can expect great things from her. The ENKI Torso. These peculiar beasts run wild in the deepest forests of Europa. They have a clear alignment with the older god, Venushka. But exactly what this connection is, we do not know. The ENKI Torso are known to rise from their slumber during times when the nature is under great threat. Lagarde. The prophesized one. Already while still alive, there were many tales written and sung about his tale. We don't know where the prophecy got started, but needless to say that it's all fallacy. But the man himself is a curious kind. There is definitely something different about him, and whatever his part might be in the greater scheme of things, at the very least he started something larger. Miro. Miro, from the faraway country near Oldegord. Ha as haven, V to verify, Re to rise. Nen as the human being in the Far East. Haverinen. The Moon God. Trickster God, also known as the Moon God. He is one of the last older gods to still observe mankind. He is a jealous kind. He would not share godhood and the world order with humans, and the new gods. He has many ploys to diminish our influence. Nilvan. The new goddess. She believes in the endless potential for mankind. That anything can be within reach, if you try hard enough. She is aware of the end of an era and is desperately looking for a way to continue her reign beyond her destined lifetime. She believes Lagarde holds the key to eternal existence. Nosramus. He was part of the fellowship that consisted of 4 of the current new gods. He supposedly understood the true nature of the greater scheme, and thus refused his ascension. He is since forgotten in our eyes, and must be left in the darkness for the time he will rot. Perkele and the group that associated with that figure. You might recognize them by the body paint covering their faces and body. They are but leeches, leeching on the older gods, pursuing their own agenda. Miserable figures. Pocket Cat. A servant of the trickster god. the moon. His motivations lie in the path laid out by the older god. Unfortunately, even we don't understand his mysterious ways. RAGNVALDR, an intimidating figure for sure. Seems like even a northern brute like him can appreciate finesse and knowledge. The Tainted One. What an oddly specific thing to ask. The Tainted One is, of course, one of us. One of the many who sits in the Grand Hall. A person born with a soul that is tainted, and who then rose to the new godhood. The Tormented One. Also known as Ronchambara when he still walked among men as a mere mortal. Once a poet, he believes no great art can be achieved without pain and suffering. Valtiel, the new god of enlightenment. Valtiel is the current master of the Grand Libraries. He is obsessed with creation of artificial life. He has wasted his cycle at the libraries on the subject without much triumph. He believes this to be the key to true godhood. He believes creation of life closes the gap between the new and older gods. Venushka, the older god that came to be from the union of Sylvian and Grogoroth. Venushka is synonymous with the nature. The god appears in different forms in different regions of the world. This is only natural as nature itself appears in different forms around the world as well. Yigigetsu, an old warrior deity worshipped in the far reaches of the eastern sanctuaries. Yigigetsu seems to become more significant during times of peace, when the warriors are left without purpose. Warriors of all kind would travel the world in search of this deity, to challenge it to a duel, to give purpose to their otherwise meaningless existence. Abyssonia. Abyssonia, which is the origin of the Western civilizations. Many of us come from the land in which olive trees bloom and people bathe in the sun. Bohemia. The kingdom that is situated toward eastern parts of Europa. The kingdom of Bohemia has been caught in a crossfire between the kingdom of Rondon and the eastern sanctuaries multiple times in recent history. The Dark Continent. The continent of the Old World Order. A land unknown for the most parts of the Western world. Even us, the new gods, know little of this part of the world. The continent is tightly connected to the older gods. The dungeons of Fear and Hunger are ancient, almost as old as the city. They have seen many different ages. They have always worked as a nexus between multiple different planes of existence. In the current era, the Kingdom of Rondon built a prison section over the ancient tombs. They most likely tried to use the nightmarish rumours about the tombs to their advantage, but little did they know that such darkness could not be contained. Jataya, the holy city of the eastern sanctuaries, originally the homeland of the older god Olmir, a hotspot for all trading, be it from east or west. Mahabr, the city of the gods. Once we took over the city from the older gods, we decided to reside here. Still, some remnants of the older gods still linger in the city. Time and space do not follow the same rules here. Sun doesn't warm you, and death is not the same once you walk these streets. Oldegord, the northern kingdom that has stayed independent for the most part, known for their iron will and advanced ships that sail even to the most western continents. The outside world. You've seen the outside world, right? That's where you came from after all. Did you forget already? The world of humans is in chaos. They are waiting for their savior. Someone to lift them from misery and agony. Someone to stop endless wars. Someone to cleanse them from their diseases. Someone to destroy the old world order and older gods that were the cause of the dark times. Prehevil, a medium-sized city situated in North Bohemia. The citizens of Prehevil are known for their passionate worship of Olmir and the unknown old gods from beyond the blue sky. The scholars of the area know surprisingly much for astrology, for a human that is. Rondon, the great western kingdom of Rondon, the centre of western civilization. It was once formed out of hundreds of warring tribes. The Void. How do you know about the Void? This is truly curious. The Void is... it is the other side of the coin, so to speak. If your world is the other side, that is. Some also call it the true Mahabr. It is a correct term in a sense, as that is indeed the place where the older gods were said to exist once upon a time. I'm afraid even our knowledge is limited when it comes to the Void. It is the plane where ascension is finally possible. Thus, all of us have spent an eternity searching its empty corners. This place. This is the Great Hall, of course. New gods reside here once our reign has seen its end. Blood magic. The gift of Grogoroth to mankind. As his presence fades, so does his gift. Fellowship. It is a term commonly used with the tale about the ascension of the current generation of new gods. The greater scheme. You only come to realize the greater scheme of things as you ascend to become a new god. Time is a cycle, as cliche as that sounds. The green hue. The hue that emanates from the true Mahab, the plane of the older gods. Join us? This is not the time and place for such. The throne of ascension is located elsewhere. Whether you are worthy of ascension or not remains to be seen. Life. Men and women are born to suffer. No matter what your pursuits are, humans are never content. Love magic. The gift Sylvian left for mankind. Love from her perspective. Love is something that is unique to every person. Love can take many shapes. You can form love on your own, or it can form on its own between multiple people. Me. What you are to become is up to you. New God. Older gods left us without answers in times of great peril. For men to take matters to their own hands, we had to form. We are many, as you can see, but we have taken a seat in the Grand Hall for now, to let the new ones reign for their time. Old God. The original gods. They have forsaken mankind. We must take matters to our own hands. They have not been present in the memories of any of us, only their traces remain. Termina. The Festival of Termina is an event arranged by the older gods. To our knowledge, the moon god is often involved in this puzzling jubilee. We do not understand the underlying meaning behind this festival, but in short, it is a free-for-all. A battle royale, if you will, between multiple contestants. Supposedly, there is a grand prize waiting at the end. Okay, we are at the penultimate chapter of the video. Well done for getting this far. Seriously, I really appreciate it. This section of the video is, besides a wrap-up, a further analysis on the message of Fear and Hunger. A favourite quote of mine by Nietzsche is, quote, "God is dead, God remains dead, and we have killed him." He wrote this in 1882. Also, I apologise if I butchered the pronunciation of his name. I've looked it up and there are many different interpretations. I think this quote carries a lot when compared to Fear and Hunger, as gods, while certainly existing, are left in disappointment once the human effort to replace them becomes partially realised. Besides the obvious influence of Lovecraft, Nietzsche's ideas about God, at least in either the Abrahamic or any other sense, fit Fear and Hunger. Others, though, may argue that the journey of heights is enough. In Fear and Hunger, once one reaches godhood, they become a slave to the wider scheme of things. The struggle itself towards the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. This is a motto that can be applied to the philosophical theory of absurdism. The belief that the universe is largely meaningless and trying to find meaning leads only to conflict. Of course, the new gods wanted to find meaning within this world, but their mission ultimately failed. Mahab wasn't built for them, and eventually it collapsed, despite their presence there. In fact, Mahab was actually likely built for lizard folk to serve the old gods in the void. This is a theory anyway, hence why we see them in the void. As well as this, I see a lot of humanity within the theming of Fear and Hunger. Despite the latter theories, I also see that, despite that, there is a massive case of determination in each character who presses on against many odds no matter what they are confronted with. I mean, hell, realistically, most people would go insane within the first hour of stepping into the dungeon. But no, our characters have goals they must complete. Their S endings show this individually. No matter what, even if it's not going to affect the grand scheme of things, humans will pursue their goals. For example, the coming new age is thanks to a new god and a normal human's offspring, being the girl who would ascend into the god of Fear and Hunger. This alone is proof that, even if the new gods are just pawns in the grand scheme of things, that they can still make a massive difference. Humanity seemingly will always prevail in one form or another, even if the old gods are disappointed. Quote, "Today I choose life. Every morning when I wake up, I can choose joy, happiness, negativity, pain, to feel the freedom that comes from being able to continue to make mistakes and choices. Today, I choose to feel life, not to deny my humanity, but embrace it." Alright, I can breathe out a bit now because the analysis is mostly over. Before I wrap up, I want to say thank you guys for reaching the end. Unless you skip to this point, in which case you're a coward. In fact, comment down below with "I reached the end" or something like that to flex it if you want. For those who are familiar with my channel, you know this is the longest video I have done, and that is saying a lot. All of my videos are at least 2 hours long, except my first one, of course. I wanted to give this game a monolithic video of its own, and eventually I want to give Termina its own video as well, as mentioned. I really love this game. I mean, I wouldn't have made this video if I didn't. I don't make videos and games I dislike. Whilst this video is extremely long and dense, I have left some extremely small things out of the video on purpose. Mostly things that are pretty useless and don't serve the game at all. Most of these things are things to simply shrug at or things that cannot be accessed without breaking the game in half. I prefer to cover games as they are intended to be presented, rather than forcing some sort of meaning out of things that are, for example, out of bounds. The script for this video doubles my second longest video at the time of its publication. This may confuse you. My Near Replicant video almost reaches 7 hours long. However, a lot of that video's runtime are cutscenes, making this video my longest by a long shot in terms of pure analysis. I mean, in this video I am pretty much talking for, how long, let me see, 7 hours. 7 hours non-stop. I'm sure you're tired of my voice by now. Another thing about this video is the structure. It was very hard to script. To create meaning out of the storyline by having each character's story play out at the same time was difficult. But I found my approach to be necessary to avoid constant backtracking between areas. I know for a fact that when I make a Termina video, that game will be even harder to analyze. But hey, we'll get to that point eventually. Many people will simply say they don't have time to watch this video, which is fine, but the reason this video is split into segments is to give people checkpoints, as well as giving a sense of structure or organization. If you are recommending this video to someone, feel free to tell them this fact. Use the segments on the timeline and description to your advantage. Even if there is one big one in the middle, watch it in parts if you wish. Hell, watch it one area at a time. This video, as well as my others, are made for both the binge watchers and those who don't want to or lack the time to watch such a massive video in one go. I do what I do to simply entertain and occupy people. Whether it is second monitor content, phone in the pocket content, or anything, I'm just thankful people will listen to my words or watch my works. If you are one of these people, thank you so much. And for my fellow creators, keep creating. Even amidst this constant anti-art that is becoming normalized in this day and age. If one day I stop doing what I do here, I hope at least that everyone can live knowing that there are people like us out there that want to create meaningful art. And that is exactly what Fear and Hunger is. A depraved look into humanity, cycles, gods, religion, violence, but most importantly, determination. My Discord server, Twitter, and Patreon are all down below in the description as usual. I try my best to avoid ad reads on my videos, so any extra support, monetary or otherwise, is truly appreciated. Thank you for watching, my friends. Stay safe and support human artists. One last thing before I depart. I, ENKI Ankarian, dedicate this skin Bible to the god of fear and hunger. The god of fear and hunger. There are many popular texts that tell of a false god and a chosen human joining together in the darkest and the wettest of dreams. The forgotten and long dormant god of the depths perished that night. Only an older god never truly perishes. In its stead, the god of fear and hunger planted its roots and started to grow her influence on the surface world. The scheming false deity had hoped her daughter would be the light of mankind. Only true darkness does not breed light. The god of fear and hunger was a pure child, a blank slate birthed in the darkest pits of human creation. That is where she grew. That is all she knew. She was the pure representation of fear and hunger, not spoiled by even a glimmer of hope. Mankind had seen its share of stagnation and suffering up to that point. To rise from those perilous pits, growing pains were necessary. Progress comes at a price.
Fear motivated people while hunger kept them moving forward. People cherished hardship and drew inspiration from it. They learned from it. What followed was advancement that mankind had not seen since the forgotten ages. The dark fumes that rise from pipes of modern cities are direct consequences of this era, an era that came to be known as the Cruel Age. The Midnight Gazette, January the 31st, 1936. Appointment of Kaiser as Bremen Chancellor has been made official today. In approximately 14 years, Kaiser has brought into being the greatest popular movement Bremen has ever seen. In fact, one of the greatest that history registers. This mysterious man, who seems to remain in secrecy under his now trademark hood, rose to popularity seemingly out of nowhere. But just witnessing him giving one of his most famous speeches to masses makes it obvious why both the high and low class fell under his charms. Kaiser's energy is a sight to behold. In a short amount of time, Kaiser has managed to unite the Midwestern nations under the flag of Bremen. He formed the special troops, the marching men of the Knight's Day, which effectively have been expanding the Bremen's reign at a rapid rate. A rate that has made the leaders of the Eastern Union worried. Where these turns take the world cannot be foreseen. His acts can very well be described as vile and monstrous, but only future history can tell if his means justify the ends. Thank you to the supporters in the shoutout tiers: Worm, Times, Alex T, Carl Essinger, Hero, Vodes, Samion, Moon Goddesses, Colin, Eblan Rhyme, Frosty, Krieg 1212, Wostan, Vita Paniero, Operation Error, Laloa, Handsome Sun, Halusi, Courage, Jaden, Yellow Forest, Corrupto, Endlifer, Honest Heart, Whitemane, Ban, 049, Derek, C1, The Salesman, Envy of Light, Band of Infinity, Calypsa, Spider, Ashley, Vero, Trinity, Charcoal Eater, Jack, Reaper, Cole Smith, Random Name Here, Jordan, Azure, Josh Forks, Bruce Lee Tacos, Mr. Fallout, Jason Bolton, and Halen Lopez.